So hey guys, welcome to the lecture 1 of the CSS tutorials course. In this course, we will be completely studying about the properties of CSS and what exactly is the role of CSS in making a web page or in the throughout course of web development. Okay. So let's understand by a basic things that what exactly are we going to do in today's lecture. So in this lecture, we will be studying about the basic properties of CSS and what exactly is CSS. Okay, so let's start up with a little introduction about HTML and what are the properties of HTML. I guess whoever is watching this course might be knowing exactly all the things about HTML, but still, just for a sudden revision, we will start and we will see what exactly does an HTML does. Okay, so now I have came to VS Code. This will be the code editor that we'll be using for this complete course. Okay, so here I have already created one HTML file named as lecture1. Okay, so let's have a look at exactly what this file contains. So I have made a basic boilerplate for HTML, right, which you guys can also do using a basic, let me tell you, which you guys can do by just using a exclamation mark and pressing enter. And this will generate a basic boilerplate, right? And next thing what we have done here is we have made an heading, it's lecture1, and under this heading I have made a main which will be having all the main things of this particular body tag. Under this main tag there is a paragraph tag which has all the things like I have written here, click here to view more about a web development course. Then next, in the next line I have made an image, I have attached an image that has a cheat sheet image that I have made like this. Okay, and I have attached this image over right here. Then under this I have made a div, okay, a container. Inside this I have written the course contains, and I have made a list tag that is UL. Okay, and under that list items HTML, CSS and JavaScript. Now first I will say let's have a look at what exactly it looks like so that you guys can better understand what I am talking about. See, so when I used it, it's looking exactly like this. Lecture1, click here to more about web development, right? And this is the image that I have attached. Here I have used an unordered list. Second, I have used an ordered list. Okay, so it's like top 3 things that you should be knowing before starting the course. So you guys should be having a code editor. Like in my case, I'm using VS Code, and you should be having a basic knowledge about HTML. And yeah, do have internet to see my videos so that you can learn more. Okay, then here I have made a heading. Under this heading, I have written how's the Josh. It's just a question that I'm asking with you guys who's watching the video, and you have 2 options like it's high and low. It's a radio button which I have used. We can only select one. Then next here it comes as our checkbox. Here it's there. Under this checkbox I have written that if you guys like the video, then like, share and subscribe to the channel. And here I have made a box in which you guys have to input all the things like if you guys have any comment, then do comment down below. This was the thing that we have used for this video, and I guess by using this you guys have understood a basic concept that what exactly is HTML and what are the things that it contains. So now let's go and see what are we talking about now. In today's lecture, our main focus is the use of CSS, like what exactly is CSS and why we use it. So CSS stands for Cascading Style Sheet. Okay, it stands for Cascading Style Sheet. What exactly it does, it provides styling, okay, to our HTML page. Now let me give you a better example so that you guys can understand. Just have a look in this particular image tag. there was an image which I attached, and here I have given it a styling. That is, I have defined its width as 200 pixels. By chance, if I remove that, and then when I go and have a look at my page, then what exactly it will be showing here, it will be like this some sort kind of big image. To adjust this image, I use this property. So CSS is used just for adjusting and creating our web page more beautiful. Okay, so here to make this image again back to normal, I will use this tag, and let's see. As you guys can see, it has become normal again. Okay, so this was the thing. Now what are the various methods by which you can use CSS into your HTML file? So there are basically 3 methods. Okay, what is there that here you can use HTML in 3 types. That is, first is inline, another one is internal, and third one is external. So just now what I did here in this particular statement, this is called inline styling. Yeah, we have styled this particular line into the HTML document, so it's called inline. Now what we can do here, instead of doing this, right, we can make a separate style tag right here, and we can code over here as well. Like I can use this. See, what I will do here is paragraph.img, and inside this img I will write width as 200 pixels. So this particular thing is called internal CSS. Okay, now I will remove here, and let's see whether the changes are applied or not. Now let's see. Yeah, so as you can see, just by using internal method also we can style our CSS. Then here comes the third and the another method which most of the people uses for making a website, that is creating an external file named as style.css. Okay, and here also we can do it like a, and under that img, and inside this we will write width, we will write as width at 200 pixels. Now what we can do here is we can attach this here. Instead of doing inline, we will just here make link CSS, and here this works the same, and our CSS is attached. So this is the external method by which we can use CSS. Okay, third thing comes the using of developer tools. So what exactly are the developer tools? So what exactly I should tell you guys, that using developer tools, it's nothing. You guys will be having a browser, right? So nothing, it's just go here, right click on any of the website, and here you will get as inspect element. So just click on inspect, and here you can see this thing, which particular thing is called inspecting. Okay, so here I am inspecting a website. We can do changes as well also, like suppose I will write here as Amazon. Okay, so now we have opened an Amazon website. What we will do here is we will just go on inspect element. So we will get to know how exactly they have coded the website and how elements work, what are the uses, and how they have styled. See, like height, left, max width, right, and all. By using this developer tools, we can also understand how a website works or how the styling works in a website. Okay, so here we can see that this particular thing is called inline CSS. Oh, and this exactly thing what you guys can see, it's inspect element. This is the developer tools that every browser have. You can particularly use it on every browser to inspect any of the websites. By doing this, you will get to know that what exactly CSS is applied over here. Like for this particular lecture one, it's saying that its font size is 150 EM, font weight is bold, You guys will understand later what exactly are these things, so don't worry about that. Okay, so now here comes the properties of CSS, okay, which is the main topic that we will be studying about in today's class. So here are the some properties that we will be studying about. Changing color of the text. Okay, so here you can see this is the code which we did just now to understand the HTML, right? And we even saw the output of this, yeah, right here. Now what we will be doing here, we will be changing the color of this particular heading, lecture 1. And how exactly we are going to do here is just we will make here a style. You guys can do that in this particular thing also, but just to show you, I am doing this on internal method. Okay, so what you will write here is we will write h2. Okay, inside this h2 we will write color as red. Okay, now let's have a look that what changes it came. So yeah, as you can see, the color changed of our particular heading. So like this, the properties of CSS works. Okay. Then another property which comes here is CSS class and selectors to style an element. So we can style elements in different ways as well. Like see, when we want to style multiple elements, right? But we don't want that we have to write the code again and again. So what exactly we can do here is, like, suppose I want to change the color of every paragraph in this whole website. So what I will just do, I will give class to every paragraph as the same. I will write paragraph. Okay, I will copy this thing and I will paste it everywhere where the paragraphs exist, right? Just like that. Now I will come here and I will use a full stop. Full stop denotes the classes, full stop paragraph, and inside this paragraph I will write color and I will change its color to green yellow, suppose, like green yellow. Okay, now let's have a look. So as you can see, all the things that comes under paragraph or all the paragraph tags has changed their colors. So like this, we can style multiple items by naming them at the with a particular single class. This is how the class selectors of a style element works. Now there are multiple and you can say like a lot of properties about CSS. We will be studying about each one in a go through way. Like first it comes is the changing fonts size of the element. Like here you saw in this particular website that the size of lecture 1 is looking a little small. So like I want to increase its size. So what I will do here is I will write font size, I would say like about 100 pixels. I will save it. Now let's have a look. So as you can see, its size got increased. Like this, I can increase the size of every single thing. Okay. And another property is like importing a Google font. Like if you want that your website should be having a different fonts, so just go on Google font. Okay, here you will go. And what you have to do here is select any font which you want. Like I'm liking this particular font. Okay. So what you will be doing here is you will go to select this style. Okay. And you will say import. You can see here, right? You will click on import and copy this right here. Go to your code editor and inside this style element, just paste it once. Okay, it's working like that. Now here it says one more thing is that you have to select font family as this one. We'll copy the same thing as well and paste it wherever we want that particular font. We will just paste it and let's have a look how our see. As you can see, our font is working just fine. Okay. If I don't want to write this particular line everywhere, then I can just do one thing. It is, I will write here star, and inside this star I will paste this thing. Okay, now I will remove it from here because I don't want that I should write for every single particular elements, right? So I have took star, and inside the star I have wrote this. Star means that here I am denoting the full website. Okay, have a look. I have changed the full font of every single element in the website just by writing a single line of code. This is how the CSS works, right? Now let comes to another property. It's how to degrade a font. Okay, it's nothing, it's just like, suppose you want a particular font in your HTML. Suppose in this case I have took this font Shizuru, but somehow by chance this font is this link I have not attached, right? So obviously it will not work. So what we can do here is we can give them a substitute. By chance I can write here as sans serif. That's a substitute. Firstly, when the website will run, the search engine will find for this particular font. Okay, then it will be searching for that font. By chance it doesn't get the font, then it will move on and they will search for this particular font. So that's called degrading a font. Okay, this is how we can degrade, or you can give multiple fonts to a particular website. Now next thing comes the size of the image, and as I told you guys in the earlier part of this video, it's that if you want to align any image, just use an img tag. Okay, you have to first see where exactly is that element. So in my case, my element is inside this a tag. So what I will write here is a. Inside that a I will give a space, and then I will write img. Then inside that I will write with 100 px. Okay, like that I will write. Now let's have a look. As you can see, our image has become small now. If you want to make it big, then just increase it, like 1000. I did 1000. Now that image will be very big, right? So like this we can arrange our elements of HTML using CSS properties, and like this we can create multiple and different fonts and adjust their sizes by using these simple properties of CSS. We will be understanding how to adjust borders and margins of our element. We will be also learning about how to adjust padding, and we will be seeing by doing practical code that how these elements and properties work. So first important property that we will be learning today is making borders around your elements. So for this property, let's come back to our VS Code. And as you remember, I have written this particular code in the first lecture. We will be doing some changes in this particular code itself. Okay, so let me first tell you what exactly is the border property. The border property is like just, it has three things: style, color, and width. For example, if we want to create a red 5 pixel border around any HTML property, then we can just do that by, wait, let me give you a practical example. Suppose I want that this particular paragraph should be having a red border. Okay, so what I will be doing here is I will give him any class, particular class. Suppose I gave him red border so that it will be easy to remember later. I will write here red border. Okay, inside this what we will be doing here is we will write border color. Sorry, we will be writing here border color. Suppose now my mood is changed, I don't want red, I will take aqua. So I will write here aqua. Then inside that I will write border width. and I want a width of around 10 pixels. Okay, and then I will write border styling. So suppose I want a solid style. Okay, so I will write it over here under my class name. So now let's have a look and see how exactly it will be looking. Okay, now go live. Let's click on go live and we will be watching it. See, as you guys can see, we will be getting our border right over here because I have given him a very large width, so it's taken full path. Otherwise, we can adjust it using this property right here. Right, see, wait. What I will do here is I will reduce its width by 4 pixels. It will look a little thin. Right, yeah, just like that. So exactly like this, our border properties works out. Okay. Now let's do one thing, like we will give border to our image. We will be making rounded corners using our border radius property. Okay. So for this, what exactly I will be doing here is, let's first go to VS Code. And here I will write. What exactly I will write is border radius. Oh, suppose I want to give border radius to this particular image. Okay. What I will be doing here is border radius of about, I will say, 10 pixels. Okay. And color, if you may ask, then color I will give it anywhere around color. We'll just copy paste this particular file and I will just paste this right here. Okay. Let me change the color, it should be red. Right. So now let's have a look. As you guys can see, it has got some sort of border. It's became little curve. Okay. Now let's adjust the width of this image as well so that we can get to understand it better. Now you guys can see that it has got a border of around 10 pixels. Okay. So now what I will be doing here is, all right, border style solid. So what it will do here, it will be visible. Like see, right now you can see this particular border is exactly visible throughout our image. Just so that you can see better. So like this, we can give border radius to any of the image and we can make it little curvy if you don't want any square or something, right? Like this, we can adjust it. And if you want that radius should be thick, then just do one thing. You use this particular property, border radius width, and adjust it with, like I want 10 pixels width, right? Just use it and you will get a 10 pixels width. Like this, you can play with this border radius properties. Now let's do one thing. We will be making a circular image using the border radius property. Okay. For that, we will just do one thing. So what we will be doing here, now we will give a radius radius to this particular image and we will convert it into a circular shape. For doing that, it's just we have to go right here. Okay. And in that border radius, we will give it around 50%. Okay. So what it will do, it will turn that into a circular shape. Right now it's changed into oval, but when I will increase its radius, it will turn into circular shape. Like this, you can adjust it. Okay. by using these properties, you can adjust the radius and you can make any images like circular, oval, or however you want. Okay. Yeah. Now here comes to another topic, that is adjusting, or you can say giving a particular color. Like I would in terms of CSS will say giving a background color to any of the website, right? So for giving any background color, just we have to do here is we will go here. Like for in my case, I want to give a background color to the full HTML file, like full website. So I will come to this star and I will write here background color to be little Alice blue. Fancy name, right? We will adjust it a little bit to bluer side, and like this we will go and check out our website. You can say like this, we can give background color to all the elements, and if we doesn't want to give to all the elements, we just wants to give background color to a particular element. So for that, just select any of the image. Like I want to give for this particular paragraph, background color should be this. So what will happen by this, that just see the space which the paragraph tag was the space which the paragraph tab was containing, all that space around this thing is, see, it's turned into like some sort of bluish color. Definitely it's not looking nice, but after understanding the more other properties, we can make it a little interesting, right? For now, what I will be doing here is, instead of giving to a particular container, I will give this color to the full file. Okay, so that it will be not looking that much weird. So now what it is, giving IDs to element. Okay, like till now we were dealing with classes, right? Now what we will be doing here, we will be giving IDs instead of classes. Sometimes like see, what I will be doing here is I will give an ID like para1 specific ID. If I want to change specifically in single para, and classes of all the paragraphs are same, I don't want that it should be changed. So we can do one thing, we can give a specific ID. Like for this particular case, I have given a paragraph 1 to this paragraph, and here I will give as para2. Okay, and now I want to adjust. Now I want to adjust using ID. So what I will be doing here is I will put a star and I will write here para1. Inside this, now I can do any styling which I want. Like I want that font family should be somewhere around sans serif. I give this. I don't want that for this particular paragraph that font should be same. So I can do it like this way. And what it will do here is, as you can see, wait, let me remove this property. So now you guys can better see that this particular first para, which I gave ID as para1, its font has been changed. So by using IDs, you can give styling to a particular element if you want. If you have given similar CSS to all the sim files, you can give a particular ID for this and you can style it. Okay. Now comes to our another topic, that is adjusting, padding adjustments. Like what exactly is padding? So let me show you an example. Suppose for that, let me make a container. Now we'll go for one. Inside this, okay, we will make as h1. Inside this h1, we will write padding. Okay. And then like similarly, we will create another one. Padding. Now let's give class to this elements. I will be using a multi-line cursor. Box. And inside this box, I will give different names to them. Okay, like for the box which is above, I will be giving it as red, or I will say blue. Okay, and for the box which is down below, I will give it as green. So now what I will do here is I will give them a styling, like style. Inside this style, what I will do here is I will write box blue. Okay. Inside this blue box, I will be giving them a class. Okay. That is, I will write background color as blue. Okay. And inside that, I will be writing as padding and px. Okay. Similarly, like this, I will give styling to another container. Green. And here also I will change its color to green. Right. So like this, we have given a basic styling to both of them. Okay. Now what I will be doing here is I will go out and I will check it. Okay. For this, open with live server. And as you guys can see, this is how exactly our code is looking. Okay. Now we will go for inspect element. Okay. Then we will go here, and as you will see, this particular container, this blue box, has a padding of around 10 pixels. Now if I goes on styling and I increases its padding, like suppose I want its padding to be 9 pixels, or I want it to be somewhere around 100 pixels. So see, here I'm adjusting its padding and it's getting spaces like that. Okay. So in this particular blue box, it got a padding of around 73 pixels. Now let's come to the green box. Suppose I decreases its padding to, okay, minus. But technically it cannot have spaces in minus, right? So it's had just shrink to its initial size. But now if I goes and if I just removes that, if I give it 150 pixels, so you can see this particular box, this particular container, okay, this particular has got a padding of around 150 pixels. Now what exactly is the margin, if you guys will ask, right? So what I will be doing here, I will give margin. So let me go on a code. I will make div dot here div dot, I will give her a class of margin. So what exactly it did here is I have made a div and I have placed all these heading inside that particular div. Now what I will be doing here, I will write here as margin, and inside this I will give it a margin of around 10 pixels. Okay. Now let's save the code and see. Okay. So now let me show you. For this particular heading right here, blue box, we have got here a margin of about 10 pixels. If you want to adjust it, right, like suppose you want to make it 100. So this whole container has a padding of 100 pixels, and these two boxes are stored inside this div. So they are also getting shrinked. So like this margin and padding works. Later on, we will be understanding how exactly to deal with, how to play with margin and padding to adjust and align our items better, right? So I hope you guys have understood the concept of margin and padding. Margin provides the margin of like a border, kind of, you can say, throughout this particular div, and padding is inside the alignment of elements inside this particular div. So let me go on to another topic, which is adding different margins and padding to each sides of an element. So how exactly it works, like for this, what we will be doing here is we will be giving different margins and different paddings to each. Okay. Like, let me go on a VS Code. Here, what I will be writing, instead of padding, I will give us padding left 10 pixels. Okay. Then I will write padding top 20 pixels. Like this, I will be writing padding bottom 30 pixels. Okay. Like this, I'm giving a different padding to different sides of the element. Let me give this again 10 pixels. Okay. Now let's see how exactly it's looking, right? So for this, you have to go and run it again. See. Now, if you will be seeing right here, you can see. Let me inspect and it will make you better understand what exactly I'm talking about right here. What I did here is, for the green box, I give a padding of, you can see here, I have given here a padding of 20 pixels for the top, 10 pixels for left and right, and 30 pixels for down, right? If I will adjust it a little bit, this particular things will change. Now it has 90 pixels top. Like this, we can give multiple and different values to different parts. Now let's do the same thing with margin as well. Okay. Let me just copy this and paste. Right. Now let's save it and have a look. So as you guys can see right here, let me inspect it again. So let's go click on here, and here you can see for this whole container, we have got a margin of 20 pixels for top, 10 pixels for left and right, and 30 pixels for down. Like this same we can adjust with these elements, right? Like, see, I gave 300 pixels to left and right. Like this, we can align items in a different way and we can play with them by adjusting their margin and pixels. Now let us understand the clockwise notations for specific padding and margin. What do you understand by this clockwise notations? Suppose you are making a very big and a large website. Okay. So you can't write the same 4 lines of code again and again every single time. It will be, quite difficult. So instead of that, there is a clockwise notation which will be little easy to understand. How it works exactly is, we will write padding, okay? Then we will give a value like 10 pixels. Then we will write space 20 pixels, and we will write 30 pixels, and we will write 40 pixels. So it works in a clockwise direction, like top, then right, then bottom, then left. So what exactly I have wrote, it means that this first one, 10 pixels is for top, 20 pixels is for right, 30 pixels is for bottom padding, and 40 pixels for the left. Now let's check whether our code is working fine or not, and inspect. So if you guys will be watching right here, for this particular green box, we have got this similar padding. So this is how the clockwise notation of padding works. It's just you have to remember it in clockwise direction, top, right, bottom, and left. Like this, we can align and we can arrange and we can give the padding of the elements without writing multiple lines of code. Same thing works with margin as well. So instead of writing 4 lines of margin, we can just write it like this, copy, and instead of writing these 4 lines, we will just do paste and we will write here margin. So same thing will be working for margin as well, right? You can check it right here. Yeah. 10, 20, 30, and 40. Like this, margin is also arranged. So this is exactly how the clockwise notation of padding and margin works. Okay, now let's see attribute selector to style the elements. So what exactly is the attribute selector? So let me show you a code that we did in the lecture 1. So in this code, let me show you. Let's come to this particular type. So in this form, which is right here, in this form, yeah, let me do some adjustments so that it will be better visible for you guys. I'll just remove this font. Right now, let's have a look. Okay, so for this particular form, as you guys can see here, I have made this particular radio button house to show high and low. So now what we will be doing here, suppose if I want to give adjustments to these 3 elements. So here in VS Code, it is denoted a checkbox, right? So if I want to align or if I want to do some changes in that, what I will be doing here is I will go in the code style tag. I will go in the style tag, and there I will write as type equals to checkbox. Okay, so now for this type of checkbox, we have to arrange margin. Suppose I want to give a margin, okay, like 20 pixels for the top, 0 pixels for the right, 20 pixels again for the bottom, and 0 pixels for the left. Like this, I suppose I want to give styling to this checkbox, but I have not given any class, right? We can do this by the attribute selector property as well, right? Let me just run it again. Go live. And here you can see we have got a border, or we have got a margin of top and bottom. If it's not visible, let's do one thing as well right here. We will give 10 pixels on the left as well as 10 pixels on the right. Okay, now let's have a look. So now it will be quite visible, like we have given a margin, okay, by using attribute selector property. This attribute selector property is very useful when we are making forms and all, right? And see, now there were 3 elements. I didn't had to give classes to any single one of them. Instead, I just wrote a type and I told them which particular type I'm talking about, and then we gave them a class, right? So now, understanding attribute selectors to style elements. Let me show you one more example regarding that. Now, let me tell you little about what exactly are the, what exactly are the different units that we can use to style. For example, like I will tell you, till now we were dealing with pixels. In the style tag, till now I have wrote, like, see, if I want to give styling to anybody, I will just wrote 4 pixels or 10 pixels. Okay, so it's just the unit which is denoted, or which explains the web browser how exactly we are giving, or we are telling him, like 4 pixels is the 4 pixel in our screen. It will give 4 pixel distance. Similarly, there are different units as well, which are named as relative units, like EM or REM, right? EM is mostly used in many websites, right? When we are working on multiple projects, you will see that in mostly all the websites they will be using EM. So EM is based on the size of element's font. Okay, it depends on the font of the element. We can use multiple properties, like suppose, let me go here, and instead of using 100 pixels, I will use 1.5 EM. Okay, and let's check our heading 2, just red in color, how exactly it's rotated. So it's became little small, 1.5 EM. Okay, let me increase it to 3 EM by, then it will make it a little bigger. So its size depends on the size of element. Okay, similarly, there is one more property, it's called as rem, that is relative. it is exactly the same, but mostly users prefers rem or em. But for this particular course, we will be going on with pixels as well, because it's the default and it's quite easy to understand. We will be learning about hex codes and RGB values. In the first part of the video, we will be learning like styling the HTML body element, then inherit styles from body element. Then we will be learning about prioritize one style over another, override styles in subsequent CSS, override class detection by styling ID attributes, override class declarations with inline styles, override all styles by using important, use hex code for specific colors, use hex code for to mix colors, and use RGB values to color elements. So these are all the things that we will be learning today. So welcome and let's start with the video. So for today's video, we will be making a quick new file, and in that file, I'll name it as Xcode and RGB values dot HTML. Okay. I guess whoever is watching the video will be having a basic knowledge about HTML. We will start by clicking a exclamation mark and pressing enter. This will create a basic boilerplate. Okay. So in our body tag, we will write here our first heading, that is, we will be writing our h1 heading, and it will be hello world. Okay. The first topic is to style our body elements. In HTML format or HTML web page, there is always a body element inside which all the text which is written is visible. Okay. So whatever we write inside a body tag will be visible in our web page. We can style it by using a style tag. Inside this, I can write many things, like if I want, I'll first select body, and inside body, I will write background color of, suppose, brown. Okay, this is our property. Let's see how it's working. We will open it with live server. See, this is how our web page is looking right now. Actually, I have zoomed in. It looks something like this, right? It says hello world, which was our first heading, and the background color which we have given to this. So this is how you style our body tag. This was a little basic. Now let's move on and see how can we prioritize one style over the another. Okay. So for that, let's come back to the example. In this, as you can see, we have already given a body color, or a background color of brown. Okay. Suppose I will write here color. Wait, I will write here that body. What I will do here is I will write style. Inside style, I will write background color. And suppose I will give it Alice Blue. So what I have done here is I have used inline CSS that you might have also learned in HTML, and I have applied it here. This is just to show that how we can give priority, right? Let's see our example. Right now you can see that it has prioritized our inline CSS and it has ignored our style CSS. So this is how CSS works. Like the value, or you can say the property which we have given downwards, will be implemented first, or you can say will be prioritized first. Suppose if I would have changed it to just, you can say, instead of Alice Blue, if I would have changed it to blue, simple blue, you can see it will become blue. So that means that our HTML page, we are giving priority to our HTML page by giving it an inline CSS. Okay. So now what is override styles in subsequent CSS? As I was telling you guys till now, what it means, like suppose inside this, if I write color, okay, and I will give it aqua, what it means that all the elements which I will be writing inside body tag will be having a color of aqua. As you can see right now, it's even having a color aqua. But if I write right here, and if I write, like suppose I want color black, the statement which we have written in the bottom will be overriding all the other elements present in the code. See, now our color has changed to black. This is how we can override our styles. Okay. Now, second thing comes overriding class declarations by styling ID attributes. Okay, for that, what we have to do here is like, wait, let me go back to our code, and here, firstly, I'll remove this style. Firstly, I will give it a ID like heading. Oh. So now I have give it an ID of heading. Now I will call this ID, and inside this I will write some sort of code. Right, color. Firstly, I will write it red. So as you can see in the above code, we have written that color should be aqua, but in the below one, we are writing color should be red. This is another way by which you can do. What we have done, we have made an ID and we have give a code to ID. As the ID is written after our body elements, it will override. As you can see, the color has been changes to red. Coming on to the next topic, that is overriding class declarations with inline styles. I guess I have recently told you that we can change these things by simply putting this code in the inline CSS. Like here, instead of writing down, what I will do here is I will write here paste color red in style just like that. What it will do, it will simply override. Let me override it. Like I will override green. As you can see, like right now there are three values that are given to a particular heading. Now I want you guys to stop the video and comment down below according to you which one will be implemented. I guess everyone might have written till now, and most of you will be quite aware that the green color will be coming. So yeah, you can see that the green text is visible. Maybe let me do one thing. Let me remove this color so that it will be better visible, yeah. Now let's check. Yeah, you can see our color is visible. Now let's come to another topic, that is override all other styles by using important. So you saw that for this particular value for this particular heading, we were already giving three values. But if I want that one particular value will be implemented always, no matter where or how many values I'm giving. So what I can do here is I will simply write here. So it's like for using important, what I did, I have used exclamation and I have written important. Now let's see which one will be implemented here. To simply implement our important value, like we want that one value should be important always, what we can do here is we will write exclamation and then we will write important. So what this will do, it will make this value as important, and no matter how many values we give to the element, it will be giving or it will be implementing this particular value. Now let's check and let's see. Here you can see it's having a red value. Let me change the color. Brown. Let's remove it. Okay. See, you can see the red value is here. If I will even give, it 1,000 colors also, but still it will be same. Like if I give H1 color should be white, it's not going to listen. It will be just keeping it the red color. So this is how you can prioritize the values by using important tag. Now coming on to the topic and moving further, let's come to the now moving on further, let's come to another topic, that is using hex code for specific colors. See, suppose till now we were giving it a name, right, that white or red, but sometimes you guys will be not knowing exact color like which you want to give. So what it helps is using hex code will help it. Like if I want that first heading's color should be, let me remove this.
if I want that first heading's color should be black. Okay. So how can I write it? I will just write star, that is 0. Okay. So moving on further, let's come to another topic, that is use hex code for specific colors. So sometimes what happens, like sometimes you want to give a specific color which you don't know the name about, right? So here hex colors comes in importance. So hex color are based on 6-digit numbers. Like first two digits are for red and green and blue. It's like if I want to give, see, right now the color for first heading is black. But if I want to write this in RGB or hex colors, what I will write here is 00000. That means we have given 00 for red, 00 for blue, and 00 for green. So this is how you can give color to different values. Like you can adjust it. Right now it's black, right? We can give like any color which we want. Okay, it's based on hexadecimals. And what exactly is hexadecimals? So hexadecimals are based on 16 numbers. That means it uses 16 distinct symbols like decimals, symbols, or to represent values 0 to 9. Then there are A, B, C, D, E, F, represents the values of 10 to 15. Although, but in CSS we uses 6 digits, or you can say we use 6 hexadecimal digits to represent colors. Let's do one thing. Let's give one more example of what I will write here, is I will click. If you want to learn more, about hexadecimals, what you can do here is you will go to color right here and we'll go down to MDN reference. Oh, it opens a website of Mozilla, and right now you can see it shows all the types of colors which you can basically put inside your code. These are hex values. See, these are different types by which you can represent a single color. Like if I want a color, you can write 090, 009900, or 090A. Like that, these are different types by which you can put a single value. Okay. Coming back to the topic, let's see. Now we have to use hex code to mix colors. Okay. Right now we were just doing a base color, right? Now, if we want to mix some colors and if we want to make another color, like suppose I want to make orange. So orange is nothing but it's just a mixture of two colors. It's pure red mixed with some green. Okay. So what I can do here is I will write here a code that is FF, okay, 05. I will write a color that is FF A500. Okay. I'll add a star. See what it's written here. See the first two colors, the first two digits are FF. FF means the highest possible color. That means red are at highest brightness. Then there is A5, and then it is 00. 00 means there is completely absence of blue color. So this is how you write hex codes. And don't worry, you don't have to remember everything. You can just simply Google it, that tell me the hex code of any particular code, and you'll get it. Like I will write code. So here is the website, or you can visit basically any website from here. I'll click it. And like suppose if I want any of the colors, like if I want this one, what I can do is like here you can see everything is written about, like, see, this is RGB value, then there is hex code for this, then like everything which you want to know about a color is present. So you can explore more by searching all these websites. Okay. So coming to another and the last topic of the video, that is use RGB values to color elements. Till now we studied about hex code, like what exactly is hex code. Now there is one more way to represent a color, that is RGB. RGB is like this, like we have to enter values of red, green, and blue. Like if I suppose enters here 0, 0, sorry, 0, then again 0, and again 0. It comes out to be black color. So it so in RGB values, similar colors happens. Like we can write, it starts from 000 till all the way to 255, 255 and 255. This is for white. So every color has value starts from 0 till 255. It's similar to hex code. Like it also contains all the possible color grades or colors which can be possibly made using hex code. All the things it contains in it. It's just based on preference, right? Someone prefers hex code or someone prefers RGB values, and it completely depends upon you. Like for this red, for red I have just written 255 here. If I'll remove this, or if I'll just write 255 here instead of red, I will get a green. Then if I'll write here and I will remove completely from here, I'll write blue. This is how you can change the values, and you can get to know about more, you can learn more about colors.
In today's video, we will be learning about variables. Okay, like what exactly is the variables in CSS? We will be learning various things like, let me take a pen. Using CSS variables to change several elements at once. Then we will be watching on creating a custom made CSS variable. Then we will move on to using that custom made CSS variable. It means that we will be using the custom variable which we made. Then we will be watching about attaching a fallbacks. What exactly are the fallbacks and how it works and what is the role, and how to insert CSS, how to inherit CSS variables, changing variables of a specific area, and how to use media query to change a variable. So without wasting any time, let's move on to the lecture and let's go. So I guess in the last video, you guys might have seen all these things, hex code and all. I told all these things in the lecture before, so I think there is not much thing to tell right now, right? Here is one file which I have created for this lecture. I hope you guys can understand, it's a little easy, right? Here I have created a div which has a class name face, and inside this div I have created another one which names as mouth, and there is second one which names as eye section, and inside eye sections I have created two divs, that is left eye and right eye, right? And here I have attached CSS also, that is face.css. Inside this I have done a lot of work. Okay, so let me tell you guys what exactly are we talking about right here. So what means variable? First, before telling, let me show you by running this live code. Okay, this is the output of the code which we have wrote. So here you can see that the eyes and the mouse have exactly same color. But when we will be making a lot of code, we don't want that we should be writing the same color code again and again and again. So instead of that, we can do one thing. We can write a variable. In variable, I will define the color, and all the time I have to not remember the exact same color code, which is little difficult. What I can do here is I will be just writing that variable name and the color will be implemented. Let me show you guys what exactly I'm talking about. So in this code, what I did here is I created a variable named smile color. Okay. In this, you can see I've created a variable named smile color, and I have given it the color which I wanted it to give. Similarly, I created another one, its name is face color, and I created another one which names is screen color. So what this thing did is now these colors are reserved under this particular variable. So whenever I have to write the code or whenever I want this color to be there, I just have to do one thing. It's just I have to write, like see here. Inside this space, I have wrote a background color, and what I did, I wrote var. Inside that var, I wrote face color. And as you guys can see, I have declared yellow color to the face color. Similarly, in the mouth, what I did, I made smile color, and the smile color is there. And when it comes to the eye section, in the eye section also what I did, I just wrote smile color. So now what it will do is, if I don't like that particular color, right, like let me show you. So if I don't like that particular color, what I can do here is, let me show you just a second. What I can do here is, I will be changing this one particular variable and all my colors will be changed. You guys can see here clearly, right? Like let me arrange it in a proper manner. So like suppose I don't like this color, I want to give him some different sort of color. So now you can see I have changed all the colors by just doing one change in a single variable. So this is how the variables and properties work. Okay. So now what I will be doing, I will give it the original color back. Exactly, kind of like this. Yeah, now it's looking a little fine. So what we will be doing this, now we will create our own custom made variable. Like suppose I wrote this website and I gave this website to someone else. This person doesn't like this variable, he wants to do something else. So what I can do here is, I will make another variable, like I will write, suppose eye color, and inside this eye color I will declare a color, suppose brown. Okay, I gave it a brown color, right? What it did, now it has made a variable whose color will be brown. Result. Second thing which I can do is, I can decide face. Suppose I want face variable, right? So inside this face, what I can do here is, I will make face and I can write yellow, right? This has made a custom variable named face. Wait a second. This had made a custom variable named face and which has a color yellow. Similarly, what I can do now, I want to change it. I don't want that face color should be visible here. Instead, I want that some different colors will be there, that is face. So nothing, I have to just remove this thing. And when you see, I just have to write var. And when I will write var, definitely all these things will be visible right here, like face, eye color. Like I will click on face and let's go and have a look how exactly it's looking. Yeah, because I have not put, now it will be working fine. So as you guys can see here, our face has got color now and we have changed our variables. Also do one thing, stick it right here. Now I'm not liking the eye color, right? So what I can do here is, instead of smile section, I will write eye color and let's see. See, our eye colors is also changed. So this is how exactly our variables and things was. So till now we have created our own variable and we have implemented this into our own code. Now what we will be doing here is, we will be attaching a fallback value to the CSS. Now what exactly a fallback value means? Suppose I have declared a variable named smile color in this particular code, but somehow or due to some issues, because I was in a hurry, I forgot to add a single thing and my code is now not working, right? You can see it. Now my code is not working. So you can see all the things have gone. So just to avoid this, we can make a variable, we can give a fallback value. Like suppose here, right, smile color, what I can write here is, I can write comma and I can write a color which I wanted to give, like brown. So what it will do, firstly it will search for the variable in the code. By chance the variable is not present, then it will search for another fallback code which I have given to it. Like in my case, I gave him brown color, right? So it will search for brown then later. So what exactly happened here? It's like by chance, if I forgot to, if I wrote a color code which my browser or my web browser, which my web browser is unable to show, or it's, you know, out of its color code, and what you can do is, you can attach a fallback value, which means, like in this you can see I have attached a fallback value brown. It means like, firstly my web browser will represent this color, that is smile color, but by chance it cannot represent it or it cannot show that. and it will go for our fallback color, that is brown, and it will search on for the brown, and it will be start working, and it will show the code in brown color. This is how a fallback attachment works in the CSS. Now, what exactly is inherit CSS variables? So till now you were seeing that right here I have made a variable. What I can do here is I will write, instead of this, I will write here root. Okay. So what exactly is the meaning of this root? So root is a pseudo class selector that matches the root element of the document, usually which means the HTML document. It means this code will be now stored in the root of the code. Okay. So I don't have to enter it again and again and again. I can just enter all the values which was here before. Okay. I can just copy these all values and I can store that into a root. What this thing will do, it will create a specific position, so we don't have to write this again and again. Like if I want to attach a code right here, suppose like I want body, so I want a background color in the body. Okay, and I want variable, suppose smile color. I want that smile color should be there. So see, I don't have to write this again and again because now it's stored in root and now it's applicable on the full HTML document. Till now I was writing all the values inside this face class, means if I have to write it in the body, I have to make a separate variable to write it. But if I write it in the root, that means it will be working on the full HTML document. Now let's come to the next value, that is changing variables of a specific area. Like for this thing, now in this particular code, you guys can see that now the background color is as same as the face color. Now I want to change the values of specific eyes. I don't want to change anywhere else. So what I can do here is I can write a new variable inside this particular thing. Okay, now let me show you first what I'm talking about. So what I can do here is, suppose I want to change the color of eye, right? Here, I want to change the color of left eye. So what I can do here is I will write a code that is left eye, and I will write it brown. Now instead of brown, I will change this color to little dark. Okay, right here. I have changed the colors. Now what I will do here is I will change the variable and I will write it as left eye. What this thing will do, it will change the colors of that eye right here. But other colors are not at all effective. Like if I want to write here, suppose, see, I want to change the right color also, but I want to write left eye. But as you can see, this thing will not work. Why? Because we have declared a variable just for this particular class, that is left eye. If I want to declare this for the right eye as well, I have to write this into root function. But just for now, I wanted this for a specific particular area. I just wanted to change a particular thing, so I wrote it here. Otherwise, I can just copy this and I can paste it in the root, enter. Now, and when I will check my code again, so you can see now it is applicable for both the eyes. This is how we works with variables. Now, there is one more thing that you can do is a function, it's called media query. What exactly is media query? Let me show you little about media query. Right. Till now, you see that we are watching code the fixed. We are making it shrink and big, but nothing much is happening. So media query works to make things responsive. What I will do here is, okay, I will write a media query. Like suppose I will write @media. What this thing will do, this will do some changes. Like suppose for max width, I wrote 500 pixels. Okay. Then inside this, I will use the same classes left I as I used in the upper section. Let me cut this and I will edit it upper only so that you guys can see clearly. Okay, so we will be using the same classes as we were using till now. Okay, what we will do here is we will use left eye and we will change its value to black. Okay, and for now we will just do this much thing only. We will not do anything else. Now let's go and check our code. See, till now you can see that our color is brown. So what we will do here is we will go for inspect element and we will change its dimension. Okay, so now we will be learning about the media query. So what exactly a media query does? Media query is nothing, it will be beneficial for making our website responsive. We will be learning and we will be getting to know about it with an example. Till now I have wrote everything in the root. Now what we will do here is we will make a separate column and we will name it as media. We will write media. Inside of this we will give its max width. Like in my case I'm giving max width equals to 500 pixels. Okay, so what it means that when our size of the web page will decrease below 500 pixels, all the changes that I will write in this particular media query will be implemented. Like in this case, what I will do here is I will write left eye. Okay, and I will change its color to black. Okay, and one more thing that I will do here is I will write face, and inside this face I will change its color also to, actually I forgot to write root itself. Root, inside root, if I will write this, then it will work just fine. Yeah, so now what it will do, that when my web page will shrink below 500 pixels, its left eye's color will be changed to black and face color will be changed to orange. Let us check whether right eye. Yeah, you can remove extra things from here. Paste face color. Now let's check how exactly our web page is looking. It's looking like somewhat like this. Now what we will be doing here, we will go here, we will click on inspect. Okay, and you guys can see right now my dimensions are 640 pixels. When we will go below 500, you guys can see immediately the color and the things are getting changed. This is how a media query works, and this is how we use this media query to change the color and the styles of an HTML or CSS web page.
In today's video, we will be learning about text align properties, how exactly the text align property works, and what are the things that we can do using text align property. So let's begin. So I guess you all guys have installed VS Code till now, and you guys are also coding with me as well. So for the video, I will be making a text file I will name it as index.html. Okay, so inside this, I will be writing on some of the code. Okay, so what I will be doing here is I will make a div and I will name it as style. Inside this, I will make an heading that is h4, and below this, we will be making a paragraph, and we will name this paragraph as our content. Okay, so inside this, what I will be using is lorem 55. Okay, so now I've used the 55 words lorem ipsum. Okay, and now after that, now what I will be doing here is I will be making two files. Okay, inside this, firstly I will make a div and I will name it as links. Now what exactly I will do here is I will inside this link I will use an A tag, and inside this I will name it as first link. Okay, like this. Similarly, I will be making another one and I will name it as second link. Okay, now inside this I will be storing some names, like I will be naming it as CSS. Okay, and another one I will name it as HTML. So now let's save it and check how exactly it's looking. As you guys can see, it looks something like this, right? So now let's do some CSS and align it so that it can be properly visible to you guys and you guys can better understand what exactly we are going to do. So let's make style tag. Inside this style tag, I will be doing some styles. So now what exactly I will be doing here is I will be giving some names. So I will use it as style. Okay. Inside the style element, what I will write here is I will give it a border, quick border of around pixels and solid blue. Okay, I'm giving it a color as solid blue. Then I will be giving it a border radius. Then I will be giving it a margin of 10 pixels, that is margin top, and 5 pixels, that is right one. Okay, and also the padding of 5 pixels. Now let's check how exactly it's looking. It's looking something like this right now, right? Let's give little CSS over here also, which we will go to the links. Inside that, I will write margin right should be around 10 pixels. Okay, now let's check how exactly it's looking. So instead of giving the class to the whole div element, what I have done is I have changed the names of the class A tag of A tag. So what it will do is it will implement all the CSS on the same, like here as you can see, it's looking right. So yeah. Now what exactly text align property does here is text align property aligns the text. Like how? Suppose if I write here, like I will use a H4 heading. Okay. So inside this, H4 is a little small. Let's do is H2. Okay. We are giving it an H2 tag. So what exactly this tag does is, like suppose I'm saying about text align center. Okay. So what it will do here is it will align my text. So what exactly text align property does is sometimes when we want to align our text into a particular direction, like center, right, or left. By the way, by default it's left only, but still. So what we can do here is we can use this text align property. Now let me show you how exactly the text align property works using an example. So in this text example, I will be using H4. Okay. Inside this H4, I will be what I will do here is I will use the class. So heading, inside this heading, I will use text align and I will name it as center. So let's check how exactly it has changed. So now the heading is came to center. So this is how our property works. Now what let me do here is I should give another property of text align to our paragraph. So for that, first let's give some content. Okay. Inside this, firstly, let me give some padding around of 10 pixels. Okay. Let's check. Yeah, now it's looking a little better. And what we will do here is we will use another property, text line, and we will use here is justify. So what exactly justify does here is justify spaces the text like that all the elements gets equal with. Let me show you what I'm talking about. Like let's see. So let me first remove this. You guys can better see it like this way, right? Just see if if by chance I remove this property, right? Then you can see how our text is exactly right now. Like right now the width has changed. But now if I name it as justify, then let's see how exactly it's looking. See, now the texts have got little gap in between of them so that it can get a exactly same amount of width. So this is how our text line property works in CSS. Okay. So now let's come to another property that is called width. So what exactly is the width? According to our web page, width is exactly how much area or how much width our element is going to take in our web page that decides, or you can say that is decided using a width property. Let me show you using a proper example. So here in this style container, right now, as you can see, let me give it a width of around, I will say 100 pixels. Okay. So now you can see our element is just getting 100 pixels out of our web page. Let me increase in, or should I make it like 1000 pixels? So now it has taken 1000 pixels. I guess 250 is fine, right? Yeah. So see, now right now it's arranged according to our given width, that is 250 pixels. Similarly, you can adjust height as well. Like right now it is taking a width, but it's not mentioning the height, right? But like I can use height property and like I will arrange. Suppose I don't want that my height should increase 100 pixels, right? See, so what it happened, like my box is obeying my CSS property, but the text is not obeying because the text is comparatively big, but the height which I have given is comparatively small. So box size remains the small, but the text has came out. Let me give it 1000 pixels. Then I guess, see, our container is going in a different direction. It's like it has taken 1000 pixels width, right? So this is how you can arrange the width and height of our web page. So this is how you can arrange the size of our web page. You can use EM or REM as well, that is different relative units. But as I mentioned earlier, that for this lecture or tutorials, I will be following pixels. So like if you guys want, you can use it like say 1VH. Like that. Or 1EM. Let's suppose it says 1EM. Or I will say 5EM. Right? So it's adjusting its height according to the unit which I'm giving it, right? These is how the properties works. You guys will be getting to know more about that as you will be practicing with it. So let's come to another topic. So now let's come to another topic of our today's lecture, that is strong. Like suppose if you want to make some characters bold, I guess we have I guess you can do that in a simple way, that is inline HTML. You can style it using inline HTML. But in CSS, there is another way to do it. Like suppose in our example, I want to make link, like the links you can see down there, right? I want that those links should be having the text which is there in this link should be in bold. So how exactly I can do this is by using this property. Okay. So what I will be doing here is I will use font weight and I will name it as bold. So what it did, like all the text which was there here before has become bold now, right? Now it has become bold. Similarly, what we can do here is, instead of doing all this, you can just wrap all these text inside a strong tag, right? Just like that. And it will be doing the same thing as well, right? Let me comment it out, but still you can see our text is still bold. So it's using the strong tag which we have used. And I guess this we have learned, or most of you might have learned this in our HTML. Similarly, like as you learned about the bold, you can learn about underlining a particular element, right? Same you can do here is you can underline it, right? Instead of writing bold here, we can write here line. Or I guess I should put this property somewhere else so that you can understand it better. Let me do here is thing is I should underline my paragraph tag. So what I will do here is, like suppose I don't want that this CSS and HTML is getting a line below that, right? So what I can do here is I will write here as text decoration and I will write it as none. What this will do here is it will remove the underline, right? Like similarly, now I want that my heading should be underlined. So I will go to the heading section and I will write here as text decoration and I will write here as underline. What it will do here is it will underline my heading. Like this, you can play with this. like this, you can underline the headings or a particular element in HTML and using CSS. One and another easy way which you guys might have learned is using this hue tag, that is underline tag, right? Like see right now what I did here is I have underlined my whole paragraph tag using underline element. Now suppose you want to strike an element, like you want to make a line on the element. So you can do that as well using a decoration that is line through. Suppose in this, I want to make a line through in our CSS, right? See, what I did, I made a span. Okay, inside this, I will write CSS as it was written, right? So now I want to strike the CSS. I want that it should look in a different way, right? And I want to do some decorations in it. So how exactly I can do that is, I will write here span. And inside this, I will write text decoration line, right? On line. So what exactly I have done here is I am doing a text decoration, right? So to do a stripe on CSS, what I have written here is I have written a text decoration and added line through. That is, it will make a line through our element. So like this, you can do a strike or you can strike an element. Similarly, you can do the same thing using an S tag. I guess you guys might have learned about this in HTML, right? See, what it does here is I wrote an S tag in the HTML. And what it did the same work, right? Yes. See, like this, you can do a stripe on an element using S tag either or using a CSS property line through. Now there is a final property that you should learn, that is how to do a how to that is how to align, or you can just change the CSS of an element to italic, like how to use the decoration of an element to italic. So how exactly we can do here is not looking nice, right? So how exactly you can do here is you can write font style, you can write italic. So like this, you can see, right, that our whole element has changed to italic. Or if I want a particular element to be italic, so what I can do here is I will remove from there, I will paste it here. So our paragraph tag has now been changed to italic. Right? So this is how you can change the text elements, or you can say you can style the elements to italic, underline, or bold using these particular properties. Now here is one property that, like, suppose you want to draw a line between an element, right? Like, suppose you want to draw a line in a particular element, right? That suppose in this heading, I want to draw a line below this heading, right? Or you can say a horizontal line. So it's a very common, or it's very easy to draw a line. Simply, I have to just write here HR, that is horizontal rule. So what it will simply do here is it will draw a line to better arrange my elements. Yeah. Or you can use, if you want that to skip line, right? That if I want in this particular lorem ipsum element, after this full stop, my element should change line, right? So what here I can write here is BR. I can write PR tag here, and what it will do, after that full stop, my line is changed. So this is how small properties works, and this is how you can do it. So this is how you can do here in the particular elements, right? In this video, we will be learning about how to put background colors and how to use font size and text transform properties to align our elements in a different way. We will be learning more things regarding the font size, font variables, and how to change the colors of the links. So let's begin. So I guess you will be knowing that we have done till now. Let me show you what exactly I'm talking about. Let us open it with live server. As you guys can see, we learned till here, we have done our work. Okay, so now let's do one thing. Let's begin with another topic. In today's video, let's do one thing. We will be giving, we will be giving little background color to our heading, as it is not looking appropriate, right? We have to make it stand out. So let's do one thing. Let's go to our heading section. I guess this is our heading section, and this particular property is known as background color property of text. So what exactly I can do here is I will give a background color to this, and I will give an appropriate value, right? So for this, I will be using RGB. Okay. So as you can see, it says red, green, blue, and one alpha. So what exactly this alpha does, it is, it can range from 0 to 1. Okay. And it defines how color intensity should be. Like if it's 0, it will be like completely transparent. And if it's little 0.1, 0.2, so it will be little opaque, some sort of. So yeah, it happens like that. Let me show you what exactly I'm talking about. So for this, I will be giving some different values, which is like just 45. Okay. So for everything, I will give a 45 value. Okay. And for this particular alpha, I will give it a 0.2. So it will be like some sort, let me check. See, this is what I'm talking about. See, it looks like somewhat like this, right? You can see now whatever the value was there for the container, like this heading container was having this much width and this much height. So now this whole container has changed its color. This is how background property of a text works. Now it's not looking a little appropriate, so let's give it another. It's called border radius. Okay. And I will give it around 10 pixels. Okay. Let's check. Now it's looking a little better, right? Because now that border is a little curvy in shape. Previously it was looking like a boxy kind of like, so yeah, now it's looking fine. Now let us notice little bit things about our property. Like see, in this text, our heading is standing out, right? But sometimes what happens is sometimes our heading will not stand out. Like if I will give it a H5 heading or H6 heading, it will be exactly same as the size of a paragraph tag. But technically it should not happen, right? Because it's a heading. It should stand out. So what exactly you can do is you can adjust the size of the heading. Okay. Like let me show you. Font size, which should be around 50 pixels. Let's see how it's looking like. See, this is what I'm talking about. Now see, the heading has become actually a little big. Let me make it 30. Yeah, 30 looks nice. Hey, so this is how you can adjust the size. Similarly, we can do the same thing for our paragraph as well. Okay, let's do one thing. Let us go to our paragraph. There is our content. And instead of 30, let's give it a 10. See, it has become even more small now. But not to worry, we'll give it a 20. So this is how you can adjust the size of the text in HTML using CSS properties. So now let's move on and now let's study about another property that is box shadow. So what exactly is a box shadow? Okay, so box shadow properties applies shadows to an element. Like suppose in this particular example, you can see here that this particular element, okay, see here, it is right now containing the whole width of the element, right? But by chance, instead of containing the whole width, if this particular box was having a right corner or a left corner, then how to stand it out using a box shadow property? What this property will does that it will provide shadows like on x-axis and y-axis, so that this particular box will be standing out from the other remaining boxes. Like suppose if I will give him offset x, right, offset x. So what thing will does, it will give a shadow horizontally to the element, like x direction, x axis. And if I will give him offset y, then it will give vertical shadows vertically to the element. Okay. Let me show you exactly what I'm talking about. So let's do one thing. Let me first take style. Let me first go to the style and let me arrange the width of these elements. Okay, this is the style. Let me go to the styled element and let me arrange its width. So here is our style, and here I will give it a width of around 500 pixels. Let's check. See, this is what I was talking about right now our this container is shifted towards some sort of here, right? Let us even give it a little margin. See, what exactly we can do here is to do some editing. I'm going to use such a cool feature which every browser has. It's to inspect our elements. So I'm going to go right click and click on inspect. Then it will be taking me around. Then now what I will be doing here is I will click on body and I will select my div. See, here you can see clearly that it is having margin and padding and everything, right? So let's do a little bit of adjustments. Okay. Now here we will add one more property. Okay. Let's do one thing. Let's go there and let's add from here itself. What we will do here is we will add a little margin of around 50 pixels. Okay. What it will do here is it will give left margin of about 50 pixels. Let's check it here. See, if you will inspect this, then you will see that we have got a margin of about 50 pixels right here. What exactly I'm doing here is I have change the margin a little bit. As you can see here, I am using inspect properties to align the margin. You can see I'm using margin properties to align our elements in a proper way, right? So see, as you can see here, we have given it a margin. Now let's copy this. Now let's copy these values and just paste it right here. Okay. And we'll check it out so you can see that our properties are just working fine, right? So what we have to do here is we have to make it stand out, right? So what we will be doing, we will be using box shadow properties. Okay. Let's come here and we'll give here box shadow properties. See, what we can do here is we can give multiple box shadows like on multiple axes, like on x-axis and y-axis as well, by using a single comma. We don't have to write the full statement again and again. Let me show you what exactly I'm talking about. Okay, so here I have written a box shadow property. Now what we will do here is we will give a little value, okay, like 0 pixels and 10 pixels. So what exactly I've written here is I'm just using the rule, clockwise rule. Like 0 pixels means that this box shadow property should come at 0 pixels from top. Okay, then I will write 10 pixels. That means 10 pixels from right. Then I will write another 10 pixels. That means 10 pixels from down. And that's it. I'm not gonna give for left side. Okay, now let's come to the color. Like what exactly color I'm gonna give it. I'm gonna give it 0, 0, 0, which is completely black, right? 0.1. No, it's kind of little bit of grayish color, So this is for offset x, that is x-axis. I will just use a single comma, okay? Then again, I will give, so I'm using single comma. This was for offset x. Now I will be using for offset y. So I don't have to write this full statement again. I can just completely do a comma and then again I will write pixels. So again 0 pixels for top and 5 pixels for right. Again around 5 pixels for down and 0 pixels for left side. Now again I will write RGBA. Okay. Inside this I will be giving some sort of color that is 0, 0, 0, 0, 0.30. What exactly I have done is I have just given alpha value. That means whether it should be gray color, whether it should be transparent or little bit dull. See, let's check how exactly our text is looking. Like you can see here, guys, that it's having a little bit of shadows, right? But it's not coming that much properly, right? So let's do one thing, increase the proper values. Let's give it around 18. Now let's check. See, now it is having some sort of shadows, right? As you can see, little shadows it's having. So it's, you can see it properly, right? That yeah, some sort of container it's there, right? See, like this. So this is how you can give box shadows, and you can make it little more visible, little more attractive, as if like this box was having shadows. So this is how box shadow works. Okay, let's change little more values. See, so this is our final product that we got. So see, this is how the box shadow property can be used. Okay, and you guys can do little more practice by implementing it again and again and again and using different values, so you will be better understanding the concept. Okay, so now let's come to another properties. Like right now you can see here, right, that this is some sort of link. Okay, now I want that one of these links should be less visible, less clear. It should be little in the background. So what we can do here is we can use opacity property. What it does is it can be used to make the text clear or a little fade. It's like if the value is 1, then it's opaque, little bit visible, little bit transparent, but completely not transparent at all. If the value is less than 0.5, then it's half see-through. That means it is halfly visible. And if it's completely 0, okay, and it's completely zero, it means that it's completely transparent and all. Now let me show you what exactly I'm talking. Let's do one thing, that in this I want that CSS should be more visible than HTML. So what I will be doing here is, HTML is here, right? Let's give it an ID of HTML, and let's give it an ID of CSS. Okay, now let's use ID, right? So to use an ID, we will use the star, then we'll use HTML. Now what I will be doing here is I will give it an opacity of around 0.5. Okay, so see, now HTML is halfway see through, like it's half, right? It's not clearly visible, not clearly transparent. If I give this completely 0, then you see it is went. It is completely transparent. It's not gone. It's there. If I will hover it, it's coming a click button. So let's do one thing. For this, I will be giving it an opacity of 0.6, suppose. Okay. Yeah. Little bit it's visible, because in this lecture I'm focusing more on CSS than HTML, right? So I have made it more clear that CSS is I'm doing with CSS. Yeah, then similarly same things you can do with CSS also. Suppose you write here CSS and you'll use opacity property, and suppose you are using 0.9. Okay, so it will be little faded up right now. You can see, right? It's little faded. So this is how you can adjust the opacity of elements using opacity function. Now let's come to another property that is called text transform property. So what text transform property does, it transforms the text into different forms, like it can transform a text into uppercase, or it can transform it to a lower case, or it can do it, capitalization and something. So let me show you, like in this particular example. Suppose I want that this HTML written, right now it's capitalized, but I don't want that it should be capitalized. I want that it should be small, right? Or it should be in lowercase. So what I can do here is I will go to HTML, okay, and I will write here text transform, and then I will write it lowercase. What it will do it now, see, our HTML is changed into, now you can see our HTML is changed into lowercase, right? Similarly, like suppose I want this whole heading, hey, right? Where exactly is the heading? This one. This heading should also be capitalized, right? It should be capitalized, right? Because it's a heading. It should look big. So now let's do one thing. In this heading, let's make our whole heading into uppercase. Like all the letters in this word should be capitalized. So for doing this, what we can do here is we will be using uppercase property, text transform, and then we will click on uppercase. What it will be doing is it will make every single letter of the word capitalized, or I should say into uppercase. But if by chance I would have written capitalized, right? Let's see. Right now you can see all the letters here. It is in small letter, right? Now let me go there, and instead of lowercase, I should make it capitalized. So what it will do here is it will, now let's do one thing. It is that we should change this. So right now it's little lowercase, right? You can see everything here, it's in small letters. Now instead of lowercase, I should write here capitalize. So what it will do here is, see, the first letter becomes capital. This is how the capitalize property works. Okay. Now there are few more properties, but I guess that you guys will be not using more. One property is that none. it means no properties will be applied. It will be simply as a regular or by default original text. Okay. Second one is initial. So what initial does is initial will make this value remain the same. That means as you have written it, it will be exactly the same. I know most of you will be not using this property, but just for knowledge purposes, I'm telling you. And another one it is that is inherit. So what it does, suppose this particular HTML lies under this big container, okay, and I have given some sort of properties in this big container. So using inherit will use those properties into this particular HTML file, like this particular box. Like let me say, for example, this whole container, I have given that these all the letters inside should be capitalized, right? Let me show you first. See, this is our full box, right? This is our box. So let's do one thing. Right now it's text transform, and right now I will write it uppercase. Okay. So now what I have done here is I have given this property to the whole element. Okay. Let's see what I'm talking about. See, right now all the elements have become capital, but if I change this here, like suppose instead of inherit, I keep it as initial. So what you will be watching here is, see, all elements are having that property, but this particular HTML block, it's not having that property. It's using its initial property, which I have given it by default. Okay. So this is how the property works. Let me remove that uppercase, and suppose I give it capitalize. Okay. All the first letter of the words have become capital, but that HTML element is still same because it is using its initial value. Now, if I gives it none, okay, by chance, let me give it a none value. See, giving none also will make it use the default value. So this is how you can use text transform This is how you can use text transform properties to transform your text into different ways. Now, the next property which I'm going to tell you guys, it is font size property. I guess I have already used this property before. This was how I was using this property to give different sizes of the text. Like right here in this font size, I gave it a 30 pixels, right? Similarly, in this content, I gave it a 20 pixels. So I already have taught you about how the font size property works. It just adjusts the size of the font however you want. So let's come to the another property and skip this. So now you guys know what font size does. Let's come to another properties, that is line height. See, right now here in this particular example, you can see right now the line height of elements are little bit unadjusted, right? It's like, suppose if you want that you have to increase the line height, that elements, the height between the lines should be more. So you can adjust it by using a simple property known as line height property. Let's go to our paragraph tag, and inside this, I should give it line height of 5 pixels. Right now you can see if when I gave it a 5 pixels, see it is completely distorted, right? Now let me show you how to adjust it using property. Let's go to paragraph, and here line height. By using our mouse, we can easily adjust. Like right now you can see, right? See, when it's 0, it's completely into one line, right? When I will be slowly increasing that, see, now I give 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, like that. When the value is increasing, the gap between line is also increased. That is height. The height between lines is also increasing. So this is how exactly how line height property works. See, when I give it a 27 pixel, see, this is the gap between the lines. So this is how you use line height property to adjust the height between the lines. Coming to our next property is the hover, or you can say like in this example, you can see right now this particular links. It's quite little boring, right? Why I'm saying like that? Because see, when you comes here, when you hovers on this element, nothing happens. Exactly nothing. But to make it a little interesting, we can use hover property. Like right now, let's come to HTML. Right, we want that magic should happen when we goes or when we hovers on HTML. So I will write HTML, then I will use hover. So what it does now, whatever properties I will write within this bracket, it will be implemented whenever I will hover on that HTML element. I should say color should become some kind of like black, okay? And opacity should be 1, okay? Now let's have a look what exactly it happened. Right. Style, yeah, here, let it be 25. Now it will be fine. See, right now, when I will hover on HTML, see, this is how our hover property works. Whenever I'm hovering on HTML, the color is changing and the opacity, I have set it to 1. So opacity is also changing, right? Now, if I wanted, I can do a simple thing is, let's do one thing, let's add a little bit of font styles also, right? Let us go to font style and then let's change it to italic. So whenever I will hover on that particular HTML block, it will change into italic. See, like that. So this is how hover property works, and this is how using hover you can change the elements and you can make it in some sort of different way. In this video, we will be learning more about positioning, how exactly we can position our elements, how we can make elements a little different, and change the positions using top light and CSS offsets, etc. So let's begin. So for today's video, let me make another one and let me name it as positioning. So our boilerplate is ready here. By just using an exclamation mark, we have made a boilerplate. And now let's make some divs fast and soon. We'll be making here a div dot, and I'll name it as body. Inside this, I will bring one heading. So what exactly I have done here is I have given a first heading and I have named it as hello. Then next what I will be doing here is I will be giving another heading and I'll name it as second heading. And I'll name it as hello again. Okay. Similarly, I will make another paragraph and I will write some random lines of code like lorem 50. Okay. So our code is ready. Now let's see how exactly it's looking. Okay. So this is how exactly our text is looking right now. Okay. Like this. So now let me tell you what exactly is the meaning of positioning. So here, as you can see, every element has its own space and its positioning. In HTML, every element has a given space. And in CSS, we particularly names it as block. So what block does, block defines the space or the position where our element will be placed. Suppose in this you can see the first heading, it is a block according to CSS. So you can see it is taking the whole space or you can say the whole width of the element. When you can see paragraphs as well are also a block. So everything comes under new line. But if you will refer to images and all, then you will be getting to know that images comes under same line. Like suppose if I will attach an image after a paragraph, it will be coming here right as well. This is how a block elements are. Okay. And if you say it's about inline elements, so inline elements are elements like images and spans. These are blended around or uh, surrounded to this block elements. Okay. So all the things which I told you, like block elements and inline elements, these all makes a flow which is called as normal flow. But CSS gives us the power to adjust these elements and position it however we want. To use this amazing feature, CSS has given us a property named as position, and we can use it to override or to change the places of our elements in HTML. So there are multiple ways to adjust the position in our HTML. Okay, and some commons are like relative. Okay, let me tell you what I'm talking about. Let's attach a style tag here. Okay, and inside this style tag, I will take our H1 heading. So one such property of our position, it is called as relative. So what exactly is relative? Relative gives us the power to adjust our elements relative to its original position. Like suppose suppose our element is here right now. So we can arrange this element relative to its position. Okay. Let me show you what I'm talking about. Yeah, it comes here. Like top, I will give it about, let's keep it side by side so that you guys can better see it, right? Let's give it about 50 pixels. Okay, see. Now our element first heading has came 50 pixels below from top. That means the position where it was according to our normal flow. That means the position where it is supposed to be. From that position, it has came 50 pixels down. Or it now, let's make it 15 pixels. But you can clearly see that changing that particular heading is not at all affecting any of our elements. Our elements are not at all moving from their places. So this is how the property works, which is position property. Now, next, let's come to our second topic, that is what are CSS offsets. Offsets is like, see, there are various offsets like top, bottom. Yeah. So, yeah. Then left, and similarly, there is one more called right. Yeah. So it's like, suppose, see, when I have given it a property of top, you can clearly see our bottom property is not working that much. See, our element is not at all changing. So we cannot put all the properties at the same time. We have to choose some correspondings like top or bottom or left or right. It's like that. This is how CSS offsets are. Okay. Like if I will remove this bottom property also, and if I remove this right property also, nothing is going to change. And you see, when I remove the left, it immediately changed. Now, if I want to give it a right, and I'll give it around 50 pixels, and see, our element will go exactly their side. Technically, according to HTML, it should be not possible, but we are changing the positions using our property. So, other elements are not at all affecting, it's just that particular heading who's getting affected. So let's come to our another property of position, that is absolute. So unlike relative, absolute is little different. Like right now you can see relative was allowing us to change the positions in a normal and simple way, right? It was not disturbing any other elements. But position absolute is not like that. And if we give an element position absolute, then what it will does, it will fix it corresponding to its outer element or outer container. Okay. Let me better explain you using an example. Like right now, all these texts are stored under a div called body. What we'll be doing here is I will remove all these things. Just a second. And here I will write body. And inside body, now I will give it a position relative. Okay. That means we can adjust the elements in this container, inside this container. Okay. And now what we will give position absolute to this first heading. See what exactly happened right now, if you guys might be asking. It's just giving position absolute has fixed this right here, and all these other elements which were present has ignored it. Right now, according to this HTML doc, according to the other elements, this first heading is not there and it's not existing. Okay, so as you can see, it has automatically shifted upwards. This is how absolute property is. Now, again, similarly as relative, we can use here our elements, or you can say CSS offsets, like top. I will give it here around 50 pixels again. You guys will be asking like what exactly is happening, why all these three elements are going. See, for our whole div or whole container, we have made it relative, which means all these elements inside can be moved. But for the first heading, we have made it absolute, right? It means if I will write this particular offset inside this element, then this particular heading will only move, right? Yeah, you can see it, right? Let me give it 70. Now it seems to be fine and at a proper place. Similarly, let's give it left as well, so that it can come little centered. Okay. So this is how, or this is exact difference between relative and absolute. If you guys will be having any doubts regarding the relative and absolute, then do comment out. I will be answering it. Okay. Now let's come to our another topic, that is positioning using fixed. You guys will be asking what exactly is fixed. See, till now we were dealing with absolute and fixed. Fixed is something different very much. It fixes our element. That means if we will even scroll it down, element will not move. It will be just stuck upwards. Let me show you what I'm talking about. Instead of absolute, I will write here as fixed. Okay, so this particular heading is just fixed there. Now let's do one thing. Let's give it a height of about 150 VH. That is 150% of our visible height. Okay. So now you can see, right, that we have got a scroll bar. If I'm even scrolling here, our element is not at all moving. It has fixed to its position, right? You can see it. It's like other things remaining that is moving. So this is how our positioning fixed works. It has just fixed our element into one single place so that it can't move at all. And if you guys will be asking that what exactly is the difference between absolute and fixed, so it's just fixed doesn't allows element to move while scrolling, or here where if an element is absolute, it will be moving whatever happens. It will be not stopping while doing the scroll. Okay. Now let's learn more about another property called float. Till now you were learning about fixed. It means we have fixed our element. Now float makes our elements stick towards the sides. Like it will align our elements towards left or right so that we can properly align it, right? Let me explain it more with an example, that is See, I have removed all the positioning. Now I have wrote a float and I will give it as right. Okay. Now our element will be gone towards right. And now what I will do, I will similarly, I will write here about the second heading. Okay. I will give it sim. I will write here float. And similarly, I will write here as left. Or let's do one thing, switch the positions up. Let's give it also left. Let's give this one right. I guess I have not wrote. Yeah. See, this was here. Now, what exactly has happened here is we gave it a float and we have defined its position towards its side. As you can see, I gave it a positioning of right and this one of left. So our element is now arranged according to our positioning. Here you can see it, right, that now it has arranged towards this direction. So this was about the positioning. Now, sometimes what happens, like we might have used these properties and we might have aligned our elements, but some elements are overlapping each other. So if we want to adjust these elements, we can use z index. In HTML, suppose if I have written two elements, so the one which is coming down or which is in the bottom will be showing up first. Let's take an example. Let's do one thing. I should make a file name zindex.html. Okay. Now in this file, I will be making two boxes or two circles. Okay. Now I will be making two divs. Okay. Div 1. Inside this first box, similarly, I will make here as second box. Okay. Now let's adjust the elements and gives it a styling so that it will be little more visible. Div body. So I will use a class body, and inside this body, I will write width around 600 pixels. I will give height around 300 pixels. Okay. And margin I will give 30 pixels or face. Yeah, that much. Pretty. 0px, 0px. Okay. Now let's come to our box, that is first box. And we'll give it a background color of green. Suppose green yellow, okay? And its position is absolute, okay? That means all the other elements present will ignore him. Similarly, we'll make second box. And I will give this one a background color of aqua. Same position will be absolute. Okay. Now let's check exactly how our element is looking. See, right now only one color is visible, right? You guys will be asking why is that so? Our another color is hidden right behind of it because both elements have absolute, which means the one who is above will be ignored by the another one, right? Let me adjust a little bit of things. Like if I will write here top 20 pixels and left. Now you guys will be easily seeing that yeah, some of our box is behind of it, right? So this is how it will be looking. But if I want that the green box should come just above, so we can use z index. Okay, like suppose I gives it a z index of 2. Not this one actually, to the first. If I gives it a z index of 2, you can see our green is coming above. So what exactly values can I give? So we can give any values like whole number, but it should not be decimal to our z index, right? You can give any values, any whole numbers, natural numbers, but except decimal. You guys will be asking why I have written 2 here, right? I have written you by because sometimes it happens that when we are using multiple files, like right now, instead of this one, if by chance we would have got another one, wait, I will make another box here, third box. And if I will copy all these properties and I will make another one for our third box, instead of aqua, let's give it a red. So you can clearly see, right, that there are 3 elements right now. You know, 20, I'll give it a 40. And this one also I'll give it a 40. Now you can see that exactly there are 3 elements. Now, if I want that the middle one should come first, how can I exactly do it? So if I want, so how exactly can I use my properties to bring that second element upwards? So what I can do here is I can give z index to everybody. Yeah, see. Z index, suppose I'll give this one 3. Okay. Suppose I will give this one z index 2 and this one z index. Okay. So now, according to you guys, which one should come? Comment down below, stop the video right now and comment which one according to you should be visible. See, you can see aqua is visible because the value which I have given it is more than the value of another one right here. By chance, if I would have given this one, suppose this first box is having 3 value, then you can see that our green screen is clearly the visible first. Right? See, it's like green screen has the biggest value, so it's getting the first preference. Then aqua is getting the second preference, and the red one is getting the third preference. If by chance I will switch these numbers, like if I give this 3, if I give this the 2, and if I give this, now let's check. See, now our red one is getting the first preference, green one is getting the second preference, and the blue one is getting the first. Now you can see the red one is getting the first preference, blue one is getting second preference, and the aqua is getting third preference. By chance, if I suppose if I removes red one, right? If I remove this red box completely, like this, then let's see the green one is getting the second preference, right? As I told you. So this is how z index works. We will be learning about the margin property, how it works, and how can we do some changes using linear gradient and furthermore. So without wasting time, let's go. So for that, let's come to our VS Code and put on some code. Okay. So for that, I will go on VS Code and I'll create a new file. I'll name it as margin. because for the first topic we will be learning about the margin of elements. Okay, so this is the margin. Now we'll create a basic boilerplate. So we will give it a basic boilerplate by using emit abbreviation. Okay, now what I will do here is I will create a div. Okay, inside this div I will just give it a basic class that is box. Okay, so I have given just a basic class. Now let's do one thing. We'll go to our style elements, and inside this style elements, what I will write here is I will give it a width of, sorry, let's select our div that is box. Inside this I will give it a width of 100 pixels and a height of 100 pixels. Okay, and what I will do here is I will give it a color, suppose red, so that you can better see it. Okay, now let's go on a code and check how it's exactly is looking. Okay, so as you can see here right now, wait, I guess something might have happened. Box, this class is fine. And what I have done here is box with, okay. See, what exactly happened here is I have to give a background color, okay, instead of color. Why? Because here we are not talking about the text, okay. We are talking about an element like a box which we have created. So its background color will be red. See, right now it's situated right exactly towards left. But we want that it should have a margin, right? So what we can do here is we will give it a margin order. What this will do is will automatically shift our element towards between. Like if I will shrink it also, right? I'll see right now when I'm making it big, it's automatically adjusting itself towards the center, right? So you can see if I have made it absolutely short, it has still it is still in the center. So this is how our margin property works, right? So if you have any doubt, like you have to make some changes, you have to do some adjustments so that you can better understand, but still if you have some doubts, then yeah, you can comment down. Now, let's move on further and understand what exactly are complementary colors. So, the colors, which is opposite towards themselves, like the colors, but when combining forms a gray color and they cancels out each other. Those colors are known as complementary colors. Okay. So, let me tell you some of the complementary colors, like red, red and green, and like blue and yellow. All these, these are all are basically our complementary colors. So now let's do one thing. We'll create another box. Okay. Let's do one thing. I have created another box. I'll name it as box 2. Okay. And whatever properties are written here, I will just simply copy paste it like this, and I'll change the color to like, red. Sorry, green. And what I have to do here, like if right now, if you will see here, these a div is a block element, right? So it has arranged, like it will take whole width, so it has arranged exactly down. Now what I have to do here is I will write here div. I will give a class like, you know div should be display should be inline block. Okay, so what it will do, like if you have understood or not, but I will tell you, it will align both the elements in the same places, just like this. Okay. And our margin property will not work on that, as I told you as before. Okay. To make that margin property work, we have to make every element to the block. But since it's inline, it will not work. So this is how our elements are, like these both are, the color red and green, and If you want to learn more about complementary colors, just Google it. Okay, so you will get to know like what exactly is complementary colors. If you want, I will show you. Like you just have to do one thing is you just have to go on any of the search engine and you have to just search. Like I will search here is complementary colors, complementary colors. So what exactly is complementary color? Like yeah, you can see is red's opposite is green. Okay, blue's opposite is kind of orange. So these are all our complementary colors. You can learn more about these complementary colors by yourself or by using simple go here and then you go MDN references. If you want to learn more about that, you can simply click here and you will be reaching on some Mozilla website. There you can understand more about complementary colors. So moving on further on the topic, let's study about adjusting the colors of variable elements of complementary colors. Moving on to the further topic, actually what I have done here is I have skipped the tertiary color for now so that we can go below and we can learn more about the complementary colors. Okay. Now what I will do here is I will cover this tertiary videos later on the video. So let's begin on more about this one. So for that I will make a new file and I'll name it as complementary color.html. So this is a complementary colors.html, simple boilerplate. And after boilerplate, what I will do, I will make three things. Okay. Firstly, I will write h1 heading. Okay. Yeah, something else which I'll name it as. Okay. I'll leave it like that. Okay. Or you can do whatever. I'll say good afternoon. Hmm. Then I will write a paragraph. 30. Now what I will do here is I will make two buttons. Like button number 1, sign in. Okay. And button number 2, that will be login. Something like that. So these are the two buttons, and after that button I can again create all these things, or I can again repeat all these things just like this. Copy, paste. So let's go and check how exactly it's looking right now. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah. So it's looking something like that, right? Like good afternoon and few content is written. Let's do one thing. Let's increase the amount of numbers. Instead of here, I'll write lorem 50. Similarly, I'll write here as lorem 100. Right? Now it will look little better. Yeah, you can see here it's looking a little fine. So now let's do one thing. Let's give it a little bit of styling, right? Let's put it like that way so that you can see live implementation, right? Like whatever code I'm writing, what that effect is happening in the code. So I will go here and here I will write our style tag just below our heading. Style. Inside this style, what I will do here is I will select my h1 heading and I'll write text align center. Yeah, see, it has aligned a text to the center. Okay, now I will give it border border of 3 pixels, solid green, round, gold. Yeah, yeah, I think gold will work a little bit, right? Or let's do one thing. I'll write aqua. It should be little, pleasant for the eyes. Yeah, it's working, kind of, right? We'll adjust with it. Or you can change it according to your convenience, right? It's looking something like that right now. For now let's do one thing. We'll give it a little more changes, is like, you know, over here and here. What I will do here is I will write one more, that is border radius 3 pixels, so that it should look little bit of curvy in nature. Yeah, it's looking fine a little more. And now let's come to our paragraph tag. Paragraph tag. Inside this paragraph tag, we'll give more stylings. Okay. Like, what should I do? I will write font family. I'll change its font family to sans serif. Okay. And what I will do, I will write here font size little more large. So this is how our code is looking for now, right? And similarly, I'll go for buttons. Inside our buttons, I'll write, let's check, see, whenever I am clicking on the button, nothing more likely is happening, right? So what I will say, text decoration, or sorry, like cursor, cursor, pointer. Yeah, see, it's looking like little cursor pointer, and background color, aqua. That's not nice. Kind of. I'll write button, background color, or you can say just color, aqua. So if you guys are not understanding like what exactly I'm writing right now, right? So don't worry. Whatever I'm writing, everything will be explained in this whole course. Like, just to do little bit of changing, I'm doing it, but I will be teaching all the things, whatever it's there in this particular code. Okay. So what I have done here is I have made a basic website kind of thing. Like, it says good afternoon, then it has lorem ipsum, then it has some buttons, right? Now, what I have to do here is, for this particular topic, we were about to adjust elements by using complementary colors. Okay. So what exactly complementary colors are, I have told you just right now. We have to just put some of the complementary colors. Like for the first paragraph, I'll give it a color of green. Sorry, you can say green. Hmm. I'll give it a green. Okay, and it's looking something, some sort of like that. And for the heading, I'll give it a of color of red, so that it should be having complementary colors which cancels out each other. Okay, so this is how our website is looking when we are using complementary colors, right? Yeah, complementary colors can be used in different websites. Like, many websites uses complementary colors, so this is a basic use of complementary colors. Further, if you want to learn more about complementary colors, then you can search on Google and something like that, and I will prefer this basic knowledge is enough. Let's move on to the further topic, that is creating a gradual CSS linear gradient. Okay, so what exactly is that? Okay, so moving on further to another topic, that is using a CSS, or you can say creating a CSS gradient linear gradient. So what exactly is linear gradient? You might have seen in many of the websites like a little some sort of difference in the colors. How linear gradient is exactly expressed, it's by it is usually used in background property. Then we'll write linear gradient. Wait, I will show you what exactly I'm talking about. Okay, so it goes here, like you can see it says no background color. What I can do here is I'll write here uh, I'll write here background, and inside this background I'll write linear gradient. Okay, so inside linear gradients there is three things, or you can say basically mostly two things. First is the degree, like if you write 90-degree, then the elements will start horizontal, that it will make from like that. And if you write 45 degrees, then it will come diagonally. So this is how color changes. So what I have to basically write, first I have to write degree, that is 90 degree, dig will work fine. Then we have to write the colors like red, suppose, and then you have to write green. Okay, so this is how our linear gradient will be. Now let's go and check. See, you can see here, right? Like our code is how exactly it's looking. It's like it starts from red all the way to green. Well, let's do one thing. Instead of writing in the h1 tag, we'll give this to body. Body, and inside body we'll paste it. So what it will do, it will, our full website will be having that sort of colors, right? You can see it. This is how a linear gradient works. Our full website has changed. If I will write here 45 degrees instead of 90, like wait a second, I'll write 45 degrees instead of 90. Then what it has happened, it's going diagonally, right? Like just like that it's going, but we don't want like that. 90-degree works, or you can say looks just fine. So 90-degree is the thing which we will be doing here, right? Now let's move on to the further topic, that is using a CSS linear gradient to create a stripped, or you can say stripped element, right? So what exactly is a stripped element? It will be like crisscross, crisscross. You might maybe have seen in some of the websites, but I guess mostly people doesn't use that. It doesn't look quite that much, inspiring. But what you can do here is you can use it. Okay. Now let me show you an example how it is written. So for that, instead of linear gradient, we have to write here repeating linear gradient. Okay. Inside this repeating linear gradient, we will write some of the things, that is again a degree, okay, like 90 deg, that will be the same. If you want, you can change it, right? And except that you have to give a color. Like in my case, I have to give a yellow color, okay, that will be around 10 pixels, okay, and then I have to give some of the more colors, like we'll give here red 30 pixels. Pixels and all, it's completely depends on practice. Okay, like see, right now it's looking something like that, like crisscross, crisscross, it's showing now. The more I will be adding colors, the more it will be getting variations. Like suppose if I add here blue, uh like 10 pixels again. Let's give it a 10 as well. Now let's check, see, it has become something like that. Wait, I have to do some adjustments and it will be looking just, see. So this is how, like the more degree you will be giving, like more pixels you will be adding, the more color variation will be there. Like if I will give more pixels to yellow, yellow will be looking more. Like if I will give 50, exactly like 50 pixels, then it will be like cancelled out. Our blue will be getting the preference, right? Let's do blue 0 pixels and then see. It's- you can basically play with that. Just I'm just teaching you all the topics so that you can understand about linear gradients. Mostly people refer it to use in their website. Mostly doesn't. These things completely depends upon you. Now, what is our next topic? It is, creating a texture by adding a subtle pattern in the background image. So what most people will do, they will, the pro players or the pro coders, they does make their background by using different properties. But some people does what, some people will just simply download an image and they will just attach an image in their website to look or to make it attractive. For that, you can also do that. Like I'll write here a new file that is background.html. Inside this, I just have to write a basic boilerplate. Okay. I have already actually downloaded some image here. See, this is the image that I can give texture of in my website. Okay. So just to give a texture, I'll copy it here and I'll paste it right here. So our images also came here. What I have to do here is I just have to give a background color. I will around back. So for that, what I have to do here is I will just do one thing. I'll go to the style tag. Inside style tag, I'll write background. Background. I'll write star says for more, like every element. Star denotes that all the elements which is present, we are talking about that. Then background, then URL. Inside the URL, we'll write text 31.png, whatever it says, name or something like that. Copy path. I'll go for background. So what is happening here is this, instead of here, I'll just write like that. Okay. So what I have to do here is I have to do some changes like this. Then it will be working quite fine, right? Okay. So let's do one thing. I think this website will not attach. So instead of using this URL, what I will do here is I will write backslash and this image. So our image is attached. Now let's open it with live server, and as you can see, our website has got a background color. So this is how we can align, or we can give a background color to our website. But for this course, we will be giving, or we will be doing some of the grid projects. We will be giving a specific background structure or texture, whatever you say, for our projects. Okay. So coming on to another topic, that is using CSS transform scale property to scale an element on hover. Okay. What exactly this property does is, as I just now did, like, you saw that hover thing. What it will do here is, let me show you first. Wait, I should go to the code, and here I'll go to the colors thing, and I will just remove this gradient. Okay. Instead of gradient, let's see our button, where this button was, right? See, this button is here. What I will do here is I will write transform, and inside this transform, I will use its scale property, and I'll write 2.0. So what it says is whenever I will hover on the button, it should be transformed. That means its size should increase twice. Let me show you, or by opening it live server. See, whenever I will hover on that button like that, it will transform and its size will be double. So this is how our transform property works. You can do more things, like you can you can go on paragraph, and below this paragraph I will write hover, and inside this hover then I will write transform, and I will write scale 1.5. Okay. So what it will do, whenever I will hover on paragraph tags, it will transform into 1.5 times. Like see, like as soon as I'm hovering on it, I will go here, it's increasing its size. So this is how transform property works. In this video, we will be learning furthermore about the transform property using SKUX and SKUY. Then we will be learning about the graphics, that how can we create graphics using CSS. Then we will be learning that how can we exactly create complex structures using HTML and CSS. And then we will be learning about keyframes, that how animation works in our web pages, and how can we use CSS to create animations. Then we will be using CSS animation to change the hover state of a button, like what exactly happens when we hovers on a button. Then we will be learning about modifying fill property. Then we will be making a moving animations, like you might have seen various animations in website that whenever you opens a website, some properties or some element starts to move. These things we'll be learning on today in today's video. Then we will be learning about the fading, like you might have seen that some elements comes like from left to right, and they will just fade. Like when they are on left they will be fully bright, and when they will reach to right they will be completely vanished. So these are all the things that we will be learning in today's video. So without wasting time, let's go. And I'm sure you are liking this series of our CSS videos, and if you are liking them, do like, share to the channel, do like, share the video. Let's go on. So for that, let's make a new, let's make a new file, and we will name it as qproperty.html. Fine. We will make it like that. So we have made our, now we will make boilerplate by using exclamation mark. Then what I will exactly write here, I will make two divs, separate divs. One div will be named as div.red. Then another one div will be there. I will name it as div.green. Okay. So I have created two divs. Now let's go for style, and we'll style it. Okay. So that we can create a proper color, or we can give a proper color to them. So for that, let's go for div. Then inside div, I will write width will be 50%. Okay. Then inside width, I will write height 170 pixels. Then inside that, I will give it a margin of 50 pixels. Okay. Leave it. Let's leave the margin for now. Let's just give height and width. Fine. Now let's go for our specific colors, that is red. Inside red, I will give a background color red. And similarly for green one, let's give it a background color of green. Okay. Now let's go and check the code, like how exactly it's looking. Fine. Let's see. So right now you can see that it's looking some sort of like that. I have made a flag, right? Just it's because I have not given them the margin. Okay. And I'll give it a margin auto. Fine. Let's see. Now it has came into center, right? But let's do one thing for the top. Let's give it 50 pixels. Let's give it a 50 pixels on the top, so that it will be having little spaces between them, right? See, right now it's looking somewhat like that. Okay. So now what exactly is skew? So what skew does, skew x means x-axis and skew y means y-axis. Whenever I will write some code in x, it will change our element towards x-axis, and whenever I will write skew y, it will change our elements towards y-axis, right? So let me show you how. What I will do here is, I will go for particular color, and inside that I will write transform, and inside transform I will write skew, that is qx. Inside qx I have to give a degree, that how much degree I want my element should be slanted or standing towards, right? Suppose I gives my element 24 that is 24 degrees. So you can see our red element has slanted 24 degrees towards x-axis. And similarly, if I give a x-axis of to this particular element, like instead of 24 axis, let's suppose I'll give it a 45 degrees. So now you can see our element has slanted towards 45 towards x-axis by 45 degrees. So this is how skew x works. Like other rather than skew x, if I just changes it to y, right? Then what will happen? It will change our element towards y direction to 45 degrees. Okay, let's line it here. Fine. Now let's go, and here what I will do, instead of 45, I'll just give it a 15 degrees. Yeah, 15 seems to be more, right? Let's go and give it a minus. What minus will do, it will take it towards opposite direction, right? So let's give it 10. 10 seems to be fine, right? Yeah, little fine, I will say. Still not the worth it one. 8. Yeah, it's a little bit like that. Okay, fine. Leave it. So I'm sure that you are understanding the basic concept, like how exactly SKUX and SKUY works, right? Let's for now just let's keep it X itself. X. Yeah, it's looking a little fine, right? So this is how our SKUX works. Okay, and SKUY. Mostly it's not necessary to use that because we never makes any website or any things like that. So it is not that much important for you. But in case if it is, then yeah, like you can see to create some structures like that. Like I don't know what it is, but still you can understand the concept, right? Let's remove this margin so that you will understand what I'm talking about. Like, I have made some sort of flag kind like in CC1. So yeah, to SKUX is used or SKUY is used to make functions like that. Now let's come to our another topic of the day, that is creating a graphics using CSS. So till now we learned about the common things like how to transform or how to change elements, but for now we will be learning about creating a graphics, like graphic kind which has shadows, 3D kind of structure. So for creating that, let's go back to our VS Code, and here we will create a file name uh, graphics. Okay, .html. So to create a graphic, we need nothing much, just we need few things. First, let's create a div. That's it, mostly. Now go for style. Inside style, I have to just do some styling. Okay, that is wait. Let me do some styling. That is first select div. Inside div, let's give it a background color of pink seems a little nice, right? Pink. Then I will give it position. Position will be absolute. Okay. Then I'll give some of the things, that is margin, auto. Now let's see how it's looking. Do one thing, give it a class that is what? Or moon, as you like. What we are going to do actually, we are going to create a crescent moon, that is, some sort of crescent moon. You guys might be knowing what I'm talking about. Because in CSS, it says that it is the easiest structure to create, or the people can create it very easily. So I'm going to make that moon. So for that, what I have to do here is, firstly, I have given it a background color of pink, then I've given it a position absolute. Okay, then I have to decide it width, that is 100 pixels, and same as height pixels. Okay, and similarly I have to make height 100 pixels. Fine. Yeah. So for now I have given it a width and height also. It's looking here like that, right? Technically that margin doesn't means anything to it. Yeah. So instead of that, let's give it a box shadow, because what we are going to do, going to make that uh, graphics using box shadow and border radius. Okay. So what I have to do here is I have to give it a border first. Border radius around, how much should I give? Border radius of about, suppose 2 pixels. Yeah, 2 pixels will just do fine. Then what I will give it a box shadow. Box shadow does? Box shadow gives a shadow throughout, like around our element. So we have to give the coordinates, that is top, left, clockwise notations, clock, uh, top, right, bottom, left, like that sort of. So what I'm going to give it around 20 pixels top, 20 pixels up, sorry, 20 pixels. Then I'm going to give them a box shadow, right? So what exactly is box shadow? Box shadow will give the shadow throughout, or you can say around our elements. It contains of four things, that is offset X, offset Y, and then there is blur radius, and then is spread radius. Okay. So what is offset X? If I will give value of offset X, shadow will come towards X axis, and if I will give a shadow like offset Y, if I will give a value of offset Y, then value shadow will come towards offset Y. Let me show you, like 20 pixels of as of offset X, and same 15 pixels. This is offset Y. Okay. Then I have to give a blur radius, that how much pixels my radius should be visible. So let's give it a 10 pixels, and spread radius also 10 pixels, right? And then I have to give a color. Which color I should give? Dark pink. Dark pink. This one works. Okay. So let's go to our code and see. See, for now, our element is looking some sort of like that, right? Let's give it a little more styling. Top 0, bottom 0, left 0, right 0. You guys have to tell me why exactly I've written top, bottom, left, right 0. Okay. I hope everybody might have, I hope everybody might have watched my positioning video, in which I have taught you about relative and absolute positioning. So now you have to comment down below that why I have written top, bottom, left, right 0, and what is the role of that. Okay. So do tell me that. Till then I'll write a margin of 50 pixels, 50 pixels, 50 pixels. Okay. So what I have done here is I've given a margin of 50, 50, 50 pixels. But if you want, you have to make it in center, right? So you can just do one thing, margin. Yeah, it will do something like that there. So I have made a structure till now, right? Now let's go and now let's do some styling in it. Okay. So to make a crescent-like structure, firstly, what I have to do here is I have to give a border radius of 50%. What it will do, it will make it a circle, right? As you can see clearly. Then the second thing which I have to do here is I have to make it transparent, sort of transparent. Okay. So instead of having some color, it has become transparent. Now what I can do here, I can do little more styling to make it a perfect crescent shape. Okay. Like instead of having 20 or 15 pixels, I can do just 10 here and 10 here, right? And let's give 0 pixels to blur radius and 0 pixels to spread radius. Yeah, right now you can see that our code has got our moon ready. Yeah, you can see, right? You can just you can just adjust the settings from here, like while keeping it on split screen. So like how it should be to make a perfect shape as you like. Fine. But for me, let's keep it 0 itself because it's not looking that much great. So see, this was this much easy it was to create a crescent shape moon structure, right? If you have any doubt on this topic, then do comment down. I will I will try my best that you can understand, and I will clear your doubts as well. So now moving on further, let's create a much complex shape using CSS and HTML. Fine. So for now, you learned that how can we create a crescent moon. Now let's go and create another structure. For that, let's go back to VS Code and we'll go and we'll create a new file that is complex graphics.html. Okay, so I have created a I have created a file named complexgraphics.html. I think I have written a wrong spelling. Yeah. So I have created a file named complexgraphics.html. In this, I will attach a boilerplate. Then what I will do here is I will write a code. Okay. I just have to create one single file. I have to create a div. I'll name it as art. Fine. So to make a complex graphics, first you have to understand some of the pseudo elements, that is after and before. Okay. So before creates a pseudo element that is, the first, or you can say the beginning of any element. And after creates a pseudo elements that is after, like ending of that element. Okay. I'm sure this was just a theoretical part. When we will be writing and when we will be doing a practical example, then you will be understanding better. Okay, so let's go and let's do some coding right here. Fine. So to create a graphics, let's go for our style tag. Inside style tag, I will create some of the files, right? That is, first I will select hard. So let's do one thing. Okay, instead of writing that whole full sort of code, I have already made a file for you so that you can understand. Here it is. Okay, this is the file I've already created, right? Let's do one thing. Let's run this file and let's exactly show you. See, this is a complex, you can say, graphic using HTML CSS. So what exactly I have done in this? Firstly, I have give a normal class to our heart, that is our class. In this, I have given it a position absolute. That means it is fixed. Okay, it cannot be moving away. It will be not affected by these top bottoms and all. Then second thing what I have done here is I have given it a height of 70 pixels and a width of 70 pixels as well. Then margin I have given it is auto. What auto will does, auto will align it towards the center. Okay. And the second thing which I have done here is I have given it a background color. That is a little bit shade of pink. Right. If I want, I can do little bit of changes and I can make it of any color. Like right now, my heart color is changed. Yeah, you can see it, right? So this is, I have given a color. Then I have used transform property, that is transform rotate. And I have rotated it to 45 degrees towards up, right? Then I have removed this one and we'll save it for later part in the video, right? Right. Then I have used a pseudo elements, that is hard before. That means before one side and after will be another side. Before, in that I have used a content and I have given an ND string. Inside that I have used a background color similar as I have used above. Then a border radius of 50%. Right. And then I have did everything exactly the same. Let's do one thing. Let's comment it out so that you can understand what one selector element is. This is without pseudo elements. without our pseudo elements, this was our code. It was looking like this, right? You can see it here. It was looking somewhat like that, right? But now when I have did this, now it's looking like a heart because it has made two pseudo elements. Let me inspect and let me tell you what I'm talking about. Okay, like we'll go for here body then heart. Okay, inside this heart, if you will go for styling, right, you can clearly see that our div is going towards x-axis 45 degrees. Then we have used two pseudo elements, that is one is on x-axis and another one is there, right? This is our element all about, right? Now let's go back to code and see. I know that it's very difficult for you to understand, but the more you will practice, the more you will get it. I will put a link in the description which will be having this code. So you have to go in the description, download that code, and you have to run it by yourself. You have to analyze all the elements that what exactly these elements are doing. You have to do some checking, like by going here, if I will uncheck it, what happens? If I will check it, what is happening? Then if I'll remove top, then yeah, you have to do all that by your own. Then only you can understand what is happening here, right? So this was all about a complex graphics. Now moving on further, let's go and create animations using keyframes, right? So what is a keyframe? So to understand how animation works in our website, you have to go and you have to understand the keyframes rules. Keyframe is like it's kind of a set of rules which starts whenever a website is loaded, that keyframe property runs. Then we have to give multiple areas. Like keyframe works around has keyframes has three things, that is animation name. Okay. Then inside there is animation duration. Like first thing we have to name that what will be exactly the name of our animation that we want to make. Then for how many duration our animation should work whenever a website is open. These two things I have to give. Then we have to go and we have to write keyframes. Inside that keyframes, there is a lot of things, right? Like there is mostly people uses three, 0%, 50%, and 100%. So what they will do, first you have to give for 0%, that when our animation is starting, what should happen. Then comes 50%, then comes 100%. You can choose any percentage between 0 and 100 to give your animation. Let's go and let's type a code so that you can understand it better. Let's remove this and I'll write here. Let's write here animation.html. Okay, so our animation.html file is ready. Then we have given it a basic boilerplate. Inside this, I, I have to give it animation. I have given a class name animation. Then we'll go for style tag. Style tag. Inside style tag, I have to give some of the basics, right? So inside this div, I have to give some basic classes, right? That I have to declare it a height 70 or I'll say 100 pixels. Then I have to give it a width of 100 pixels. Then I have to give many things, like I have to give it a color. Okay. Uh, I'll give, say background color aqua. Okay. I have given it a background color as well. Then I have given it a border radius. Fine. Like what border radius? I have to give it a 5 pixels border radius. Now let's go and check the code. So this is how our code is running. Okay. Now I have to give a margin. I'll give it a margin 50 pixels, and then I'll give it an auto. Okay. So our margin has came. We have given a margin here. Okay. Now 150 pixels and 150 pixels. I have increased the size, right? Now, how our exactly animation works, right, is that we have to give few things. Okay. That is like we have to give our animation name. Inside animation name, I'll give suppose keyframes, or let's give something else, right? Or you can say color. Fine. I have named my animation as color. Then I'll give it animation duration. That will be about 3 seconds. It's not, we have to give full code length. I have just written 3 seconds. That will work. Now I have to write here keyframes. I'll write keyframes. Inside keyframes, I'll give the name of my animation, that is color. Fine. Inside this color, now I have to decide few percentages like 0%. I'll say 0%. Then its background color should become blue. Fine. Then I will write for 50%. Then when my animation is at 50%, do this. That is change the background color to orange, or you can say. Then at 100%, I'll give it back that I want my background color should become aqua. Fine. Now let's do one thing. Let's run our code and let's see whether our animation is working or not. See what is happening? As soon as I reloads the website, our animation starts. Right? As you saw that whenever the website is loaded, our basic color was blue. Okay. As you saw in the code, it says blue. Let's do one thing. Change it. Re let's replace the place. Let's change the places. Like it should start with orange, then it will go all the way to blue. Okay. So whenever I will reload the website, right? See, whenever I'm reloading the website, it's starting with blue and it's going all the way to aqua. So this is how our animation is works. I think this one is having some issues with it, but never mind, we'll sort it out. Fine. Let's increase the percentage. Fine. Now, as soon as I reload the website, you can easily see, like, right when the website is loaded, it's coming with orange color. Then it's going all the way to blue. So this is how our basic animations works, right? This was all about animations using keyframe. Now, let's go to another topic, that is using CSS animation to change the hover state of a button. What it says that whenever we will click on button, we want that any animation or something like that should occur. Okay, let's do one thing. Let's create a code. Okay, here, let's create a button right here. Okay, we'll create a button and we'll name it as sign in. Fine. We have named our button as sign in. Let's see whether it's visible. Yeah, it's visible right there. Fine. We'll give it a styling as well. And inside this button, same this margin 50 pixels and then auto copy. Here we'll paste it. So now our button will get a margin of 9 block. And let's change its display to inline block. Then our button will be applying code. I guess I have to give it manually itself. No, doesn't matter. We'll give it 50 pixels, 50 pixels, and 50 pixels. I have given it a 50 pixels from everywhere, right? Right now you can see whenever I'm clicking on that button, nothing exactly is happening, right? Nothing. But let's do one thing. Let's start a trigger, right? Like whenever I will start or whenever I will click on the button, it should create an animation. That animation name will be fine. Inside this, I will give it a duration of milliseconds. Like I want that animation should occur very fast. I will give it about 100 ms. That is 100 milliseconds. That is 1/10 of a second. That will be really fast, it seems. So let's give it 500 milliseconds. Okay. So what will happen? It will just hover. I have changed the name of our animation. Fine. let's go to our website. Background color. Instead of background color, let's do one thing. Let's change the width. Let's do the width of 100 pixels. Fine. And let's remove all the things here present. So what it will do here, whenever I will hover on the button, yes, our animation is having some issues, right? Oh, yeah, right. What I have to do here is I have to cut it from here. I have to make a class. In that class, whenever I will hover on the button, hover, select hover, then I want this class should be implemented. So for that time, I have to use it. Now our animation will work. See, what is happening? Whenever I will hover on the button, our animation starts to work. Yeah. See. Right now it's a little glitchy, right? Let's change it to 200 milliseconds. You can see whenever I'm touching on it, it's working fine, right? See, it's extremely fast right now as soon as I'm touching it, right? But our animation will just last for single time, like for 500 milliseconds. It will just go that and it will come back, go that and it will come back. So this is how our animation works, right? This was about our animation, giving animation to the hover state of a button. Then let's come to another topic, that is modifying fill animation. So moving on to the further topic, that is modifying fill mode of an animation. Okay. So as you saw, right, as you saw in the video, that whenever we were hovering on the button, it was like going, its width was increasing and it was coming back again. So, but we doesn't want that, right? This is just spoiling our animation. We want that our button should remain at that state whenever I'm touching that. Simply, if I wanted, I would have did that by simply putting some values in hover. Like if I wanted this, I would have did that width should increase 100 pixels, right? That whenever I will hover, its width should go 100 pixels. This was working just fine, right? But I doesn't want like that. So here, this is the place where animation fill mode comes. So what I have to write here is I have to go and I have to write animation, okay, animation fill mode, and then I have to write forward. So what it will do, it will keep our element like that. So for now, this I think there is some glitch in that because our fill mode is not working. But never mind. Let's leave this one and we'll move on further. That is creating movement using CSS animation. So till now we were just learning about this static animations, like our property is just still and it's just doing color changes or some sort like that. Now let's do one thing: create a movement. Fine. Uh, to do that movement, what I have to do here is I have to make positions of an element relative. You remember, right? That I guess if you have watched that positioning videos, you will be remembering that whenever the position of an element is said to be fixed or relative, we can use its offsets, that is right, left, top, and bottom, to create movement. So that particular thing we will be using right here, right? So for that here, what I will do here is I will give it as position relative. Fine. Now I will change our animation and I will write here color. Fine. This is the color animation that I have to write. So what this will do, it will create a sudden sort of animation, right? I have to give it a background color. I want a background color should be white at 100%, and it should be exactly towards right. Fifth, fine. Right. But let's do one thing. Let's give it 0 pixels. Copying the same thing. So this is for 0. This is for 50%. Let's give it. Hmm. Okay. So what exactly I have written here, what I'm doing is I have made an animation in that when it starts, right, its color should be white. Then when it goes on till 50%, it should come 50% below top, right? And then at 100%, it should go back. So let's check how our animation is working. See, so what is happening here? Let's change it to 3 seconds. 5 seconds seems to be a little big, right? So what is happening here? Our animation, whenever a website is loaded, animation starts. So from zero, when our element is zero, it will be white. And then when it comes to 50%, then it will come little down. And when it comes to 100, it will be 50% towards bottom, and then it has to go all the way up. So it creates a sudden movement, as you can see here, right? And I have changed the color, so it's looked that it's going vanishing like that. So this is how can we use, or you can, this is how you can create movement in our elements, right? Now to create movements, this is how it was. I hope you might have understood this topic. And then coming to the last and final topic of our today's video, that is creating a visual direction by fading an element from left to right. So right now we were doing from top to bottom. Now we have to do from left to right, and we have to make it fade. So for that, let's make a new file and let's make an awesome code, and we'll name it as fading.html. Okay. We have made a file named fading.html. Inside that, let's create a basic boilerplate. Inside this boilerplate, let's make a div. Fine. I'll make a div name. Ball. I'll make a div name ball. Then inside this, I'll give it a style. Fine. So inside this, I have given it a name. Okay. Let's do one thing. Let's give it an ID because we will be using JavaScript. So now let's do one thing. We will take our ID as ball. Okay. Inside this ball, we have to do some we have to do some adjustment. That is width 70 pixels. Fine. And then we have to give a height 70 pixels. We have to give it a border radius. Border radius of 50%. Giving it a 50% will make it a ball kind of structure. Then I'll give it a margin 50 pixels from top, and the remaining list will be auto. Fine. This has given it a margin. Now let's do one thing. Let's give it a position. Position will be fixed. Fine. So what fixed does? Now let's give it a background color. So for giving a background color, I will use a linear gradient. Uh, linear linear gradient. Inside this linear gradient, firstly, I will write a degree, that how much degrees I want. So I will give it around 30 degrees. Okay. Inside this, I'll give a color, like I want aqua. Fine. And inside this aqua, let's go on little lighter version. And I want it to be aqua. Okay. This should be little darker version of aqua. So what I have done here is I have made a ball, and that ball has linear gradient. I think like you can see here. Let's give it little lighter color so that you can be little more clear. Yeah. Till here it will work fine. Yeah. See, it has got a gradient which I wanted it to get. Fine. So our ball here is ready. Now what I have to do here is I have to give it an animation. So for giving an animation, I have to give it animation name and animation duration. Fine. So let's do that first. For that, let's start by giving it position relative and aligning it a little bit towards left. 20%. Fine. Or let's do one thing, give it a right, it should go. So now our ball is towards right direction. Fine. Now let's give it an animation name. Fine. For giving an animation name, I'll give animation name. Animation name. Inside this animation, I will name fading. Fine. And then I will write here an animation duration. So animation duration will be about 3 seconds. Fine. So this is our animation is ready. Now we'll use keyframes, and then instead of ID identifier, I'll name here as fading. Fine. Now inside this fading, I'll go for 0%. Inside 0%, what I will do here is I have to make a movement kind of fade, right? So for that, I have to make it for left 0. Let's keep its opacity as 1. Fine. Similarly, when it will become 50%, let's keep its opacity 0.5. And let's give it a movement, right? So I want it should be left 30%, or right now it's right 20, right? So let's give it right 10%, or right 5%. And when it will be 100 completely finished, our animation will be finished. At the time of finishing, our opacity should be 0.1, 0.1, and our any element should be left 60 or 40%. Okay. So what I have given, I have made an animation in which when animation will start, our opacity will be 1, or any element will be completely visible. Then when it will become 50%, our opacity will be half. It will be translucent, and it will be shifted towards right side. And when it will be 100%, then opacity will be 1. Let's check it. Let's see. Uh, it's having like it has still has some glitches, right? So what I have to do, I have to do some adjustments. Like instead of that, let's remove the opacity from here. Fine. Uh, let's just use two things, right? Let's just use 0 and 100 so that it should look very much smooth. Direct for 50%. Fine. See, so let's run it. I have done little bit of changes here. Now let's run it, and you can see our animation is looking like our ball is going towards right and it's coming back soon, right? So this was let's remove this back here, yeah, so that our ball will be in the center. See, so how exactly our animation is looking. Whenever we will reload the website, it seems like it's going towards right and it's coming back. So this is how we can create animations or movement animations that goes from left to right by using CSS and HTML. Video we will be making an infinite animation, like an animation which will be going on for infinite. Then we will be learning about animating elements at variable rates. Then we will be learning about animating multiple elements at multiple rates. Then we will be going on and learning about changing animation timing with keywords, that how can we change the timing of animations using keyword. Then we will learn about the how Bezier curves work, that how can we change the timing of our animation by Bezier curves. I am pretty not sure how to pronounce it, but I'm saying at Bezier, but I know don't know. Then we will be learning about using a Bezier curve, Bezier curve to move a graphic. Then making motions more natural using a Bezier curve. So these all things are we are going to learn today. So without wasting time, let's begin. I guess you guys have understood how we were doing animation. Like, see, we learned about till fading, right? We we did this. Let me show you using live server, right? It's getting loaded. So we made this, right? We learned about this curve that see, you can see here, right, that it's going from left to right, left to right. But now let's do one thing. Let's understand that how can we align it for infinite animations. So for doing an infinite animation, there is, you know, we you can say that there is a rule which you can say animation iteration count. What it does, so it gives us the count that how much time for how much time our animation should last. Like if we write 3, then our animation will go for 3 times. But if we write an infinite there, let me show you. Sorry. So let's do one thing here. We will write animation iteration count for the animation iteration count. Here we will write infinite. So what this infinite will do, it will be making our animation go last for infinite, right? Let's reload our page so that you can understand. See, it's just going on. It will be going on, going on, going on. So what we have done here is we have made an infinite animation loop, a loop which will be going on forever. So this is how we can make an infinite animations. This is the code. We just have used this animation iteration count as infinite, and we have made our infinite loop. Now, moving on further, let's go and make a CSS heartbeat using an infinite animation count. So, I guess if you are watching the series, you might be knowing that in the previous video, I taught you about this heart shape, complex design which we can make. This is our complex design. Let's run it so that you can see. See, this is our heartbeat. Okay, this is our heart which we created. Now what we will be doing, we will be making it as heartbeat. It's blinking or changing of colors and all, using all that animation iteration count, right? So let's go. So for this, let's do one thing. Let's create an animation. We'll name this animation as animation name will be heartbeat. So our animation name heartbeat has been created. Now what we will do, animation duration, will give it as 1 second. Fine. Now let's do one thing. Let's go and make a keyframe right here. Okay. So to make a keyframe, I will write here @keyframes. Inside keyframes, I'll write here heartbeat. Same animation name which I have given here, right? Heartbeat. I have given it. Then inside this, I will make few classes like for 0%, like when it's at 0%. What should happen? When it starts from 0%, it should transform. Like I'll say transform scale to 1. Like it will be approximately same. Let's do one thing. Scale will be 1. And inside scale, I'll write here rotate. So what this rotate will does, rotate will rotate our element at 45 degrees Celsius, 45 degrees, which we can write as negative 45 tick, right? So what it will do, first we have used a transform scale property, then we have used a transform rotate property. Okay. Similarly for 50%, like when it will be at 50% here, inside this I have to give another class like transform, then I'll write scale. Inside scale, I have to decrease its size so that it should create an heartbeat. So for that, I'll write 0.6, fine. And after 0.6, I'll write again rotate minus 45 tick, fine. And for the last, let's do one thing. Run it before adding our 100%. See, as you can see, our animation start at the same, then it goes small, then it comes back same. So our heartbeat has been made, right? But what I have to do here is I have to make it for infinite. So here after animation name, I'll write animation iteration count as infinite. So what this will do, it will be making our heartbeat goes for infinity. It will be making a heartbeat sort of animation, which is cool, right? You can see it here. So this is how you can make an infinite heartbeat animation using animation iteration count. Moving on further, let's do one thing. Let's learn about animating elements at variable rates. Like we will create two elements that will be animating at different or variable speeds. So let's close this. And now let's go for new file. We'll create a new file here. Animating at variable speed. Animating at variable speed dot html, right? This is our file name, and let's do one thing. Let's create a file. So for that, for starting that file, I will make a div. Fine. For that div, I need a boilerplate, which I will give a boilerplate right here, and then I will make divs. So first div will be div. Sorry. First div will be div dot background. Inside this div, we will make our background color. Similarly, I will make another div and I'll name it as ball number 1 or ball number 2. Ball 1, similarly ball 2. So our our three divs has been created. Now let's do one thing. Let's give it an ID instead of class. So now let's type here our style tag, and inside style tag, let's give them some sort of styling. For the background, I will be using linear gradient as I have taught you before. Okay, so for that background, let's start with linear gradient background. So for background, I will be giving some of the things like position will be fixed. It should not go anywhere. Okay. Then after position, I have to give it a padding and margin of 0 because I don't want any spacing between them. Padding margin 0, then top 0, bottom 0, and similarly every other things like right will be also 0 and left will be also 0. Now let's give width of 100%. Similarly, height of also 100%. So what I have done here is I have given it a width, height of 100%, and let's give it a background color. So for that, I'll give background color will be linear gradient background will be linear gradient. Inside this linear gradient, now I have to give them a shade, like what exact shade I want, right? So for that, let's do one thing. Let's create a sky kind of color. So for that, I'll take a black, then fine black. Let's change its shade a little bit. Fine. Let's take it in a bluish way. Sky. We'll change it a little bit here. Fine. Now we'll keep it a little bit here. Okay. So this is our first color. Then what we will do here is we will give it a blue. Okay. Like more light blue actually. This is not the color which I want. I want little bit like original. Yeah, this color will do just fine. Okay. Then again I have to write here a color blue, and we are creating a little mimic of our sky. So we have, you can choose colors according to you, but I want that it should look exactly like sky color, so I'm giving it like that. Then let's give it white. Okay, not fully white actually, bluish white, this one white. Okay, so our background is completely set. Now check, let's check with the live server. We'll open it with live server. See, right now it's looking little bit like our sky. Yeah, looking a little beautiful, right? But it's just a plain background. We don't have any animation. So to create an animation, let's go here and let's work on our stars, right? I want to do animations on the star. So we'll go here and we'll write here first. I'll write, let's do one thing. What I want that I will give the same class as well, because there are some properties which I have to give for both. So instead of writing that both the times, I will just give them both another class which will be same. Let's do one thing. Let's give them another class that will be ball. So right now our elements have two classes, that is ball and another ball, right? Now we will do here is we will write ball. Inside the ball we have to give little bit of styling, that is background color should be white, or I'll say beach. Suppose I'll give it a beach. Okay. Then I have to give them a height and a width. So height will be 20 pixels and width will be 20 pixels, and border radius of 50%. So what this 50% will do, 50% will make them look like, let me show you. 50% will make them look like somewhat. For now you can't see because it's not visible, right? So let's go and do some changes for the specific balls. Like for now I want ball, this first ball number one. Yeah, see. So for the first ball I want that there should be margin and then should be margin left and many things. So I'll give it a margin left. Okay, so let's give it a margin left of about 15 pixels. Similarly, right, margin right. Let's leave that margin right to little different, right? Yeah, we want that our element should be in the center, or it should be around in the center, right? So what we can do here is we can give them margin left around 60%, and for the right one, let's leave right one. Let's just give it a top one. That should be around 20%. Fine. So we have given the margin to both of them. Margin left and margin top I have given it. Now we have to give the animation name. Animation name, I'll name it as ball 1. Fine. And animation duration will be 1 second, or about very less. You can say 0.5 seconds if you want, but I'll keep it as 1 second. Okay. So the same things we have to do for star 2 as well, with little, or you can say minor changes. See, for ball 2 as well, it's the same, but we have to change their margin. Okay, why? Because we want our element should not be upon each other. We want that it should align completely differently, right? So for this one, I'll give it margin top of 30 pixels, and margin right should be more. To give margin right, I'll just make this one. Fine. So now let's go and let's check. Yeah, still they are not visible, right? Nothing, not to worry. We'll go and we'll write some of the codes which will make them visible. Let's go and we'll write here keyframes. At the rate keyframes. Okay. Upon keyframes, I have to write all one. Then for keyframes, let's do it for 30%. We want that it should twinkle, right? Or it should simply bounce, I will say. Let's keep it for twinkle. So for twinkling, I'll use transform property. Transform property will scale them to half of their sizes. Scale 0.5. Fine. And similarly, I'll do this for the another one also. Let's give it an opacity. So what opacity will do, opacity will make it little bit, a blurry sort of. Instead of beach, let's change it color to black so that it will be more sort of visible, right? Yeah. Let's give it another and a nice color that will be pink. Pink will make them look little nice, right? So same keyframes I have to do for ball 2 as well. Fine. So now let's do one thing. Let's go and let's check our code. See, for now, you will be watching that our ball will come for some time. Our ball will be visible here and it will just vanish, right? So to make it go for infinite, I have to again write here as animation iteration count again should be more, right? Or iteration count should be infinite, right? So that it will be just going on, going on, going on. Now let's first inspect and see where our second element has gone, right? This is our ball number 2. Here it says, right? See, it says our ball number 1 is here, but our ball number 2 is there and it's not moving. No worries, we'll see that. But for now, our first ball is moving with infinite revolutions, right? It's we have given the same animation iteration count here as well, right? This one is visible, maybe this one is not because of the classes which I have given it to. Yeah, let's remove this stuff and I'll give it a 60%, and instead of left I'll give it 20%. See, now it came actually, maybe because of the margin and all, it was overlapping as I told you before. See, for now our animation has came, both of our the stars are animating, but the problem is that they are animating at same rate, right? So easy and a very simple way to do that, it's we can do one thing, just we'll go for keyframes, and instead of keyframes here, instead of 30 I'll just write 50. What it will do, it will make our second ball animate fast. 20%. What has happened here? Let's check. Where is our ball number 2? Our ball number 2 is right here. I don't know what issue it has got now. Hmm? Hmm. Ball number 1 is visible. Let's check. Hmm. Ball number 2 as left, I guess. Let's do one thing. Let's check where it has gone. Let's close this file and let's start with another live server. See, our ball number 1 is completely visible, but maybe our ball number 2 is not visible because of some issues, maybe some small, mistakes. But never mind, at least our ball 1 is visible, right? But you can say, you can realize many other properties, right, as well. Like you can see in the background, that fixed. I have fixed the background. So whenever I am even doing anything to it, it's it's still the same. If I'm scrolling, background is not moving, it's fixed, right? So this is the use of our fixed property. Now moving on further, let's maybe our star has star doesn't want to blink, right? But I guess the code is completely fine. Maybe due to some of my mistakes. It's not showing here. While number 2, 1 second, duration infinite. It's everything is fine here. Alright, margin left. Okay, let's do one thing and let's inspect where our ball number 2 is actually. See, our ball number 2 is here, right? Yes. Mhm. Okay, so I think animation is not working on our ball number 2, right? Something happened to its animation, I guess, right? Ball 2, animation name, duration 1 second, iteration count infinite. Let's change the name itself. Star. I'll change the name to star 2. Okay. Let's see, by doing that, maybe our animation is working or not. Yeah, you can see it's working, but our element is very much down further. I think it has got lots of changes. So just to do that, let's reduce its top. See, our animation has came here. It's right here. I have to reduce it more. See, it has came here, right on top. Let's give it only 10% so that it will be little more visible. Yeah, right now you can see our animation is visible after searching it for very long time. But here you can see, if I want to change the speed of twinkling, I'll do one thing. I'll write here 50%. That's it. See, so what has happened now? Here you can see our first star is twinkling differently and our second star is twinkling differently. So this is how you can change. So this is how you can change our animation at variable speeds using keywords again, like our keyframes property. Now moving on further, let's see how we can do this, how we can change or animate multiple elements at variable rates. Like for now we just did for 2 elements. Now let's create one more element, ball number 3. Okay, ball number 3, I got here. I will copy its code. I'll paste it here, and instead of ball number 2 I'll change it to ball 3, and instead of margin I'll give it a 10%. Maybe let's see, it's there, it's visible, right? You can see it's visible. Let's give it even more from top, 20%. Let's give it a 10%. Yeah, so you can see right now our elements are there, they are present, but this one and these both one are animating at almost same speed. Yeah, because we have not given keyframes specifically for our star 3. Okay. We'll change this from star 2 to star 3, then from star 2 to star 3. And what we will do here is, for every star we have changed it back again. So right now you can see that our all stars are animating at the same speed. 30, 30, Study. We'll save it and we'll reload our page. So right now you can see our all elements are at same speed, but we somehow don't want that we should change their keyframes, but we want that it should happen just by our animation property. So what we can do here is we can change the duration of each of the element. By for doing that, what let's do one thing, we'll do 0.9 or 0.8 seconds. Doing this, what will it will do is it will decrease the animation duration, that and meaning that that element will be fast. Let's keep it for same for this one, and for the ball 3 let's do 1.2. So now there is zero point 0.2 second difference in every of the balls. Let's see, does it made any difference? Yeah, you can see our animation duration has changed. So our stars is twinkling at different speeds, at different rates. Yeah, so this is how you can animate multiple elements at variable speed just by using animation duration property. Okay, so moving on to further topics, that is changing animation timings with keywords. To do that, to do that, okay. To do that, let's do one thing. What we will do here is, as you might have seen in the previous, there was a ball which I made, right? This one, I guess, yeah. Fading ball it was. Let's check. What we have to do here is we will be using keyframes property for making two such balls. Exactly like this. So what we will do here is we will make two balls, such balls like that. And I'll change the name as ball 2. Okay, ball 2 has been created. Similarly, we'll do the property changes, copy, and then paste here. Fine. Yeah, it has been changed. Now we have to do little bit of changes right here. Our left should be 18%. Right now you can see that here we have two balls, right? So for ball 2, let's give this animation. See, so now what is there that we have got two balls which are animating at same speed, but we want to change the timing. So for to changing the timing, there is a function that is animation timing function. What this function does, it has various properties, like some of them is linear. Linear will make our ball go all the way at the same speed. Then there is another thing that is easy out, which is quick in the beginning. That means our ball will be falling down very quickly, and then it will be slow out in the bottom. Then third one is easy in. So easy in, it starts at slow rate, then while reaching the bottom it will be very fast. So let's do one thing. Let's code one thing right here. What we will do here is we will make it like this. Okay. So for this one, let's give it an animation time function. And what we will do here is we will write easy in. So what that easy in did, our first ball is still linear, but the second ball It's coming slow in the beginning and it's going fast in the bottom. So you can see, right? This has changed our timing. But if I will write here again as linear, then you can see our ball, it will be at same linear speed all over the time, right? Same thing we'll do here. Animation timing function, and we'll write easy out. What it will do, it has made our element come fast in the beginning and then it will be slowed down. So this is how our animation timing function is all about. I hope you are understanding the concepts. If you are not, then do practice it out, because these things are not to remember. These things are for learning and implementing. The more you will implement, the more you will understand. It's all about that. Let's So this is all about our animation timing function. Let's move on to the further topic, that how our Bezier curves work. Till now we were learning about animation timing function, right? The more we can do, like, see, right now we just have three functions: easy in, easy out, or linear. We can't do anything else, right? So there is another function which comes into place, that is Bezier curves. Those curves are usually lies upon one by one coordination system. That means there are two axes and y-axis, and their value is changed. Like, uh, let me show you. Like, for let's do one thing. Let's first write it as linear. Okay. First, let it be for linear. So you can see the speed of linear element. Now we will write this linear element by Bezier curves. So for that, what I will write cubic Bezier. Okay. And for cubic Bezier, I'll write 0.25, 0.25, comma 0.25, comma 0.75, comma 0.75. What it has done is we have to give four values, that is x1, y1, and x2, y2. This is the value which I have given, and this is the value for linear. As you can see, our elements are still at same speed because ball 1 is in linear and ball 2 is in Bezier curves, right? You can see here, right here, right? And ball 2 is at linear. So this is how our Bezier curves all about, because it gives us, the full control of how our element should move. Like, by chance, if I do little bit of changing in the code, I like 7.5 here by chance. So you can see we got little bit changes here. Or if I by chance does 5.5, still it's getting a little bit of changes. So it gives us the full control of how our element should move. Okay. Now moving on further, let's make our more natural, sort of curve. So for that, let's make one more ball right here, and we'll name it as ball number 3. So for ball number 3, let's copy the same code. Okay, and ball 3. Let's do one thing. Let's change its color for this time. Let's keep it a green, sort of. Yeah. See, we have got one ball in green color. Let's give another ball in different color. That will be around bluish, sort of. Yeah. So see, you can see that we got three balls, right? For now, two balls are at same speed and third ball is at a different speed. We want that we have to make a natural motion, like it should look like zigzag, zigzag. So for that, we have to do some of the things, or we have to do some of the changes. Make Okay, so let's do one thing to create our smooth moving animation, which is here. We have to give different, like, see, for the red one, or you can say for the first one, I have given it, I have given it a linear. For the second ball, I'll give it an easy in, or let's do one thing, let's give it an easy out. Okay, right? Yeah. So you can see now it is creating some sort of curve. Now we have what we have to do here is we have to change this ball number 3. To change the ball number 3 and to make a possible best curve, what I have here is I have curve cubic bezier, whatever. Still I'm not good with that pronunciation. We'll give it some values, that is zero point 0.3 and 0.441 comma 0.444 comma 1.649. Actually, I have written the values before because I have already implemented the code to make it look, see, right now you can see it looks like a ball has got some sort of motion, right? All three balls are interconnected. Yeah, we have to seriously change. We have to implement little changes in our ball number 3, but still it looks fine, right? The more you will the more you will practice and the more you will try on that, you will be understanding more about this. But all these things I'm doing just to understand how these curves and all works. What we have to do here is we have to do little bit of changes in the axis so that our ball should look little bit of slower, like sort maybe. Yeah, you can see now it's looking more realistic, like the third ball is dragging all the other balls, right? So this is how a Bezier curve is all about, and you can make, almost infinite animations or animating styles by using this curve. So practice it out more, because most of the website, when people uses this Bezier curves, they use this particular thing, right? Yeah. Now, moving on further, let's come to our second last topic of the day, that is using a Bezier curve to move a graphic. coming to the last topic of our today's video, that is we will be understanding how we can make easy in easy out in Bezier curve, because these things are little bit important. If like sometimes it has been asked, or you should be having a basic knowledge. Other than that, you can simply write, instead of Bezier curve full here, you can simply write easy out, easy in. But we should be knowing that what is the code for easy out, right? Like I'll write here, for our easy out, the Bezier curve is 0, comma 0, comma 0.58, comma 0.1. In Bezier curves, the most you can say, or you can say the biggest value which we can give to a number is 1. We can give a 1 value. More than 1 is accepted, but it is you knows that what I'm talking about, because our graph is 1 by 1 ratio. So obviously the value greater than 1 will be its max, right? Still it will count it as 1 itself. So yeah, so it will not give you an error, but still we should not give values more than 1. Okay, so the this is the value of this year curves for easy out. Similarly, I have already taught you about value for linear, right? And if you want easy out, if you want easy in, you can write here. You just have to replace the value just like this, comma 0, comma 0. So see, now our curve has become easy in instead of easy out. So that much easy it is. Okay, these things are not that much important, but you should be having a little bit knowledge about that how we can make animations and all, because it's helpful in some places, like when you are making a very complex website, right? The Flexbox is the most important property that mostly helpful or is beneficial for people who creates a website. So first thing which might be coming into your mind, that why exactly Flexbox? What is the need of Flexbox? So see, previously, when Flexbox was not present, it was very difficult to align the block elements. You can say towards the center or horizontally, or to change its shape or place exactly. Then Flexbox comes into place. What Flexbox does is it makes things so easy, super easy, that nowadays more than you can say 70 to 80% people uses Flexbox to make their websites. So what is Flexbox? So Flexbox is a property that we uses to make our elements change their places. We just have to type display flex, okay, and that what it does, it will change our element into in the form of rows and containers. When we will be moving on further, then you will be understanding better. For now, just think that every element has two things: flex container, and the thing which is inside, that is flex parts, or you can give it an appropriate name which you like. Okay, so let's do one thing. Let's open VS Code and let's find. So I guess in the previous video you might have got to know that we were doing all this. Okay, now let's do one thing. Let me create a folder and I'll name it as Flexbox. Inside this Flexbox, I will make a new file, that is flex.html. Okay, so our file is created. Fine. Now let's make a basic boilerplate. Our boilerplate has came now. Okay. Inside this boilerplate, let's create two containers. Fine. What I will do here is I will make a container and I will give it a ID of div div container. Okay. So we have got an ID inside. I just used I just used a shortcut that is there in VS Code. Whenever you want to create a div, just enter full stop, and you will get a div with class empty class. Okay, or if you want to create a div, use a star. Oh, you can write div and it will make an ID. So this is how you can create divs by shortcut. It's just but while it helps to write code little fastly, you can say. Now let's create two divs inside of it. First one will be div number, or you can say first one will be box number 1. Similarly, I'll create another one and I'll name it as box number 2. So our two boxes has been created. Now let's go and let's do some styling in it. I'll write style. Inside the style, I have to give classes. So I'll do what? I'll write box 1. Inside box 1, I'll write few of the classes like background color should be black, and similarly I'll give it a width the 100 pixels. Similarly height 200 pixels. Okay, same thing I have to do with box 2 as well. So for that also I'll write box 2. Inside box 2 I'll create a background color red, and the width and height let it be the same for both of them, right? So we'll just copy paste it here. Okay, so our width and height has been created. Now let's do one thing. Let's open it with live server. I guess if you guys have not installed live server, then you can go on extensions and you can install live server right here. Here you have to just type in live server. Yeah, there it is present. I have already installed. If you have not installed, then do install because it's a great tool. It helps a lot while writing your HTML code. We'll click on open with live server and our file here has been opened. You can clearly see it, right? Let's do one thing. Let's make it split screen. It should be here and this one should be here. I guess it's clearly visible to you guys, right? Yeah, this. See. So for now, you can see that there are two boxes created already, right? What I have to do here is I have to now I want that it should be in the center. So what I can do here is I can write. Firstly, I have to select that main container which I have created div container. Yes, I have to div container. Okay, inside this div container, what I will do here is I can write align items center. So can you see? You can see that here our items has not been aligned because sometimes it's really struggles. Like if a newbie or a new person who doesn't have the basic knowledge, if he tries to do that, he will be like frustrated because like our aligned items has been not came in center. So what you can do here is either some of them will also type like justify content center. Still nothing happened, right? Yeah. So here what we can do, we have to write flex, like flex. Oh, sorry, I'll say display as flex. Display will be flex. What it did, see, when I typed display as flex, let me give it a height as well, 500 pixels. What happened when I gave it as display flex, right? It has changed itself into a row and column shape, you can say that. Hmm. I think. So what exactly happens that when I write display as flex, right, to an element, it turns that our flex container, it it makes our flex container and all the elements present inside that container into rows and columns. Okay. By default, the value of this flex direction is rows. So right now you can see that our elements has been aligned in rows. But if I say as flex direction, I'll write column, then it will be changed in column back again. But just for now, right now our element is in row shape. So it's like that, right? So this is about flex, that how can we use Flexbox. It making the display flex of any of the element will make it align in rows and columns. You have to keep this in mind because it is helpful later when we will be making our own websites or when we will be doing on some works, then it will be little helpful, right? So this was about the Flexbox. Now moving on further to more properties, like let's do one thing, let's go back to some of our examples. Like maybe there will be some examples. Like for example, let me check background, animation. I don't want animation actually. Let's see this one, right? Let's open this one with live server. Right now you can see that it's there, but I don't want to change anything in it. I want some, text written. Okay, let's do one thing. Let's do some changes in that only. Okay. So what is that? You can see here right now our elements are aligned in a different way, right? Like common way. Firstly, I have to remove this hovering thing because it's little bit makes us okay. So now our elements have been fixed. So this is let's do one thing. Now we have to align some of the things. Let's create our own file. For example, like this was about shapes. Now let's make a text file which will be helping you out to understand more on Flexbox. Okay, so I'll create I'll create a simple page, right? Uh, Text file dot okay. So I have created a text file. Inside that I'll write a basic boilerplate. Okay. And inside the boilerplate, let's create some of our headings. So for that, let's go in body tag. Inside body tag, I have to create some of the things like I'll create a div which will be having class of profile. Okay. Inside this, I'll write two things. That is, first is heading. Okay, and in heading, I'll write manager. Similarly, I'll write h4 heading. Inside h4, I'll write suppose at the rate person. Okay. So what I'm trying to do here is I will be making some website kind of, your social media kind of account, which will be looking a little better. Inside this, I'll give a class and I'll write follow button btn. So I have created a follow button. Down the follow button, what I will do here is I will add a button that will be saying follow me, right? And then I'll move on and I'll create another div that will be div dot main. Inside this, I'll create a paragraph with Lauren 30. Okay, I have created a paragraph. Now we have to make few more things like I'll write, suppose what is there in a website kind. Okay, like time. So for time I'll use span. Inside span I'll write, what's the time? You can say 5. Let's give it a date itself, that is 16/02/2021. Okay, or let's give it a more Feb 2021. Okay, so we have given it a class. Fine, let's write time as well, right? 17:00. Yeah. Hmm. So our time has also been created. Now let's do one thing. Let's create more things, like few of the things which are little important. You can say that will be footer kind of. I'll write div dot footer. Inside footer, I will be keeping on 3 buttons. Button dot share. I'll write share inside of it. Then there will be a button which will be having like. Okay. Hmm. And similarly, there will be one more button that will be subscribe. This should be small. Okay. So what I have done here is I have created a basic website. It's not even a website. It's just a normal page of any of the website like I see. Right now, it is something like that. Like you can do one more thing as well. Like you can attach any of the images which you like. Like in my case, let me attach an image. Suppose I want an image right here. Img image.src. So for src, you can go for any of the images which is present. Like I want this one, text src. You can write add my manager. Okay, and I will give it a class also. So class, I can give it anything like profile ing. Right here, it's fine. So one thing, maybe we will be having some images, right? So it's got, what is that? No, this one will not work. What I have done here is I will create an image. Inside this, I'll write so I have got the image. Now let's check again how it's looking. See what has happened here. It has taken full background space and everything.
it doesn't look that much good, right? So let's do one thing. Let's first give them little class so that it should look a little fine, right? So we'll do style again. Now what we will do here is we will start by body. Okay, inside body I'll write font family. We will give font. I want sans serif, Arial. This one will be fine. Now let's come to our, let's do one thing. Let's wrap everything up inside our header because it will be little easy to class in till this here. Yeah, so our header has been created. Now what we will do here is we will style our header. uh, we'll class our header. So firstly, let's go one thing and let's style our profile. So for profile, we'll go here. That is our profile image. Inside this, I'll write width of 50 pixels. Similarly, height of 50 pixels. Similarly, border radius of about 5 pixels. Fine. So we have given styling to our class. Then what we will do, we will select our second thing, that is manager, H3. H3 we have to style now. So for that, let's write profile. Inside profile, I'll give it a styling name. Margin left will be 10 pixels. Fine. So let's check. See, right now our post is ready. It's looking something like this, right? It has manager and it says a root person. Then it has a follow button and it has lorem and many more things, right? So let's keep on doing a little more styling so that it will be looking better actually. Then what I have to do here is I have to search for that button. That was that follow button. So I'll write follow button, follow btn. Inside that follow button, I'll write margin as 0, 0, 0. That is, all three sides will be 0 and the last one will be auto. Now we will go for our own button, follow button dot btn. Inside that follow button class, we'll go, what we have to do here, we'll write follow btn. Inside that, we'll select btn, which means that we are choosing that button which is present, like that one. Now we will style it separately. Like I want border should be 0, and then I want border radius. Border radius should be 3 pixels. Fine. And then I'll write padding. Padding will be 5 pixels. So what it will do, it will give styling to for our this button, right? You can see it has got little bit of styling right here. Now moving on further, let's give styling to our headings as well. That is heading H3, H4. I want that both headings should be styled at once. And what I will give them, I'll give them margin 0, right? I've given them margin 0. Now, moving on further, let's go for the paragraph which we have taken. that paragraph tag is there, no, that has main. So what I'll write here as main, and inside paragraph, and inside this paragraph I'll write margin bottom, margin bottom, and what I will do, margin bottom will be 10 pixels. Similarly, font size should be little more big, that should be 20 pixels. So our font might have also got some styling. Yeah, looks, see, for now our element is not looking that quite impressive because we have not used Flexbox. You can imagine that how it will be looking without the Flexbox, right? You can understand a little bit. Let's go down bottom. Inside that bottom, what I will write here, let's do one thing. Let's capture all this between footer. X cut paste. See, so right now our website is divided into three places. That is header, then its main, then footer. Okay, so styling of header is done, styling of main is almost done. Now what we have to style here is we have to style the footer. So for styling footer, let's come here, and what I will write here is I will write dot footer, f, what I have given class here, footer. Inside that footer, what I'll write, font size should be 15 pixels. Okay, similarly after that what I will do here is I will take my another thing, that is like share button. Yeah, so it's having what we should do here is transparent. Mm, yeah, let's do one thing. Let's type for all the buttons there. Inside that footer I have footer class. Inside that footer I have buttons. All the buttons should be background, should be transparent. Fine. Let's see. Yeah, its background has been transparent. Now it has that border. So for that, let's remove border 0. Fine. Border has also become 0. Yeah, it looks little fine now, right? You can say much of the styling here is done. For CTA, that is for our footer, let's do one thing. Let's give it a class of, let's give it margin left auto. What I have given it a margin left auto, right? So for now, what have I have done here is I have created a website. Let me do it this way. Yeah, and this one should be here. See, so what I have done here is I have created a kind of your website like website. What I have done here is I have created a basic website which looks like your some kind of social media. Now for now it doesn't look that much good, but what I will be doing here is I will be giving I will be giving display flex to many things. Right now we have not used display, but when I will use display, then many things gonna change here, and you'll see how and why it is like that. Okay, Let's do one thing. We'll go to header. Okay, here we'll write header. Inside header, I'll write display flex. See what it did. You can see just by writing that header flex, what it did, it has changed. Let me understand you. You understand that header, this big part, is a big container. Okay, and all these things which are present inside it, that images, that divs, okay, and this particular follow button, these are the elements which are present inside the container. Before they were stacked like one by one by one, okay, but when I did display as flex, it has arranged in a row, like image, then the second one is our div, that is headings, then our follow button. So it has arranged in a form of row. This is what it happened here. Similarly, to make it look more good, I'll what I'll do here is I'll write a display flex for our particular profile name as well. Where is the name? Yeah, here. What I'll do here also, I'll write display and then I'll write flex. See what it will do. It has made this thing here arranged in row as well. This one also. Now let's do one thing. Let's give display flex to our headings as well, because our headings are only creating an issue. And I'll write display, inside the display I'll write flex. You can see nothing really changed here. Yeah, and then what I'll do, I'll write here also follow button. So inside that follow button also I will write here display as flex. Nothing's gonna really change it, right? Because as you can see, our classes has already been given. What I'll do here is I'll just copy it, and wherever I have to paste it, I'll paste it right there, just like this. And similarly here as well. So what is happening here? We will make a display flex and our button is supposed not to be there. I have to change this. I have to remove this from here. Okay, header has display flex, image has display flex, profile has display flex, and button also has display flex. Fine. Now footer also should be given this display flex as well. Let's go for footer display. Simply paste it, yeah. See, display flex made them like this, some sort of. Let's do one thing. Let's remove that display from this heading because it's not looking that much good. That profile, I'll remove it from here. Yeah. Now, at least for now, it's looking a little better, right? But still, you can see that. Let's go for inspect, and there I'll show you. Yeah. see what it says here. It when I click here, see here and see, this is whole a container, fine. And inside this container, this is our header. Inside this header, there is first thing, second thing, third thing, and this fourth thing. And this is another main item. And similarly, you can just go on a website and do inspect elements, and you will understand how for like how much elements are divided, and it's divided into how many different parts and all everything. So I hope you have understood the basic concept that why flex is used. Okay. Now moving on further to make to more properties of flex, that is so now moving on further. Now let's do one thing that let's decide the direction. Right now we were just using display flex, which was making our elements align into a row. But now we want that our direction should be different. Like for example, I want that instead of row that is by default, I want it should be a column or it should be column reverse. Like for example, in this particular place, like in this whole header div, it says display flex, right? If I write flex direction and if I says row reverse, what it will do, it will reverse it. Right now, image was first, then this, then this, and it will reverse it completely towards that side. Like this, we can change, or you can say we can move our elements towards different directions. Same thing we could have done is like by using flex direction. It consists basically of three things. That is row reverse. Okay. By default, it's looking perfect, but still, if I want to change it somewhere or if I want to do some changes, I can do that. This is how you can change the direction of flex elements by using flex direction. Now, what comes more further is that applying the flex direction property to create rows. Okay, so as I was telling you recently, what it did, it just made it a little bit worse. Remove this, and you know what task you have for this video, that you have to take the code which I will be providing in the description. You have to open it and then go for display, this header section. There you write flex direction, and you know inside this flex direction, you have to try everything like inherit. What happens when we did inherit? For now, nothing is happening, right? Inherit, then there is another initial. What is does? Technically, nothing happened initial. So you have to try everything. Like I told you basics of them. You have to create your own web page similar to like that, and you have to apply all the things like which I have told you, guys. Okay. So this is all about flex direction. Then what it is that we can use it to make a column as I told you just now. What I can do here is I'll go to this old file which is there, flex.html, will run it with live server here. You can see right that for now we just have given a flex. What I can write here is I'll write flex direction and I can write it column. Color will make you understand more better, right? That column happened and column reverse, color will be switched. Yeah, you can see it, right? What has happened that instead of being like, let it be like that. Now for default it's row. I'll write row reverse. It will go that side. See, it went that side. So this is how you can change the properties of HTML, or you can align our elements of HTML by changing all these properties. Like for example, if I would have made it really small, this one, like for now, it's like initially it would have been like, different. So this is all about the flex direction. Now let's do one thing. Let's go further and understand more basic concepts of flex. See, for more people, or you can say for majority, they say flex is very difficult, or it's, people are unable to understand. But trust me, flex is not that difficult. It's just you have to make your basics clear, and you have to understand that while typing flex what is happening, or while doing display flex what it makes to do. Now, moving on, let's come to another property, that is justify content. So, what is justify content? For example, like for this, justify content has various things to align our elements. Like for now, you were learning about flex direction, which can only change the direction, right? Then there is another thing that is called justify content. It has several properties within it, and see, it can align, like I guess if you guys knows about this, like if I want to make this particular box in the center, which I cannot do by flex direction, what I will use here, I will use justify content and I'll write center. What it did, it has made our elements in the center. Similarly, as center, there are many more properties. First is flex start, then flex end, then space between, then space around, then equal spaces, or you can say space evenly. We have to try all of it. Like, for example, right now when I did center, it was center. When I'll write flex start, it will be same, because right now by default it's flex start, means our image or our containers will be sticking with the start of our flexbox or flex container. So now we'll remove and we'll write flex end. So what it will do, it will be shifted towards the end of the flex. Same thing which was happening with our, flex direction. Now space around. What space around does? Space around will do what? It will give spaces between them, right? uh, it is, little bit different than space between. Let me show you what is space between first. Actually, space between, so what it does, space between aligns items to the center of the main axis with extra space between the items. Actually, I searched it on Google, or you can, if you guys doesn't know, right? Because I was not getting the words that how exactly should I understand, or sorry, how exactly should I make you understand that what these properties works. Like if you will be practicing more, no, it will be you will be remembering the properties, but it's a little difficult to understand a new person who doesn't knows these properties, right? So you can just think that if you write space between, the two elements will go towards the end. Like if there are two elements, it will be gone towards the end of each other. So this is what a space between is all about. If you want, let's do one thing. Let's create two more boxes. That is third one here, three, and similarly, I'll create another one, that is box number 4, and we'll give kind of same classes to all of them. Yeah, see what I did, I created box 3 and this is box 4. Instead of red, I'll write orange, and instead of green,
Yes. Okay. So you can see here that what has happened. Spaces between. Okay. So what spaces between does is it will send this first black one and this last, first and last towards the end, and remaining one are aligned evenly between each other. So this is what a space between does. Similarly, there is one property called space evenly. What that space evenly does, like you can see, all the elements are getting equal amount of spaces right now, right? If I remove this and if I does space around, or around, see, so what that space around is space around is like not exactly but kind of similar to space between, but the main difference is that the elements are not pushed towards the end. It is distributed with some sort of gaps between them, right? Mostly people uses either spaces between or either spaces evenly, as I told you. But for most of the time, instead of spaces, we will be using space as center, because aligning items in the center is almost mostly required. So this is about justify content. Okay, I hope you are understanding these concepts, like whatever I'm telling you about. If you have any doubts in this, then do comment out, because it will be helpful, as I will be understanding that what concepts you are cleared about and what concepts need to be focused on more, right? Yeah. So, okay. So coming on to the another topic, that is align items. I hope, yeah, you have guys have already understood what is align items. We were using this align items before, and it's not different. It's almost similar to the justify content. Align item properties aligns flex item along the cross axis. Let's do one thing. We'll remove this from here and we'll write align items. And align items also have the same properties. Like if I'll say center, then our element will be aligned in the center. Till now, if we were using justify content, it was using this, like it was aligning items according to the width. But if I use this align items, it will be aligning items according to their height. You can understand by this. Okay. Like right now I said center, so it has came into center. If I would have did like justify content also, if I would have did center, it would have come exactly this in the center of a web page. But I doesn't want that right now. So this is a center. Similarly, there is a flex start. I hope you guys have understood that if I will write flex start, it will be there at the top, and if I write flex end, it will be ended. Now if you will be asking why it has stopped here, because I have given it a height of 500 pixels. If I remove that and if I write 100 vh, then it will be gone. If I does 100%, it will be gone towards down. So, 100. Yeah, see, it has came to the downside. Changing this to flex start will make it come exactly above. Okay. Now, there is one more thing that usually happens is that it has a few more things, that is baseline. Okay. Line items baseline. What it does? Nothing. Like if text would have been there above this, then it would have did a lot. Let me do one thing. Let me add some text here as well. Okay. For paragraph. Inside this div, I'll write paragraph. Then write by or hey. Same things I'll do here for here, and I'll use multi-line cursor. Okay. See, right now you can see that every element has hey written in it. So, if I want to do some changes in that, what I'll write here, see, div container, inside this div container, what I will write here is I will increase its font size. Color. See, now our hey is visible. Similarly, I'll give it a font size, large, little, large, or let's leave that large thing. Let's keep the font simple. So what this baseline does is baseline items, it aligns items in their baseline. Baseline, it's a text context. You can say the place where this text is sitting on right now, this particular places, till that place the text will be aligned. You can I hope you have got the point what I'm talking about. It will be 500 pixels. Let's keep it 500 pixels. Mhm. Now remove this one from baseline, and what I'll write here is I'll write suppose stretch. So what stretch does, that stretch aligns, or you can say it stretches these items to fill the flex container. Suppose my flex container is this big, like till this arrow downstairs, so it will fill it completely. Okay, by default, if we have not given the value to our elements, by default the align items property is stretch itself. Okay, what it does, it will fill it completely. Yeah, I hope you have understood. Yeah. Hmm. What is there now? Let's do one thing. Let's give you one more example. Let's do one thing. Let's go for that text file which we were doing here. Okay, let's close that one, and let's do one thing. I will write here to the follow button. I'll go to this follow button, and what I'll write, align items as center. Or I can just do one thing. Justify content. I can stay like spaces between, or it's one thing, space around. Not actually, sorry, not for our flex button. That only I was thinking why it's not working. We want it to happen here. Yeah, see, now it has came right, not spaces around, actually space between. What it will do here, see, it has made our images go that side, manager has came into second, and our follow button has gone there. Same thing we can do for our follow button is that I can go to follow button. This is the follow button right here. Inside this follow button, I'll write here as
Align items, enter. Where is that follow class actually? This is a follow button class. For follow button and btn. For this btn, let's do that. Display flex, remove it from here, display flex. We'll paste it here and then we'll align items. Enter. Alright. Justify content. Nothing's really gonna change it, right? Yeah. See, so this has happened here. Like our manager has came into second and photos in the first and the follow button is in third place, right? So this is how you can use your CSS properties or CSS Flexbox to align items or to make it more fun or to make it little more interesting. In today's video, we will be learning more about flex wrap, flex grow, flex shrink, and etc. So without wasting time, let's begin. I guess till now you might have understood or you might have got a basic idea about the flex box. Okay, I will show you like these all things we have studied till now. Let's do one thing. Just to memorize or just to revise what exactly we have done. Let's create a new file and we will be making what we'll be doing. We will write like flex revision.html. Okay. So what I have done here is I have made a file named flexrevision.html. Okay, inside that, let's write exclamation mark and we'll press enter. Our boilerplate is ready. Inside this boilerplate, I will make a div and I'll name it as flex container. Okay, so I have made it as flex container. Inside this, I will make 5 boxes and I'll name it as div dot box 1 enter and I'll simply make 5 boxes like that. Okay. Similarly, I'll making giving it actually. Let's do one thing. 2, 3, 4, 4, and similarly 5. So I have created 5 boxes. Let's give them a single class as well, name as box. So that when we want to do some editing, right, we can do it right here. So I have made here a flex container that will be our big box, and these are flex items or you can say small boxes which we have created inside our flex box. Now let's let's go and let's check how it's looking so that you will understand. Okay, let's close this right here. And here you can see like for now it is like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 that much here. And similarly, if I'll go back to VS Code, okay, in here I'll write style. Inside style, I'll select my flex container. Inside this, if I will write display equals flex. By writing display flex, our our items will be arranged in the form of row and column. Let me show you. See, now by default it's row. Okay, so it as arranged in the form of row. Similarly, what we can do here is we will be giving it box inside box. I'll write few of the things that is display. Let's give some of the things that is width. I'll give it a width 100 pixels, height 100 pixels as well. Similarly, I'll give it a border of
2 pixels, solid black, solid blue. I'll give some blue. Okay. And what else can I give it here? Margin. Yeah, margin is very important. I'll give it a margin of 20 pixels, then remaining 5 pixels. So C, I guess it's not loaded. Yeah. Oh, sure. I forgot to add a full stop right here. Okay. So see, these are our 5 boxes which has been created. Okay. So you can see that boxes are completed. Now let me do one more thing. I'll write here text align center, and I'll do one more thing. Font size will be 20 pixels. Okay. So now you can see that our boxes are easily visible. Okay, that box 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So these are our boxes. If if we want, we can simply remove our margin. Okay, if you doesn't like it. See, right now it's look like completely sticked up. So we learned what we learned here, that if we write here as justify content as center, if we justifies our content in the center, our content will be aligned in center here, you can see. And if I will write here uh, align items also center, then it will come exactly in the center, you can see. Just a second, remove this, and not align item, actually I guess flex direction. Mm, okay. So you can see here our element has been aligned in the center. Similarly, there we studied one more thing, that was flex direction. So what was flex direction? By default, our flex direction is row. But if I does column, so you will be seeing that our elements have came in a column. Now if I does column reverse, then what it will do, 5 will be above, then 4, 3, 2, 1. You can see that, right? Same things happens with row. Okay. By chance, if I write here as row reverse. By default, it's row. If you will not write anything, it will take as row. But if I like row reverse, that 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. See, our elements as aligned in like that. Okay. This is how row reverse works. Now, coming back to the topic, today we will be learning about flex wrap. Okay, that what is flex wrap? How is flex wrap occurs? See, so in CSS, you might have already understood that a flexbox has a feature to split a flex item into multiple rows, right? For example, rows or column, you can say. By default, it's in row, right? But by default, you will be seeing that our element will be always in one line. Like, let me inspect it. Okay, if I will inspect, and if you see that I'll shrink it, I'll go for mobile views, and if I shrinks it, like you can see the dimension right here, no? If I goes and if I will shrink it bottom, you can see it is still in one line. It is not moving. It is not going. It's just shrinking and coming back to normal. Here, here our property comes known as flex wrap. If I write here flex, if I write here as flex wrap, okay, and if I says wrap, then what will happen? Let me show you. Our element will start to come down. Okay, 1, 2, 3, and it is going that like that. Okay, and if I does here as no wrap, So it means that our elements will be not aligned in, it will be still aligned in the same line. So this is how our flex wrap, no wrap works. And there is one more thing called like wrap reverse. I think you might have already understood what it will be doing. See, till now what was happening, let me show you first. Do one thing. Let us remove this row reverse and let me show you. So now it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? And when I shrink it, instead of 5, 1, 1 will be going down. See, all 4 came down, then 2, then 3. See, it happens like that. And in the end, what will happen? Our 5 will be at the top and 1 will be at the bottom. Exactly reverse art, which happens in wrap. Let's remove it. And then you can understand. See, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this is what a flex wrap property is all about. Okay. Moving on further, what is flex shrink? See, let's firstly do one thing. Let's remove this wrap and let me tell you what is flex shrink property. See, what happens like when we goes and suppose let me do one thing. I'll write here box 1. Inside box 1, I'll write flex shrink as 2. What it does, it inputs a value in numbers. So like I have entered flex shrink, so it will mean that compared to all other boxes in our class, our second box or first box will be shrinking more. You can see, as you saw, like compared to other boxes, the first box is shrinking double fast. That means twice fast. See, if I brings back, it is brought back in its normal place, but when I will shrink, our first box will be shrinking at double rate compared to others. Like you can see here, it has shrink half or more than half, you can say. Yeah. So this is what our flex shrink property is all about. Okay. So I guess you are understanding what is flex shrink. Now coming back to more, and it says like, let me tell you one more property that is flex grow. This thing flex grow does opposite thing, like shrinks the element at some rates, then grows the elements at some rate. Like for example, I'll write here too for flex grow. So what it will means that our second box, this one, like right now you can see that it has taken all the spaces. Like let me make it in a normal position. Yeah. For now, you can see that our all boxes are at same size. But if I increases it, you can see our second box is increasing very fastly, like very fastly, twice the rate. See, it's becoming that big, and it is coming like that. Okay, so what we can do here is, like for example, I want that box number 3 should also get flex grow and at 3 times. So what I handed 3, it means what it means that the third box will be shrinking very fastly, like 3 times faster than others. Then the second one will be shrinking twice as fast as others. See, you can see now only that third box is started to increase, and third one is increasing very fastly. Then second one, then remaining. Yeah, you can see. So this is what our flex grow elements is all about. Don't worry, this is just I'm explaining you. After that, we will be doing projects will be coming on in this series, so we will be understanding the concepts. For now, just understand what every property does. Like I told you about flex shrink, and now I told you about flex grow. Similarly, moving on further, let's come to flex basis property to set initial size of an item. What this does, that flex basis property specifies the initial size of an item before you can make adjustments using flex shrink and flex grow. It's like, this flex basis decides that what will be the initial value of an element. Like if I gives suppose you say if I gives a width or if I gives a size to our box that is initial in flex basis. So it means that initial size will be this one. Then if I increases the width, then you can apply flex grow property, and if I decreases, then you can apply flex shrink. Okay, so let's do one thing. We'll select our box number 4. Box number 4 I have selected. Inside this box number 4, I'll write flex, and then I'll write flex basis, and then I'll give in flex basis you have to use a normal measurement properties, that is pixels or em or rem. Like for example, I will be giving it 100 pixels. So what it does, it will give a basic 100 pixel to our first box. You can see here, see, for box number 4. Yeah, nothing much is really happening, but you can see that our fourth box here, this one, its size has been fixed up. It's not increasing, you can see here, right? Like for example, I have brought it to its max width, but still fourth one is same. It is still same, right? And until initially it starts to decrease. You can see the size of fourth box is exactly the same. Let me do one thing. Let me remove this flex grow and shrink property from all these boxes. So yeah, you can see. Let's do one thing. Let me show you by an example. Let's give this one as well flex basis 200 pixels. Okay. So our third box has initial size of 200 pixels, and it will be the same, right? You can see it will be remaining the same until it starts to shrink. Starts to shrink, and it becomes initially dead. It's just, you can say, defining up, giving a normal size to any flex element. It's called flex basis property. Then coming on to further topic, that is use the flex shorthand property. Okay, there is a shortcut available for to set several flex properties at once. Okay, then that is called flex shorthand. So what we can do, we can give flex shrink, flex grow, and flex basis property all by together under our flex. Let me tell you what I am talking about. Let's go to VS Code. Inside this VS Code, let's remove this and let's remove this. Okay. Coming on to box number 1. Inside this, I'll write flex. Okay. Then what I have to write here, first property will be flex grow. Then it will be, like, suppose I'll say flex grow 2. Then I'll write flex shrink 2. Then I'll write flex basis of 100 pixels. So what it has entered here is I have given, see, it says syntax flex grow, then I have to write flex shrink, then I have to write flex basis. Okay. So what it will do here is that when box 1 will grow, it will fill extra spaces at twice the rate. That means grow. Then when it shrinks at twice the rate. Okay. And see, so you can see here is right now I have entered some values. So these value will cause that our box 1, when I am increasing, it will take the extra width by twice the rate. Then if I shrinks it, okay, if I shrinks it, it will shrink at twice the speed, and when it becomes less than 300, okay, I guess giving this one to this one and 300 pixels. So same thing I have done here. Same thing I have done here for box number 2. But instead of giving 2 2, that is flex grow to, flex shrink to, I have given 1 It means it will grow at same speed, it will shrink at same speed, but its flex basis will be 300 pixels. It's like this, you can see. So this is all about our flex grow, flex shrink properties. If you are having any doubt, then do comment out. I hope you are understanding the videos. Okay, and now let's move on further and let's learn about the order property. Okay, so what is order property? The order property tells us to use CSS, that how it is used. Let me show you what I'm talking about. Like, for example, I'll write box 3 order of 5. Okay. So what I have done here is I have given the 5 order of 5 to this box. So what has happened here, as you can see, first box, second box, then third one is gone because it has came to fifth place, and fourth and fifth, and then third box. So this is how you can give order to any of the box of CSS, and this is how you can align the properties of. This is how you can align the boxes according to your will uh, by using CSS. I hope you understood this order, this flex, grow, flex, shrink, and justify content. So this is all about our flexbox. Here our flexbox completes. Uh, if you are having doubts, then yeah, I will be very happy to solve it out. But for now, to make your concepts strong or to make you understand exactly more about this flexbox, let's do one thing. Let's create a full website using Flexbox. Okay, it will be a small project just within this video. I will be making within, like, you know, website using HTML. Okay, so this is our website is going to start here. And if you want to learn more about CSS, like there are Bootstrap, Tailwind CSS, if you want to watch these courses, or if you want to watch or learn about more, then do comment. I will be very happy to make a course specifically for Bootstrap and Tailwind CSS. Okay, because yeah, when we create more engaging and website at very less time, we use these frameworks, that is Bootstrap and Tailwinds. Many uses, and we can make we like very beautiful websites, you can say, using these frameworks. Now for our website, let's put our boilerplate. Inside this boilerplate, let me think like what website we should make here. Let's make a website. Okay, so I guess let's do one thing. Let's create a simple website. For that, we will be making various sections. So for starting, first section, let's make will be main. Okay. Inside this main, I will just write main. Okay. This will be our first section. Then inside main, later, I'll make an header, and I'll write here as header. Similarly, so this is our header. Similarly, let's make one more. That will be section. And I'll write here as profile. Okay. Then I'll write one more thing named as section again. Inside this section, I'll write content. Okay, so I have made various sections, like two more sections. Let's create. That will be side. That will be again
div. Inside this div I'll write sidebar. Okay, and lastly I'll create a footer. Inside this footer I will write here as our footer. Okay. So this is all about our HTML code that we will be putting on. Okay. Now let's run it out and see what is looking exactly. See, it just looks like this, nothing impressive, nothing nice. Okay. Now let's go for style tag. Inside style tag, I'll write here as firstly I'll select main, then I'll select header, then I'll select section, then I'll select another section. Actually, it's a div. Yeah, div. Then I'll select footer. So we will be giving a combined, we will be giving combined classes to all of them, like editing. So for that, let's do one thing. I'll write margin 0, and then I'll write padding. I'll give it a padding of 2 pixels. Actually 2 pixels. And then what I'll write here, I'll give it a border of about pixels. Solid. Uh, let's give it a color somewhere around solid black. Black will be fine, right? And then let's do one thing. I'll give it a color of some nice color. I think this is looking somewhat like this. No, not worth it. Uh, let's do one thing. Now let's give it a red. Later on we'll change it. Okay, because red is also not a nice color, right? But still it looks better. So let's do one thing. Now we'll go for specific styling. So for that we'll write here main. Okay, inside main I'll write background black. Then I'll go for header. Inside header I'll write a background of hmm, how blue it will be. Let's give it a blue, a little lighter shade of blue. Okay, yeah. Similarly, let's go for our last. Let's do some of the changes, I'll say. Okay. Inside this sidebar, let's give classes to everybody. Classes, I'll get sidebar. Okay. Yeah. Similarly, put respector section. I'll give class of content. Okay. Here I'll give a class of file. Okay. So I have given classes back again. Now let's go up again and we'll write our code. We did header inside content. I'll give it a background.
background of say green. Gray, will give it a gray. Okay. Similarly, we'll give it for profile background color. Again, you have to find out how many colors we have to think in our mind. Gold rod. See, all these colors, whichever I'm giving, are just random colors. I'm just thinking and I'm giving. If you guys can select much better colors if it comes in your mind. See, for now, I'm not getting any color suggestions, so I'm just putting whatever color is getting in my mind. Green, suppose. I'll write green and then I'll select it. A lighter version of green I want. Yeah, yes, this one will work fine. Okay, sidebar has done. Now footer. Footer does not have class. Sidebar we have given class, yeah. Class. Inside footer, let's give it a border. 1 pixel, solid black. Same thing let's do for this one as well. Border, 1 pixel, solid black. Okay. Footer has done. Let's give it a color in footer as well, background. Which color should I give? Orange. Okay. Now let's see how it's looking. See, it's looking somewhat like this, right? For now, it's looking a little bit weird, you know. Let's see how our main is for now. No. Style this. Let's cut it out from here. And after posting footer, let's do it this way. Fine. Like this at least will look little better. Yeah, for now it's looking a little better, you can see it that the one has. Now we can do one thing, we can change from red to white, will look much better. Yeah, see, so it's looking a little nice, right? For now, let's do one thing. Let's do some of the changes. Okay, so for like content, I want that content I'll write. So for that I'll go for content section. This one. Yeah. Inside this I'll write here paragraph. Inside paragraph I'll write lorem 30. Okay, I've given it a lorem 30. And similarly I'll do this for almost everything, like paragraph, inside paragraph, lorem 5. Header is little small, profile is still nice. Like in content we have to give a lot of things. Paragraph, lorem 50, 40 seems better. And again I'll write again paragraph, inside paragraph, lorem 50. Okay, then for sidebar it's little small, so for again paragraph, inside paragraph, lorem 40. And footer is always small and nice, so for footer I'll write lorem 20. So now let's go and let's check our website. See, it's looking like this, right? Let's change this green to little
dull version, you know, it's looking a little more vibrant. This one looks little nice, right? Or orange also, let's make it little dull one. Yeah, this one looks nice. Same thing what I can do for paragraph. I'll control paragraph, inside paragraph, lorem 60. So for now it looks like this, you know, but for now we have not touched our flexbox at all. We have not aligned anything. Okay, so for that, let's do one thing. Let's make a flex container. What we will do here is we will wrap all the things inside our div, or what all things we want to be in together, right? In row form, what all we want, we will align all that into. For now, let's close this section itself. Let's close this section also, footer. So what we want, that I want these two containers should be inside a div. So I'll write here a div with name as flex container. Okay, I have write a div and I have created a flex container, and I'll enter it here. Okay, just after this sidebar. So what it did is it has made our container, and we have to do some styling. What styling will do? We will use media queries, obviously, because we are creating a responsive website, right? So keyframes. Let's do on screen, media screen, inside media screen, whatever. Right? What I will write here is, and minimum width. I'll write minimum width as 600 pixels. Okay. Inside 600, and it should start like this. Okay. Now what I have to do here is I will select my flex container, and I'll write here as display flex. So what it means, that when my width will be more than when my width will be more than 600, it display will be flex. Let me show you. See, it looks like this, you know. Let's inspect it and see. For till it's 766, right, it's still like that. And when our display will go below 600, just below 600, it has came downside. So this is how our media screen works. Let's do one thing. Let's do it for 640 pixels. Okay, I have made a display as flex. Okay, now what I have to do here is I have to go back to our classes, the two classes which I have created, where it is this one, content and sidebar. So what I will do here is I will go to content. Where is the profile? Profile is right above. Okay, okay. So I'll go for content. Inside content, I'll write here as flex one. Okay, just one I have written here, and for sidebar, I'll write flex 0, 1, and 300 pixels. For the first one, what I did for, like, let me tell you, for the first content container, I have just given it a flex grow. That means it will grow fast. And for the sidebar, I have given it flex grow 0 and flex shrink as 1. That means it will shrink at faster rate. Okay. And let's see what it's looking right now. Let's go for inspect. Okay, right now it's at
Right now it was at somewhere around 590, right? Let me increase it, and you see, as I increased it, whenever I will shrink it, you will see that our green one will shrink fast, right? And when I'm increasing, the one with content name is increasing very fastly, right? So this is how our flex works. It has made our website little bit, movable or little bit responsive, as you can see it, right? Okay, so let's do one thing. Let's add few more things which will make it little nice. Or this one, where it went, yeah. Yeah. We'll do one thing. We'll write here as let's do one thing. Let's give it another class that will be Flexbox. Okay, and in this section, normal section, I will give here as Flexbox. Inside Flexbox, I'll give it a margin auto. Okay, and I'll give it a max width of 35. Right. So what it did as margin is given auto. That means it will automatically decide the margin by itself. See, as you can see it here, right? You can see that it's not increasing more. Max width is 75 rem. It will not go more than 75 rem. If I gives it, okay, let me show you. Like if I gives its max width as 80 rem, okay, it has increased little bit, right? But still, it's not going above that. So this is how our website has been created. Let's make it 100%. See, so this is how our website has been created. Okay, and it looks exactly like this. What you can do, you can make several columns, you can create a lot of website. This was just a simple explanation which I did to make you understand more about Flexbox and how can we make websites, how it is looking more responsive using Flexbox, right? And if you have any doubts, then do comment out. I hope I'm trying my best to make you understand that, right? And if you are liking it, then do like, share, and subscribe to the channel so that you cannot miss the further video, which will be more important. That is grid, which will be learning grid system in CSS. So that much was it. If you want, you can do still some changes. Like let's do few more things. That is, we'll copy this one div. Okay, and we'll paste it right after footer. And what we will do, we will firstly change its width. Sidebar is this one, paragraph is this one, just it is just below. This one is just below. Our Flexbox will change its name as Flex, and we will give a specific classes right here, like Flex margin will be auto and max width. Let's not give it a max width, yeah. Just let's keep it as the way it is. Okay, see, it is just like that. If by chance I removes its margin auto, like let me show you here. If I removes its margin auto, what it will do here, it will make our elements this side, or either it can make that side, but we wanted that it should be in center, so we gave it margin as auto, and we will give here as well margin auto. And similarly, what we can do here is we can add here as max width. Let's give it a 90 rem. Okay, so we have given it a max width of 90 rem, it looking like that, or let's give it 100 only, right? So it has a 100 RAM a max width, and similarly, by doing more implementations or by applying more things, you can make website like this, or you can make more and create a website. Yeah, there are thousands of websites which can be made using CSS Flexbox, and I'll tell you, most of the website are made in CSS Flexbox. So in today's video, we will be learning about the grid systems and how can we align systems using grid. So see, let me explain you a few basic things. Yeah, you might be asking like, already knows Flex. Why to know more about grid, or why to understand the concepts of grid? So see, in Flex, you can align whatever you can do with it. It was all about a single object, right? Like for example, if you want that any object should be like multiple objects should be arranged in the same way, it cannot be possible. Like in Flexbox, you can only align things in a form of rows and columns. You can not do anything more than that. But if you want to make complex structures, or if you want to design a complex website, knowing grid will be little helpful. Like if you want, for example, you can understand, most of you might have seen the Excel sheet, right? Like how an Excel sheet is. So you can correlate it with an Excel sheet. Like it looks familiar to an Excel sheet, where we can style or arrange elements in the form of grid. Okay. So let me go on VS Code and let me show you, like till here we have done all these things, right? We made a website kind of thing using Flexbox. I hope you guys are already aware about this, right? Let me show you. See, yeah, so we created some sort of things like this, right, using Flexbox. Wait, let me make it 100%. Yeah. So this was how we made a website using Flexbox, right? Now, what I really want is, I want that I should make a website using Grid, and I want, a better things that we can make using grid. So for that, let's go and firstly write a new grid system, and let us start with the grid. So for this, let's make a new folder, not here, inside this big folder. We'll create a folder name grid in CSS. Inside this folder, I'll make a new file. File name is as first grid .html. Fine. Now what we will do here is, we'll make a basic boilerplate. Fine. Inside this basic boilerplate, let me write some of the code. So for that, let me first create a container. So I'll write div.container. So for doing all these codes, if you have not installed, I will really suggest you that go to extensions if you all are on VS Code, and do install live server right here, because it is very beneficial tool. It will be helping you guys a lot. To know this one, I have already installed it in my computer. This one will be helping you a lot, because we can check the status of our website in real time. Like all the changes which we are doing will be helping it in real time, right? So this is one extension name, live server. Then you can use one more thing, that is beautify. This syntax beautifies our code, and it makes little more easy for us to understand. There was one more one, actually it was like bracket one. Actually, I'm not getting it, but yeah, it was like for color systems, maybe this one, yeah, bracket pair colorizer. What it will do, it will tell us like which exact pair of our bracket is this. So what happens, sometimes when we write a very huge code, it helps us to identify, like by chance have we wrote all the brackets here as well or not. So for that, let's make one div with the name box1. Similarly, I'll create 4-5 divs. This much is fine actually. And what I will do here is I will use multi-line cursor, and I'll write here as 2. So one thing first. For that, I'll use box. Fine. Now what we will do here is we will add like this 5 divs, and now we will use our multi-line cursor and we'll keep it like 1 and 2. We have to make it this like alt and 2, then let's make it like 3, 4, 5 and like 6. Okay, similarly we'll write here as 3, 4, 5 and 6. So these are all the containers that we have created. Okay, so now let's style it. So for that, what I will be doing here is firstly I will be giving them colors. So for each of the boxes, like not div actually, I'll give them some sort of color. Let me give them, for example, let's give the box number 1 background. Background will be light blue. Similarly, we'll copy this one and we'll paste it. Okay, so what I have done here is I have copy pasted this code several times. So I'll do box 2, box 3. Instead of blue, I'll write light green. Then for this one, I'll write light red or some sort of different color. Okay, like light coral. Okay. Then for box number 4, I'll change the color to light cyan. Then for box 5, I'll do the same and I'll change the colors like in different light green, and the last one will be something else that I will give it as light pink. Okay, so for now what I have given here is I have just given them the colors, but I have not given, or you can say I have not decided any width or something like that. So for that, let's do one thing. Firstly, let's select our container and we'll style this container. For that, I'll write container. Inside that container, I will give some this. Firstly, I'll write it as display. All of them who were watching me in that Flexbox video, you will be knowing that we were writing flex. This time we'll write grid. Okay. And after that, what we will do here is we will write a width of 100%. We will give it a width of 100%, and similarly we'll give it a height of 80%. Okay, now firstly let's go and let's have just a look like how exactly it's looking. We'll click on open with live server, and for now you can see that even if when I wrote that in grid nothing really happened. Like, let me firstly remove this from here and let me show you. Like, see, whether if there is a grid or not, it's not affecting that. Why is that so? Because see, Flexbox, what was it was doing whenever we used to write display as flex, it used to give flex direction as row by default. But here that is not the case. We have to give it like, I'll write display, then I have to write some few things to make it look that way. Okay. So for that, what I will do here is firstly I'll write display grid. Then after that, I have to give few things like firstly, let me give it a background color to this one as well. I'll write light slate gray because it should look like, yeah, that there is something in the background. Okay. So for that, let's first write as grid template columns. So what this what this thing does. Okay, so it will tell us that how many columns we exactly want. Okay, like how many columns you want, that there should be one column, two columns, three columns. Okay, so this is how you have to write the columns, right? So for to make a column, you have to write few things. Like for example, let me tell you as for that, let's go here and for column, I'll write it as suppose I want that there should be two columns. So I will write here as two columns of 70 pixels each. As soon as I did this, you can clearly see that there has been made a grid. It has two columns, but as you can see, it is just taking 70 pixels as I have given it. If I want that it should be expanding full area, you have to write it as, I will show you guys. You have to write it something like 1fr, 1fr. So this is what it means. Like, see, right now our grid has been divided into two columns. Like, if I write here as 1fr as well, it will be having three columns. Okay. For now, I have not given them a row or something like that. It's nothing has been decided. It has taken everything by itself. Okay. So now for going and adding rows with grid template rows. So for that, let's go here and what we will write here as grid template rows, and then we have to give them a row or we have to tell them that for how much area our row should expand, because right now you can see it's not taking that much of a space. So for that, what I will give here is, first let us check what is the size of the box. Pretty much nothing, right? So for that, let's do one thing. We will give it 1fr and 1fr. Nothing pretty much changed, right? Let's try this one thing. 200 pixels. We will give 200 pixels to our rows. So see what happened when I just wrote one single property of 200 pixels. It just gave this property to one particular first row. But if I wrote here like 250 pixels, then what it will do is it will firstly give 200 pixels to the first row, and then it will give 250 pixels to the second row. Let's do one thing. Firstly, let's increase the size of the font because it's not at all visible, right? So it should be font size and it should be larger. Did it did anything? Nothing, pretty much. Let's try for X larger. Uh, Leave it. We will just give them the values like 50 pixels. See, so for now you can see that our grid system is clearly visible and you can see numbers that for now our elements has been aligned in a form of grid technically. So this is what a grid system is all about. Now we will be learning how to make better more designs and how to understand more properties of grid. So for that, let's move on further and use CSS Grid to change the size of columns, okay, and rows. So for doing that, we have to do few things. Like for example, as I showed you just now, like I want that these sizes should not be fixed of the columns. Like for example, this one right here is there, right? For that, what I can do here is I can write here few of the properties. Like for example, firstly, I can write auto. So what auto will do? Auto will set the column or row to the width or height of its content automatically. Like if I write it auto, maybe it will set the height to full. Like you can see right now, every single that element, that first box is taking the full width of our container. So this is what auto does. Okay, then what I wrote here was first fr, right? So what this fr is, it sets the column or row to a fraction of our available spaces. For example, like suppose this much space is available, it will be of this size. If this much space is available, then it will be of more or and a more bigger size. So this is what fr does. In percentage, you know, percentage changes it according to itself. Like if I write 20%, it will be now arranged into 3 rows. See, for the first one, it was auto. Okay, as for now, other elements are consuming more spaces. Then what I have given here to the to the third element is 20%, so it's taking 20% of the space. Then to the middle one, it is taking 1 fr, whatever space was available, it's consuming all of it. So this is what these three properties are all about. You can do the same right here as well. Okay, like if you want, you can write suppose 20%, and you can write 50%. Then maybe, yeah, it will look a little better. Yeah, you can see, right, it is not looking that much better. It's almost coinciding each other. So yeah, you have to understand how to align all these things, right? And it gets better while practicing, right? So don't forget to practice it out. See, so let it be like that way. Okay, moving on further, let's move on to another topic, that is create a column gap using CSS column gap. Like right now you can see that these elements are completely sticked with each other. They does not have a proper amount of gap. Let's firstly do something, remove this, and we'll write 1 fr. Similarly, we'll write one, and it should also look exactly same. So for now you can see our elements are looking somewhat nice. Let's make it 250, and this one also 250. So it should look like somewhat correct. It's looking fine, right? I want that it should be having little bit gaps in between. So for that, what I can write here is grid column gap. So for grid column gap, how much gap I want that I should give. Like suppose I want a gap of 50 pixels between my each column. So it will be giving 50 pixels gap. Right now you can see that gray strip, it is the background, which we have already decided, and it's showing the gaps between them. So this is how we can give, you know, how we can give spaces between our, or we can give differences between our column. Same thing we can do here is, let me firstly make it a little better by 10 pixels. Same thing we can do here is by writing template grid column okay, row gap. Like for now it was for column, now you can write for row. Like suppose I want that for my row, my gap should be 20 pixels. So see, you can see that right now we have got a gap of 20 pixels. So let us keep it similar by 10 pixels. So this is how our grid systems is all about. And you can see it looks quite better, right? Uh, it is looking a little bit interesting, like, you know, you can make real complex structures by using these grid properties, right? Now, what we can do here is, instead of giving these properties separately, like if I have to write thousands of lines of code, it will be very difficult for me to like writing these same properties again and again and again for a loop. So instead of writing this again, what I can do here is I will just write my grid gap, and inside this grid gap I can give both the things, like for example, if I write suppose 20 pixels, and then if I write 10 pixels. So what it will do here is, let me first comment it out. See, what it did, it gave 20 pixels to our rows and 10 pixels to our columns. So you can write, you know, you can write properties like this way as well. It will be little more easy compared to writing this function again and again, right? This is how you can write, this is how you can give gaps in a grid system by using a grid gap property. Like, moving on further, now let's use our grid column to control spacing in our, grid systems. So how exactly we can do that is by, using our grid column property. Now, till now we were just learning about, the doing ups and downs, like how can we align little bit or adjust little bit. But now we will be doing the main things which are there, right? That is how to control spacing by using grid column property. Okay, so in our grid, let me give you an example. Like, a grid is distributed in horizontal and vertical lines, like this. For example, for reference, you can use any of the Excel sheet to understand the concept. Like, let me show you here only. So see, you can see, like, it is horizontal lines and vertical lines. It is distributed like that, right? So these lines are numbered starting with 1, and like the first one is the 1, first row, first column, then first row, second column, then first row, third column. So this is how it is, aligned, or you can, I will better say, this is how these are arranged. So now if I want to do some changes, what I can do here is I will write here as grid column start, like where my grid column should start. So I want that my grid column should start at 1, that is 1 1, that first, obviously. Then I want that grid column and end. So my grid column should end at 3. So what exactly according to you will happen? The thing which will happen is that I think it's not saved properly. Actually, this thing will not come here because we are not talking about the container now. We are going inside the elements. So, like, suppose I want that my box 1, technically the A1. Let's do one thing. Let's talk about box 1 itself. We'll paste it. So, what it will do is, as you can see, that the box 1 started from the first line, that is right here, this first line. Then it came all the way till line 3, that is 1, 2 and 3. If I would have wrote here as, instead of 3, if I would have wrote here as 4, so what would have happened, it would have taken the whole place. Okay, it would have taken the whole area of our grid. So this is how you can do, or you can adjust the spacing of an column of or any row. The better way, or you can say the easiest way to do is, it is by using grid. Simply by using grid, and then we'll write as column. So what it will do here, we can give a property like I want that my column, like I want that this column should start from the first. So I'll write first, then I'll use a slash, then I'll write that a place where it should end. Like if I want it should end at 2. So I'll write 1 by 2. Let me first comment it out. Like I want that my box should be 1 by 2. I think, actually, what happened? I wrote 1 by 2, right? So what happened? It is already arranged in the form of 1 by 2. What happened that it should start from first line. So you can see that it's starting from the first line, this first line right here, and it should go all the way till line 2. That is already it's going on, right? So it didn't change. If I would have wrote 3 instead of 1, then it would have changed immediately. Like if I write here 4 instead of 3, you can see it will take full line. So it was already correct actually. I thought that there are multiple lines, so I got little, distorted, and I thought it will work, but it didn't. So this is how you can control the columns, right? Now, moving on to the same thing, which we can do it by using the property that is grid column start. Same thing with row. Now, so first doing this with row, like I want that it should start from first row, obviously. Then I want that it should go all the way till it should go till 2, like not 2 actually, 3. So what it will do, I want you all if to comment out like what it exactly will do. So what it will do here is it will take till 3. It started from first line, and it second line, and then it came all the way to third line. If I would have wrote fourth line, it would have taken all the places, like you can see here, right? So this is how you can adjust the spacing of column and adjust the spacing of a row. And as I just told you, a similar way or an easy way to write it, you can do it by grid row, and you can write 1 by 3. Let's remove this, and it will work just the same way. So it is more easy, right? The writing it this way, it will be little more easy compared to the other one, right? Yeah. So now, moving on further, let's learn about, or let's understand about the aligning property, like how you can align the elements of a grid. uh like to align it horizontally, like if you want, if you have already understood the flexbox, you will be knowing that we used to we used to do some things like, justify content. It used to align our elements. Then we used to say align self or align itself, like these properties it was there, right? So similarly here also there are properties that gives us the power, to align any of our elements horizontally. So to align any elements horizontally, we will be using justify self. And if we want to align any element towards vertically, we will be using align self. So let me first show you. Okay. So what I want that this second box should be justify self, and then I'll write header. What it will do, let me show you. So what it exactly did, it changed the alignment. Let me adjust my screen here so that it will be little more visible, right, when I will be writing the code. Okay. So yeah, so you can see here that justifying any element, like when I wrote justify self, what it did, it aligned our element in the center. That you can see that our full second box is in the center. It has just shrink towards the center. And instead of writing center, if I would have wrote, like for example, if I would have wrote justify start, so it would have went to the start. Similarly, if I would have wrote end, then it would have came towards the end. So this is how you can do. Now if I use suppose baseline, that also has its own property, then you know, let me write like first baseline, nothing basically is happening. So yeah, you have to mostly understand those two properties. So let's see. So this is how you can align our elements to horizontally by using justify self. Now let's move to how, let's move and let's understand that how we can do the same with align self. Like suppose I want this box 3, let's go for, yeah, let's take this box 3 for example. Like I want that my box 3 should align itself towards the center. So what you will see it is our element has aligned towards the center vertically, not horizontally. Justify self will align it horizontally and this one will align it as vertically. So don't get confused. You can write like for A, that is align self, it will be vertical. For justify, that is J, it will be horizontal. Close enough, right? So let's try a few more things, like let's put on here as start. This happened start. Then if I wrote end, then it went till end. So yeah, you can play with these properties by doing all these stuffs. The more you will do, the better you will understand, right? Like what exactly is happening. Now, till now we were learning just till now we were just learning for each a single box. Like I was just telling you that if you want to do that for one box, that is like box 2 or box 3, you can write this and like you can write that. But if I want that, for example, I want that every element should change. Let's do one thing. Firstly, let's remove this grid row and make our grid a little more perfect, right? Yeah. So if I want that my grids should be having everything, like I want, then I'll write justify items, and inside that, what I will write here is I will write the same things, that is like if I want center. So what it will do, it has now changed every element that was inside my container to align themselves horizontally by using justify items. Okay. Uh, you can see that we don't have to write code for every single line or for every single box. Now same thing we can do is by writing align items. So align items also, if we'll write center, it will align all the items towards the center. So now by doing this, what we did, that we have brought our content, like this is for first box, right? Like this whole box is our first box. So our content or whatever text is written in it, it has came exactly in the center or exactly towards the center of this box. Yeah. So this is how you can change the sides of an element or change the direction of an element by using CSS grid property. Okay. Uh, if you are understanding these, then yeah, let's move on further and let's see few more properties that will be about. Uh, I hope you guys have understood whatever I taught you all till now, right? Like, if you really have any of the doubts, then yeah, do comment out, and I will be really happy to help you, right? So let's do one thing. Firstly, check that our audio is coming. Yeah, it's coming, right? Let's Before moving on further, let's make a small project. Let's create a small website with the properties which we have learned so far about our CSS grid. Okay, and we'll name it as like here. We'll create a file and we'll name it as demo website using grid. So what we will be doing is we will be just creating a basic layout of any of the properties using grid, or uh, let's create a basic website. For that, let's make a boilerplate. Okay, I have already created a boilerplate. Now let's make a basic layout of any of our website. For that, let's do one thing. Let's first create a div. For that, I'll make a div and I'll name it as div dot container. You can name it anything you want, but for me, I'm just writing it as container. So what we will be doing here is we will be making the same website that we did, but this time by using grid. Previously we did it on Flexbox, but this time let's do it on grid. So div slash item one. What we have did here is we have given them each ID, and as you know that classes can be same, but ID cannot be same. ID will be always different. So similarly, we created this. We'll name it as 2, then 3, similarly 4 and 5. So we have created 5 boxes. For the first one, I'll name it as header, and this one will be menu. Okay, and for this one, let's give it as main. These all are the tags of an HTML, right? Let's give this one as a right, and let's give this one as footer. Okay. So our basic contents has been created. Let's run it with the live server. So for now, you can see that nothing really is happening. It's just a normal text, right? Now to make it little more better, we will style it by using our CSS styled tags. Firstly, let's go and let's give container let's give container a little properties. First one will be obviously display will be grid, obviously. Then second property which I will be giving them will be background color, which will be around light light blue. Light blue, light blue looks little cool. And then we'll give them a padding of 10 pixels. Fine. Now let's see how they are looking. See, now they are looking some sort of like this. Now let's do one thing. What we will be doing here is we will be giving each of them a few, small properties. That is, firstly, let's select our div container, that inside our container, whatever div is that, we will select those divs. We don't want to style. We want that each container should be having that particular style. So for them, let's give it a background color of light gray. Gray will blend on little nicely. Then I'll write text line center,
Then what I'll do is I'll increase its font size. Okay, so I have increased its font size. Let's write it as 30 pixels. Now let's check. See, so what is happening? Like for now our styling has been changed. Our elements has been aligned little bit differently, right? You can see it. Now let's do one thing. We will give them little gaps and we will align it, a little betterly. So firstly, let's do one thing. For the container, let's go and we'll write grid template columns. Like I want that there should be 3 columns, and I'll give it as 1FR, 1FR. Okay, it's been created, right? You can see it clearly. Now, what I will do here is I'll what I can do, I'll write here gaps which I want. Then I'll write like grid column gap. I want that grid column gap should be a little less. Okay. About 10 pixels. Maybe that looks little, maybe that will be looking nice. Yeah, some sort of, it looks nice. Then let's go for each individual container. Like for example, I want that my item number 1 should have classed. So for our item number 1, what I will be doing here is I will be making it full towards header. As you know, we will be doing for nav bar, right? However, nav bar is, we have to give it like grid column should be that it should start from 1 and it should go all the way till 4, just like this. Okay, just like this is all about. Let's change it color to little darker side, right? Reddish sort of. Yeah, it doesn't looks that much cool though, but still, yeah, it looks nice, right? Let's give a row gap as well. Grid gap. Let's remove this one. By using grid gap, we can give, you know, we can give gaps to both. Like for, see what it says that we have firstly given the grid row gap, then we have given the grid column gap, and it supports these browsers. So yeah, you can see like that it looks like this for now, right? Now we have to change the width as well. I want that their width should be about 100 pixels. Fine. Width, actually wait, not width, I want their height should be that much. Width is not necessary. It was already fine, right? Yeah, 200 seems a little more big actually. Let's keep it 100. Yes, 100. Now it looks a little better, So now what I have to do here is, firstly, I have to go to that footer here, this footer one, and I have to do some changes in my footer. So let's keep it sideways. Okay. So I'll select my item number 5. Inside this item number 5, I'll write here as grid column, grid column, and inside that I want that it should start from 2 all the way till 4. See, now it has shifted.
you can clearly see, right, that our grid has been shifted just like that. Okay. So now we can do one more thing as well, that we can align our menus item towards downside. Like I want this menu should be changed a little bit. So for that, let's go for item number 2. Inside item number 2, I want to change grid row. So I'll write grid row, and then what I will do is I will write 2, that it should start from 2 all the way till 4. See what it is. I have wrote differently. It should start from 2 all the way till 4. So what it will do here is, I think, not menu actually. I want, yeah, I think it has some issues. Right, why it's not getting aligned up? Maybe it says grid row, right? Let's do one thing. We'll write as grid row start. So for that, I'll write here as basically our second line, and it should go all the way till fourth line. Same thing I'll write here as grid row and go 4. It's not working. Doesn't know what the reason is. Let's align all the elements properly. 1 comma 2. Okay, then where is that menu? It should not start from 1 comma 2. It should start from 2 comma 4. Right, yeah. Actually, 4 is not there. 3 is there. We have not decided that our elements grid template rows. So I want 2 rows, exactly 2 rows, that it should be 1 FR and 1 FR, right? So temporarily we have made our 2 rows, and I don't know that why it still doesn't want to get back and change itself. Okay, never mind. Let's do some changes here. What I can do here is I'll change it from 1 to 4 to 4. So this is a basic structure, like you can see, you know. However, our website is all about, like, firstly it starts from header, then it has menu, main and right, then it comes to footer. Actually, I was thinking that this menu should come all the way till down, but don't know, maybe some of the typing errors or some, you know, basic minute error, it was not getting aligned. So never mind, we can do that later on for the purpose. But I just wanted to show you guys like how all these things works. Now, if you will be focusing, and if you like are noticing that this structure looks like a brick wall. Yeah, kind like, let me change the color all the way to red. Then you guys can better see it, right? That way. Now it will be looking like a brick wall exactly. So like, you can make your own creation. You can do your own changes in it. Like if I wanted to do some changes in this main, I could have done that easily. Like item number 3. Yeah, inside 3, what I will write here as, I can write here as grid row. Inside that grid row, it should start from 2 all the way till 4. Yeah, see, nothing really happened, right? Now it will be same. Or if I write 1 by 2, that will also change. It already went in the upward direction, right? So yeah, this is how you can change the stylings of element, or you can do some changes and you can play with all these things as however you like it. Let's try one more thing here. What we can do here is, instead of writing this here, let's change it. Now let's keep this one menu and this one main, and instead of right here, let's keep it navbar, right? Yeah. And for item number 4, we can do any of this styling, like technically however you like it, you can align it. Grid row. Inside that grid row, I can write it as 2 comma 4. And it's, what is happening if I write this. I have already given the last one to the footer, so it's not getting changed, but it's going beneath backside of the footer. So like that way, it's looking like that. I hope you are understanding the concepts, what exactly I'm talking about, right? So if you have understood all these things till now, then yeah, do hit a like button. I hope I was, you know, uh, communicative enough to make you understand what exactly our grid or how exactly our CSS grid works. In the later on, like in the upcoming video or in the next video, we will be learning more few properties about our grid systems. Like we will be dividing the grid into area templates. Like we will be giving certain names or certain areas to each of the template. Then we will be placing items in a grid using grid area property. We'll be learning about the areas, and then we will be, reduce. We will be learning about reducing redemption using the repeat function. Then autofill, autofit, and some of these more interesting properties we will be learning. So if you are liking the series, then do like, share, and subscribe to the channel. Okay, press the bell icon so that you won't miss the upcoming videos notification, right? And let's do one thing before ending this video. Let's cover your one more topic so that you guys won't feel that we didn't complete it. There is one more thing that we as a beginner knows, and it's your kind of, you can say, homework or exercise job, that you have to study about it after watching this video. So what it is that when we want to divide the grid into area templates, what we should do. So if if you want to do this such things, if you want to really divide the grid into area templates, what we can do here is we can group our cells together into area. Like we can group some cells and we can give them a custom name. We can do this by our tag, that is grid template areas, on this particular container. Or let me close this one, or let me go back to our demonstration one, and let's run this one, so that like this one, there is a justify items. Like in this one we can do few things, is that we can align, or we can give them areas by we can divide them by giving them a proper area. Like for example, if I write, so let me show you. Like let me write here. What I will be writing here is I will be writing grid template areas. Inside this I have to write the names, like what exactly are my areas, then like how many boxes, or how many places I have to divide them. Okay, like let me show you. Like for example, what I will write here is I'll write, what was the class, box one, right? Box one, box one, box one. Okay, this is for the box one. Then what, I'll go down and I'll again write this thing, that is box 2, then box 3. What we are doing here is we are giving, a visual representation of our, like what exactly, however I want. Like it should be box 1, box 1, that are first full column, or sorry, first full row should be box 1. Then in the second row, first column should be box 2, and the remaining 2 columns will be box 3. So this is how I am aligning them in areas, or I'm giving them areas. Same thing I can do here is I'll write here as box 4, box 5, and same thing box number 6. So this is what happened, is I have given them a visual representation. Okay, I have given them areas and I have aligned them that however I want and however it should be. So this is how you can give areas, or you can divide any of the template by, you know uh, you can divide any areas of the grid by using this property. So in today's video we will be learning further more properties, and we will be completing our grid system overall. And then we will be looking forward about the projects, that what projects we can build up. So without wasting time, let's begin. And you all guys also do like, share, subscribe to the channel. Okay, so I guess in the previous video we have completed till this first grid system, right? You guys have already seen this. I told you about the container or the boxes which we gave here. Let me first show you what was our project all about looking. Yeah, so you can see that it was looking some sort of boxy shape like this, right? So I told you about the gaps, spacings, that how can we give column gaps or how can we give row gaps. Then I told you about every other properties as well, right? Let me do here a few changes before moving on. I'll write here text line center, so that text should be in the center. And okay, so this was all we learned about. We learned about the grid template columns, and grid column gap, row column gap. Then we learned how to give the both in a same how can we give both the properties in the same element, that is grid gap. Okay, then we learned about justify content or justify items and align items. We learned about justify content and align content, whatever. So we learned about. Then we learned about that grid template areas, that what are the areas which we can define to our grid. So, okay, so you can see here that this was it. Now, let's do one thing. For that, I will give it as box 1. So, writing it like that, what it will do. See, what I did is firstly, using the grid template areas, I defined the positioning of our particular boxes. Like according to this area, I wanted that it should be box 1, box 1, box 1 in the first row, then box 2, box 3 in the second, and box 4, box 5, box 6 in the third. So for doing this, what I have to do here is I have to go on each particular boxes, and inside that I have to write this. Like this is our box number 2. Similarly, this is our box number 3, right? And same way, this is our box number 4. So we have to give them a particular, namings, so that our area, like our grid should understand that, okay, yeah, this is the particular property which I have to align, and it will be aligned according to it. Like you see. Right now I have given every element its area, and now if you will be watching, then you can see, like for now, according to this, my areas has been aligned. But I think the issue is that I have not given them rows, right? Like you can see that I gave them just 2 rows. If I'll write one more row of 250 pixels, then you can see my grid system is just fine. So this is how you can use properly the area property or grid area, alignments of areas of our particular element using grid. So this was all that we covered in the previous video. In today's video, we will be learning few more properties, that is placing in items in area using grid area property that I already showed you. Then we will be moving on and we will be giving a grid area without creating an area templates. Like right now I created a template, like I wrote the full code, but how can we do that without typing that full code? We will be learning about that. Then we will be learning about the reduction of repetition, like repeating of our particular code. Like we will be repeating, right, by using a repeat function. We will be learning about some certain function called repeat, which will be helping us to avoid writing codes multiple times. Then we will be learning about the limit item size using minimax function. Like we can give the limits of our particular elements, that it should be minimum this or maximum this by using minimax function. We will be watching that also in this video. Then we will be going and we will be learning about creating flexible layouts using autofill. We will be learning what exactly is autofill. Then moving on further, same property is autofit, and we will be learning about autofit as well. Then we will see using a code that how can we use media queries to create a responsive layout. Like for now it's not at all responsive, right? If I even inspect it and if I shrinks it down, like right now you can see it is, yeah, it shrinks out, but you will be seeing that nothing really happening. None of our elements are moving. It is just as it is, it's just shrinking and enlarging. So this is not what a responsive thing is, right? So we will be making it responsive using media queries. Then we will be learning about the final topic that will be completing our grid, is creating grid inside of grids. That you can say nested grids, you can say, I guess, nesting grids, you can say that. So these all things are we going to study in today's video. So let's begin, right? So for today's video, let's quit this one and let's create a whole new, kind of
a whole new file and we will name as second video of grid.html. Yeah, hell big name, right? So for that we will be writing our boilerplate using emit abbreviation. Then what we will be doing here is, let me create some of the new boxes as I did, just so that you guys should get a refreshment. I'll make grid container. I'll write this way. Inside that I'll write div dot box one. Then similarly I'll write here as I'll say one. Same thing. Or let's do one thing. I'll write here as header. Header. Let's keep it header. Then similarly I'll make another box and I'll write it as main. Okay, and I'll give it capital M, then I'll name it as box number 2. Then similarly I'll write it as box number 3 and I'll give it as menu. Then we'll go down, then I'll write here as content. Okay, and we'll write as box number 4. Then we will write 5 as advertisement. I want advertisement should be there, right? And copying that, let's create the final box that will be our footer. So these is all the boxes that I have created for today's video. Like let us see it. Like for now it's just a normal text, no grid, nothing at all, right? Okay, some audible, right? Yeah. Okay, so right now it's just a normal text, right? Nothing quite really interesting is going on with that. So to make it little interesting, let's go inside our style tag and let's give him some nice styles. So for that, let's first go for grid. Then I'll write grid contain. Grid container. Below grid container, I'll write some of the properties that should be. Firstly, I should write as display grid. It should be grid, right? Then after that, I'll write few more things like width should be 100%, right? And as well, I want that my height should be 50%. Doesn't want to give height, but still, yeah. Then we have to give him a background of light, suppose cyan. Let's try sky blue. That will look a little nice, right? So right now you can see that we have got width, but I think that height has not came. So let's for now remove that height and we will focus on font size. That should be about 50 pixels. I want that font should be a little clear, right? Yeah. So for now it's 50 pixels for the font size. So we have given them styling. Now coming on to further, let's create grid. So for making, let me type grid template columns, and for columns I want that by chance I will write here as 1fr 1fr, two columns and two columns, or let's do one thing, we'll give three columns. Yeah, and if you call support rows, then grid template rows 300 pixels, 300 pixels. We have given them row as well. Okay, so it has got row. Then what I'll write here as text align center. Okay, then now let's go and give styling to each of our boxes, like box 1, yeah, box 1. Inside this box 1 we have to give them some colors. So for that, let's give them a background color of suppose light. I want everything should be light, right? Cyan. Simply we'll copy paste it once, twice, thrice, four times, five times, and this 6 times. Let's change it to this one to 3, this one to 4, this one to 5, and this one to 6. Then that's no need of this box. So for this we gave light red, for this light blue, light green, light red. One that it should have red, right? Okay, let's give them a red coral. And for this one, light, let's give it a pink. Okay, and now let's go and check. So you can see that our grid is ready. We have created a grid successfully. Let's lower its size to 250 pixels. 250 will look little fine, yeah. So we have created a grid, right? I hope writing this have refreshed your memories, and I hope that you guys might be knowing that whatever we learned. Then we'll create a grid gap. Similarly, as we did, that should be 5 pixels and 5 pixels. Fine. This one should work just fine, right? Yeah, looks better. So now coming to the topic, what I have to do here is I have to make a grid area. Like I want grid. I want to write grid template areas, and inside that, let's create a grid. I want that it should have box 1, then box number 2, and box number 3. Fine. What it says that header. Okay, so let's do one thing. For the first row, let it be full box number 1, then main. Okay, so similarly, we'll write here as box 2, and then box number 3. Similarly, then we'll write again box number 2. Then we will come to this particular column, then we'll write box 4, box 4, and box 4. And similarly, we will come here and we will write here as box 5, box 6, and box 5. So what we have done here is we have created a basic area layout. Like this is the layout which we want to give. Now for making it perfect, we have to write this in every single box. That is, grid area should be box 1. Then same thing we have to write in every single places. Box Let's first check that whether it's working or not. Yeah, it is working, right? Let's first increase the width of 50 pixels and 50 pixels. So what we have done here is we have increased the size of rows that we want, right? We want that there should be much more rows. So same thing we have to do here is we have to write it multiple times. This is box 2, then this one box 3, box 4, box 5, and similarly box 6. So we have given the area of our we have given the area, and we have decided that as well. Maybe there is some sort of issues with it. Let me check. Maybe it's having some sort of problems. Let's try it this way, as it should be 80%. Still, it has some problems. Maybe we are facing some issues with the naming property, right? So let's for now remove it so that you can see that, yeah, our height is there, box things are there, right? Then let's try firstly one by one. Okay, leave this for now. Okay, so I hope you guys understood the basic concept, right? That whatever I'm trying to make you understand. Okay, so leave this thing. We should be moving on further about the things that how can we align our elements without giving this or without writing this whole big area thing like this is there now. Okay. So now what we have to do here is instead of writing this full template areas, like which is kind of little annoying, if suppose you have a grid of 100 elements, right? You doesn't want to write or firstly design all these things for every single block. So instead of doing that, what we can do here is we have to go on a single particular item, and here we will write here as grid area, and then we have to give them the it is like a 4-digit of code, like horizontal line to start. Okay, we have to write this, then we have to write vertical line of start. Okay, then we have to write vertical line of end, then we have to write horizontal line of end. So this is the code that we have to write to give them the styling, right? So for writing this code, firstly let's understand what it is asking of. See, so to give this property, firstly it is asking us to write horizontal line to start that, like which horizontal line it should start at. That means it is asking us about the rows. You can probably understand, like, you know, let me first write it here. Okay, so what it is saying is like, for example, if I want that my box number 3, okay, it should have a grid area. Suppose, let me say first, I want that it should start from the first horizontal line, then it should start from the first vertical line, and then it should go all the way to second vertical line, that is second line of for our rows, and then it should go all the way till fourth horizontal line. Let us show you, like, see what has happened here is, if we, when we are talking about the horizontal line, we are talking about the columns. Like when I said that it should go from the first, that means first line for the column, that is this one, right, this one. Then when we says about the first line for vertical, that is also this one, because here we are talking about the rows. And then what I said that it should end at second vertical line, which means after finishing the first row it should end. And then I wrote that it should go all the way till fourth horizontal line. That means it should cover our full column, right? So this is what we have to write. I know it's quite a bit of confusing, but trust me, the more you will type it, no, then you can understand it better. For now, let's cut this from here and let's give this to our boxy number 1. As you can see, it has got right here. Then we have to make this own layout, which is right there, right? Like we want box number 2, 3, and box number 2 again. Fine. For that, let's start here, grid area, and then what we want that it should start from the second horizontal line and should start from first vertical line, then it should go all the way to second vertical line, right? And should think about the second line, then it should go all the way till first. You have to understand what we are trying to type, right? Like if we talks about the second horizontal line, which means it will be starting from the second column, or it will which will be starting from the second row itself. Okay, then we are saying about the first, that means it should start from first column, then it should go all the way to second, third, and then should go all the way to the, let's check first, like, right, what I'm typing. So what it has became that it came till our third line, but here instead of writing here 2, I could have wrote 1. Actually, not here 1, I have to write 1 here, then it should be fine, which is not working, I don't know why. Let me reload the site, right? See, what you have to just keep it in mind, that horizontal means here we are talking about the columns, and vertical means here we are talking about the rows. Okay. So when I wrote 2 in the horizontal means it should start from second column, or you can say it should start from second line. Then when I wrote about the third one, it says that it should end, talking about the column, right? It should end there. And when I wrote 1 by 2, that means it should start from first one and it should go to second one. as it says here, right? Let's give footer some of the changes, shall we? This is our footer. Grid area. Inside the grid area, I want that it should start from 4, then it should go all the way till it should also start here. Let's see what has happened here. Yeah, it has created a little bit of chaos right here now. We have to write here as 3 comma 3 comma 4 comma 4. What has happened here? Nothing really changed because it is already at its third line, right? You can see third third line of horizontal. That means here this is the third line for our horizontal column, third line, okay, and also the third line for our vertical column. This is third line, so it's starting from third, and it should going till fourth and fourth, right? If I wanted, I could have wrote like 5 and also 5. It would have went downside more, right? So this is how you can adjust with it. 4, so 3, let's write it here. Yeah, you can see it that our footer is taking its space, right? If you want, you can inspect it and it will be telling you all the things, right? When you will go on this particular area, it will be showing you, see, it says that it's a grid, and what all things are exactly happening here. Like, yeah, yes, you can see it here, right? It says that these things are a grid container. You can see it this way, like it says a grid container. It has showing us the width and height also as well, and background color and most of the things which you wanted to know. Okay, so this was all about the grid areas. See, I know it is quite a bit confusing, but trust me, if you will practice more, you will be understanding it. Right? Like, I was trying to make it easy for you guys to understand, and it made me confused in a second. Like, while writing the code, I was feeling like, oh, what I'm doing, like how it will do. So, yeah, you don't have to remember these things forever, but if you understand the concepts, that is enough. Like, when you will be writing code, everybody will be not remembering everything. They have to, like, search on internet many times. There is, you cannot remember everything at the same time. You have to give time for each and everything. So just understand the concept, and while implementing it, it will become perfect as you will be practicing it, right? So moving on further, let's go and let's write or learn about writing this. Like, everybody hates code writing again and again. So instead of writing code again and again, I can do one thing, is that I can write here repeat function. Like, you can see here that I have write almost 4 times 250 250 250 pixels. Instead of writing this 4 times, I will just simply write it as repeat. Inside repeat, I will write that how many times I want it should repeat. In my case, it should be 4. Then I'll give it a comma, and then I'll write the value which I want to give. Like, I have given it 250 pixels and I want it should repeat 4 times. And trust me, nothing's going to change. It will be still the same. As you can see, it is, right? Same thing you can do here with column as well. Like, instead of writing 3 times, you can write here as repeats. Inside repeat 3 comma 1 fr, right? It should be the same here as well. So this is how you can write repeat function, and this repeat function will be helping you a lot in not really it will help, but yeah, you should be knowing that we can write our code in this way as well. I hope that you guys are understanding the concepts. If not, then yeah, do tell me so that I can, you know, try a different way or try to give you a better example so that you can understand it. Then this is just about the repeat function. If you want to know more, then you can do one thing. You can just go for W3 Schools or Geeks4Geeks website, and you can just check all these things. It is present there. Maybe that bookish or text knowledge will might help you a little bit, right? Moving on further, let's go for another property that is our, minimize or minimax function. What is minimax function? Like, you know, there is another function like that we can use with this grid template columns and grid template rows, which is called as minimax. It is used to limit the size or to fix the size of items when the grid container changes size. Like when I will be shrinking them or when I will be enlarging the screen, then how much it should become big or how much it should shrink. This all things are controlled by the minimax function, right? For example, let me show you first few things. Like suppose in that I want to create suppose in that I want to create two rows. Okay, let me delete this one. Like suppose for this one I want to create two rows. First row should be the fixed 250 pixels, and for the second one I'll use min-max. Inside min-max, what I will write, firstly I have to write the lowest value. Like in my case I'll write 100 pixels, and then I have to give it a comma, and then I have to write the max value. That in my case I'll write 1 FR. That means it should consume all the spaces which is left or which is extra to consume. Like for now you can just see one thing, that our first row has got 250 pixels, and our second row has this FR function. Let's do one thing actually, let's try the same thing with our column. Instead of writing this here, let's keep it. That will make you understand a little more, right? So that it won't feel that much, distressing. Okay, so for now you can see it. So for now you can see it that there are our columns. So if I'll go on inspect, right now you can see that it is almost 1 FR. It is taking all the spaces which are around. Like if I'll increase it, it's increasing. But if I decreases the size, like for example, if I goes all the way till 100, let's do one thing actually. Its minimum should increase. Let's increase its minimum to 500. That means it will not shrink more than 500. So that way it will be visible for you guys to see. Like right now it's 800. We went first small. We came at 500, right? Almost. Now you can see that it is not shrinking more further, right? It is still being the same. You can see it here. You can see it here clearly that it's not shrinking more. It's just our size is not shrinking. Actually, to understand it better, you will be able to watch this blue color, right? You can see that this blue color is not shrinking at all after that. Let me do one thing. Let me give you a better example so that you can understand. Here's the that. Let's close it and we'll go back to our code here. I'll write here is, I'll just give them one column. Fine. This is just one column. Now let's inspect it, and now let's see. Let's close it up so that, yeah. Let's go and inspect back again. So right now you can see that our elements are big enough, like it is almost consuming 1 FR of space. But when I will be shrinking it down more, then after 500, right, it will be not shrinking its size. Like right now you can see it, the size of boxes are shrinking, but after that it will be not at all shrinking. The box are just the same, right? None of its size are increasing or decreasing, like it is just the same. So this is what a min max function is all about. Like if you want, I can increase its size even more, like 600 or like 600, right? Then it will be not going at all. Like, yeah, see, at 600 it is this, it is the smallest it can get. After that it will be not increasing in its size, but when I'm making it bigger, when it's more than 600, it is increasing its size. So this is how our min max function works, or this is how you can, give the sizes to our boxes well, right? Now, moving on further to the topic, that is creating a flexible layout using autofill, right? So the repeat function that we were learning till now, it comes with one more property, or you can say one more ability, that is autofill. This allow us, to automatically insert as many rows or columns that I want in this particular grid. Like, let me show you what I am talking about. Let's go first, and then let's remove this container. Inside this container, what I'll write here is, I'll write repeat. Inside repeat, I'll firstly write autofill, that I want that my first row should be autofill, then second one should be min max, and inside min max it should be 100 pixels, comma 1 FR. So I hope you have understood that what I have done here is I have created two columns. First column should be autofill, that its columns will be filling automatically. Then the second one is min max. Its minimum value should be 100 and maximum value should be 1 FR, right? It's visible, yeah. So let's run this code and let's check it out. Like for now, you can see nothing really has happened, right? But if I will be shrinking it, or if I will be increasing its size, let me first do this changes here so that our elements should be visible, right? Yeah. Instead of writing here, let's write it as auto. Let's do one thing. Let's remove all the properties from each of the things. Okay, fine. So see, right now you can see that what has happened here. I think some changes occurred. Autofill, it says, yeah, you can clearly see is that it says all the definitions and all. But what we have to write here is, we have wrote autofill, right? That will be filling our elements. Let me go to inspect. Then on inspecting, nothing really is happening, right? Nothing really is getting changed. So for that, let's go on code. Inside of this code, let's do few of the changes. I want it should be 50. Then instead of 1fr, I'll write repeat function. Inside repeat, it should repeat 3 times, comma 1fr. Yeah, it is going all the way till the row. So the row is expanding all of, all the way till full, reasonable view, you can say, kind of. I think maybe there is some glitches with this one, but certainly what happens that whenever we write here autofill, it does few things like, it will be sticked. If I will be even increasing the size, it will not move on further. Let me try, right? Let's let's put on some more changes, or you can say one thing like, let's change few of the things in our code. Let's move this right here. Then what is else is there? That grid gap is necessary, yeah, kind of. Then accept grid gap. And if our works just fine, then similarly grid gap is about, instead of that I can write here as 10 pixels, right? Yeah, it looks kind of nice. Now what I have to do here is let's check for the repeat function. Inside repeat, yeah, yes. What happened? I just simply forgot to write a dash. This was thing which I was talking about. So you can see that it has went just inside, like you can see, right? It has became autofill. It is just consuming a little amount of space. It is not going all the way till the end. Yeah, you can see it, right? Nothing really is not, it's not looking that much impressive also, right? So here are another thing, or another property comes in place, that is auto fit. Instead of fill, I'll write here as just fit. What it will be doing, like you can say, it's by default in our browser or in our code, it was already auto fill, oh sorry, auto fit, because as you can clearly see that it was being the same, right? If I was even increasing the size of the screen, it was not going anywhere. So this is how our auto auto fit is all about. Pretty much it looks the same. Yeah. Okay. So I hope you are understanding the things like what is the difference between auto fit and autofill, right? If you still have a doubt, then do tell me. So I will be guiding you with that doubt. Now let's go on to the further topic, that is using media queries to create a responsive layout, right? Let's do one thing. Let's create a layout that will look little nice. We will name it as responsive layout.html. Fine, right? Am I audible, right? My voice is coming, right? Check. Hello, hello. Yeah. So my voice is coming. I'll write exclamation mark. I created a basic boilerplate. Then same things I have to do here, that I can easily copy off from the old code that was creating divs like this, right? I can just paste it this way. So I have already did this. Now we just have to go in and we have to write here style, and then we have to style our elements, right? So for styling them, we have to use some of the properties. For example, let me tell you firstly, let's go for box number 1, and then like for the basis, let's take the colors from here itself, right? Okay, so I took the code from here. I'll simply just copy paste, right? Okay, so this is what it was all about. Now let's do one thing. Instead of writing 4 5 things, let's delete few of them. Like for example, I don't want that advertisement should be there, and I don't want that main should be there. So instead of 3, it will be 2, then it will be 3, then it will be, let's do one thing, let's keep one more. Main should be there, right? Or let's keep this to 5, right? Let's remove our 6th element. So we have did what is, we have created a basic code. So now what I have to do here is I have to go up and I have to write a code for the container, that is grid container. Okay, inside our grid container we have to give them few of the stylings. That is, I want font size should be 50 pixels, same as before. Then I want its width should be 100% so that it should go all the way till the round. Then its background color should be light gray. Yeah, that will also do just fine. Then display should be grid. Then after doing display grid, let's do one thing. Let's create what was that, grid template columns. Inside that I just want that there should be one column itself. And for the row, I want multiple rows. Like if you want to give multiple row layouts, you can give that as well, right? That I should be having grid template rows. Inside this, like I want that there should be 3 or mostly you can say 4 rows. So for the first row I will be giving 50 pixels. Then for the second row I will be giving auto, and for the third row I will be giving 1 FR, then again auto. So this is what I have given to my rows. Now let's check over our code how it is looking. Like for now nothing really has happened, right? You can see it as nothing is going on here because I have just given it one column, right? Now we will go down and we will give it a grid gap of 10 pixels. Fine. Now what I will write here as grid template areas. So we have to give them areas, or we have to give them, we have to declare few of the things to them. Like in my case, I will just write these things here. That is let's use a tab main, okay, then content, then footer. So tab, same thing we have to do here. And one more thing, I have to keep it here. After main, there should be our menu. Yeah, so this is pretty much it. Nothing really has changed because we have not given them the grid area. Now let's go and let's give them the grid area. So grid area, first one is header for always, then second one is our main, then third one is our menu, then this one is our content, and then the last but not the least is our footer. Fine, so we have given footer and everything which we wanted them to give. Okay. So now let's do one thing. We have to write media queries for this particular property as well. So to write media query, let's write here media query. Okay, for that I'll need like @media. Inside this I'll write that for minimum width should be 400 pixels. We just have to, change its for this we just have to write here as grid container. Inside the grid container we will be giving them these kind of properties like grid template columns. Inside this, what I will write here is I'll make two columns that when my width, or you can say my width of the page is minimum is 40, then it should have two columns, and similarly it should have three rows auto. Okay, and then one bar, then auto, then again one fr. I want it to be this way. Okay, then what I have to give them is I have to give them grid template areas. Inside that I have to declare their areas. Fine, I'll write my code here. What I will write here is that I want my menu, then I want my, actually let's keep it like header, then I'll write main, and then I'll write menu. Okay, then I'll write content, then footer, like this way. I'll write footer, similarly footer. Okay, move this here, sure. Yeah. Okay. So what I have done here is I have made a media query,
right? That when my container should be when my container should be it's when my width when the width of my container should be minimum 400 pixels, then we have to apply this properties. Like, let's see whether it's implementing that or not. Yeah, for now you can see that yes, it is implementing, right? It is taking auto and then one fr, which is somewhat like this. Will be not taking, or it will be not giving them, the more priority. Let's do one thing. We will write one more thing here that will be since the line should be center so that it will be look more affecting, right? Let's switch the property here quickly. Menu, and it should be the main, because obviously, right, menu should be small, right? You can see the little menu standing there, right? That is our menu. And for rows, let me check what happened to our rows, right? First row should be auto, then it should be one fr. Okay, so this is what a media query looks like, right? If it will be like when I made it shorter than 400 pixels, it quickly became back to normal. But when it is 400 pixels, then it will be looking like this. Now let's do one thing. Let's make one more media query. We'll just copy this whole thing, copy, then I'll paste it here. And instead of 400, I'll write here as 600 pixels. Then for 600 pixels, let's do changes. That is, we will do nothing, but we will just change the alignment of our text. Okay, so let it be this way, right? Let's move this one. Let's see how it looks. Pretty much nothing has really changed, right? One let's give height here, right? Because it's not having the height. Minimum height should be 400 pixels. I doesn't want that my elements should look small, right? Now they looks a little better. Yeah, now it looks fine. Okay, so what I have did here is I have did few of these changes. It's just I have given it a minimum width, and now I will do some changes here. That is, I will be giving this thing changes. I want that it should have menu here. Then instead of getting footer there, I want that my footer, my menu should come here, right? Let's have a look of how our text is looking, right? You can see for now what has happened here. Align. Yeah, it's already aligned. Okay, so what has happened here is because obviously that our current width is more than 600 pixels. Yes, that definitely it is. Let's even check it by inspecting the element. It's about 700 pixels. So whatever area we gave the area that it should cover whole space like this. Then its header should be this, then main, then content. If I make it small, see, immediately when I made it smaller than 600 pixels, like you will see that it shrink, right? It shrink. So this is how our media query works, and this is how can we make our grid responsive. Now if I will even shrink more than 400 pixels, it will come back to normal, right, as you can see it. So this is how you can make a grid little more responsive, and this is how all everything works, right? Now let's go and do few more things. That is, let's go back to our topic. Let me plug in the charger, otherwise my laptop will just die, right? Yeah, it has some battery and I'm visible, right? Yeah, clearly visible. Fine. So let's come to our last topic. That means the last topic that we will be studying in today's lecture, and definitely it will be making you, you know, it will be clearing everything, because I have already taught each and everything about the grid and Flexbox. Most of the things like your doubts and your queries that will be covered in the projects or upcoming series of projects that we will be doing. We will be making 3 projects, as it will be a great fun, right, to watch. So yeah, do hop in that video and like and share so that you don't miss. So what exactly is the last topic? It is nesting our grids. Like just now you saw that we have created a grid. Now what I will do here is, let me first remove, or you can say let us just keep this thing, right? Now what I have to do here is I have to tell you how to do, or how to nest grids inside of a grid. So for example, by you know for example, if I gives display grid to the 2 boxes, like, or you can say the container which has 2 boxes, then yeah, I can do few things. Like for example, let's do one thing inside this container. Okay, inside this container number 4. Okay, let it be container number 4. Let's cut this div from here. Okay, inside this, uh, and I'll. Okay, so what I have done here is I have brought 2 things inside of this. See, like right now you can see that like we have we have 2 things inside of our content property. So now what we will be doing here is, firstly I will write display grid. Display should be grid. Fine. I'll write that display should be grid. Okay, and let's see what it really does. Yeah, pretty much destroyed, right? So for that, let's remove this. Okay, now you can see that our grid is, yeah, somewhat it has became, you know somewhat it has became a nested grid, because you can see that there is a change of colors. Like you can see this is light green one. Okay, and let me move this first. Let's just keep it that way. And box number 2 is light pink. So yeah, for now you can see that yeah, we have made it somewhat nested, because our colors has split it into 2 grids.
But we have to do one thing is we have to give them columns and things as well. Like for example, I'll give it as grid template columns. I want that there should be two columns, right? One should be auto and another one should be one FR. I give them two things like, yeah, you can see that this is our first one, that is auto, and I think there is some sort of issue with the thing. Grid container. Grid container, and inside the grid container, let's do a few things. Let's remove it first so that it will be little better to code. Yeah, now it has three elements, that is header, content, and footer. And inside of our content that we have given to our box number 4, we have to firstly remove this property. Okay, so maybe there is uh, yeah. So as you can see, what has happened that we have successfully created a grid inside of a grid. I can I hope it's visible for you guys. Like if you want, we can do one thing is we can increase its width, its height actually a little bit. Or let's do one thing, just give it a grid gap of 10 pixels each, so that it will be little more visible, right? Or instead of auto, let's do one thing, let's keep it 1FR so that it should look equal. Yeah, so now it's equal and it has 10 pixels of margin in between, 20 pixels, let's give it 20. Yeah, it has 20 there and about 10 for the bottom, right? So that it should be a little more visible, right? Yeah, so yeah, now you can see that we have created a grid or smaller grid inside of this large bigger grid. Like if you want to see, then you go for inspect elements. Inside inspect elements, we will just enlarge it a little bit. Yeah. Now, if I will click on this gray color, that is the first grid that we created, you can see the layout of the first grid. And if I goes on to the second one, this green color, then you can see that this is our another grid that we have created, right? This is the first grid and this is the second grid. So this is how we can make grids inside of a grid.